Preface of Muslin. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lisanne Lavoie of Swansea, Illinois. Muslin by George Moore. Preface. My excuse for modifying the title of this book is that A Drama in Muslin has long seemed to me to be the vulgar one among the titles of my many books. But to change the title of a book that has been in circulation, however precarious, for more than 30 years, is not permissible, and that is why I rejected the many titles that rose up in my mind while correcting the proofs of this new edition. In Neophytes, Debutantes, and The Baiting of Mrs. Barton, readers would have divined a new story. But the dropping out of the unimportant word drama will not deceive the most casual follower of literature. The single word muslin is enough. Mousseline would be more euphonious, a fuller, richer word, and bal blanc, besides being more picturesque, would convey my meaning, but a shade of meaning is not sufficient justification for the use of French titles or words, for they lessen the taste of our language. We don't get the smack, and Milord's epigrams poisoned my memory of A Drama in Muslin. But they cannot be omitted without much rewriting, I said, and remembering my oath never to attempt the rewriting of an old book again, I fell back on the exclusion of A Drama in Muslin as the only way out of the dilemma. A wavering resolution was precipitated by recollection of some disgraceful pages. But a moment after I was thinking that the omission of the book would create a hiatus. A Drama in Muslin, I reflected, is a link between two styles, and a book that has achieved any notoriety cannot be omitted from a collected edition, so my publishers said, and they harped on this string, until one day I flung myself out of their office and rattled down the stairs muttering, "What a smell of shop!" But in the Strand near the Cecil Inn, the thought glided into my mind that the pages that seemed so disgraceful in memory might not seem so in print. And the only way to find out if this be so, the temptation continued, will be to ask the next policeman the way to Charing Cross Road. Another saw me over a dangerous crossing. London is the best policed city in Europe. A third recommended a shop. "Over yonder, you've just passed by it, sir." Thank you, I cried back, and no sooner was I on the other side than, overcome by shyness, as always in these stores of dusty literature, I asked for The Drama in Muslin, pronouncing the title so timidly that the bookseller guessed me at once to be the author, and began telling of the books that were doing well in first editions. If I had any I wanted to get rid of, he mentioned several he would be glad to buy. Whereupon in turn I grew confidential and confided to him my present dilemma, failing, however, to dissuade him from his opinion that A Drama in Muslin ought to be included. "Any corrections you make in the new edition will keep up the price of the old," he added, as he wrapped up the brown paper parcel. "You will like the book better than you think for." Thank you, I cried after me, and hopped into a taxi, unsuspicious that I carried a delightful evening under my arm. "A comedy novel, written with sprightliness and wit," I said, as I turned to the 20th page, "and it needs hardly any editing. A mere retying of a few bows that the effluxion of time has untied, or were never tied by the author, who, if I remember right, used to be less careful of his literary appearance than his prefacer, neglecting to examine his sentences, and to scan them as often as one might expect from an admirer, not to say disciple, of Walter Pater. An engaging young man rose out of the pages of his book, one that Walter Pater would admire, did admire, one that life, I added, seems to have affected through his senses violently, and who has, may we say therefore, a little over-anxious to possess himself of a vocabulary which would suffer him to tell all he saw, heard, smelt, and touched. Upon this sudden sympathy, the book, of which I had read but 20 pages, dropped on my knees, and I sat engulfed in a reverie of the charming article I should have written about this book if it had come to me for review. But it couldn't have come to me, I reflected, for myself and the young man that wrote it were not contemporaries. It would be true, however, to say that our lives overlapped, but when did the author of The Drama in Muslin disappear from literature? His next book was Confessions of a Young Man. It was followed by Spring Days. He must have died in the last pages of that story, for we find no traces of him in Esther Waters. And my thoughts, dropping away from the books he had written, began to take pleasure in the ridiculous appearance that the author of A Drama in Muslin presented in the mirrors of Dublin Castle as he tripped down the staircases in early morning. And a smile played round my lips as I recalled his lank yellow hair, often standing on end, his sloping shoulders, and his female hands, a strange appearance which a certain vivacity of mind sometimes rendered engaging. He was writing at that time A Mummer's Wife in his bedroom at the Shelbourne Hotel, and I thought how different were the two visions, A Mummer's Wife and A Drama in Muslin, and how the choice of these two subjects revealed him to me. It was life that interested him rather than the envelope, I said. He sought Alice Barton's heart as eagerly as Kate Eads, and my heart went out to the 3 policemen to whose assiduities I owed this pleasant evening, all alone with my cat and my immediate ancestor. And as I sat looking into the fire, I fell to wondering how it was that the critics of the 80s could have been blind enough to dub him an imitator of Zola. A soul-searcher, if ever there was one, I continued, whose desire to write well is apparent on every page, a headlong, eager, uncertain style, a young hound yelping at every trace of scent. But if we look beneath the style, we catch sight of the young man's true self, a real interest in religious questions, and a hatred as lively as Ibsen's of the social conventions that drive women into the marriage market. It seems strange, I said, abandoning myself to recollection, that the critics of the 80s failed to notice that the theme of A Drama in Muslin is the same as that of The Doll's House. The very title should have pointed this out to them. But they were not interested in themes, but in morality, and how they might crush a play which, if it were uncrushed by them, would succeed in undermining the foundations of society. Their favorite phrase at the time. It entered into every article written about The Doll's House, and looking upon themselves as the saviors of society, these master builders kept on staying and propping the damaged construction, till at length they were joined by some dramatists and storytellers who feared with them for the foundations of society, and these latter set themselves the task of devising new endings that would be likely to catch the popular taste and so mitigate the evil, the substitution of an educational motive for a carnal one. For Nora does not leave her husband for a lover, but to educate herself. The critics were used to lovers, and what we are used to is bearable. But a woman who leaves her husband and her children for school books is unbearable, and much more immoral than the usual little wanton. So the critics thought in the 80s, and they thought truly, if it be true that morality and custom are interchangeable terms. The critics were right in a way. Everybody is right in a way, for nothing is wholly right and nothing wholly wrong, a truth often served up by philosophers, but the public has ever eschewed it, and perhaps our argument will be better appreciated if we dilute this truth a little, saying instead that it is the telling that makes a story true or false, and that the dramatic critics of the 80s were not altogether as wrong as Mr. Archer imagined them to be, but failed to express themselves. The public is without power of expression, and it felt that it was being fooled for some purpose not very apparent, and perhaps anarchical. Nor is a sudden revelation very convincing in modern times. In the space of 3 minutes, Nora, who has been her husband's sensual toy, has taken pleasure in being that, and only that, leaves her husband and her children, as has been said, for school books. A more arbitrary piece of stagecraft was never devised, but it was not the stagecraft the critics were accustomed to, and the admirers of Ibsen did not dare to admit that he had devised Nora to cry aloud that a woman is more than a domestic animal. It would have been fatal for an apostle or even a disciple to admit the obvious fact that Ibsen was a dramatist of moral ideas rather than of sensuous emotions, and there was nobody in the 80s to explain the redemption of Ibsen by his dialogue, the strongest and most condensed ever written, yet coming off the reel like silk, a wonderful thread that never tangles in his hands. Ibsen is a magical weaver, and so closely does he weave that we are drawn along in the net like fishes. But it is with the subject of the doll's house, rather than with the art with which it is woven, that we are concerned here. The subject of A Drama in Muslin is the same as that of A Doll's House, and for this choice of subject I take pride in my forerunner. It was a fine thing for a young man of 30 to choose the subject instinctively that Ibsen had chosen a few years before. It is a feather in his cap, surely, and I remember with pleasure that he was half through his story when Dr. Alveling read him the first translation of A Doll's House, a poor thing, done by a woman, that withheld from him any appreciation of the play. The fact that he was writing the same subject from an entirely different point of view prejudiced him against Ibsen, and the making of a woman first in a sensual and afterward transferring her into an educational mold with a view to obtaining an instrument to thunder out a given theme could not be else than aberrant to one whose art, however callow, was at least objective. In The Doll's House, Ibsen had renounced all objectivity. It does not seem to me that further apologies are necessary for my predecessor's remark to Dr. Aveling after the reading that he was engaged in molding a woman in one of nature's molds. A Puritan, he said, I am writing of, but not a sexless Puritan, and if women cannot win their freedom without leaving their sex behind, they had better remain slaves, for a slave with his sex is better than a free eunuch. And he discoursed on the book he was writing, convinced that Alice Barton represented her sex better than the archetypal hieratic and clouded figure of Nora, which Ibsen had dreamed so piously, allowing, he said, memories of Egyptian sculpture to mingle with his dreams. My ancestor could not have understood The Doll's House while he was writing A Drama in Muslin, not even in Mr. Archer's translation. He was too absorbed in his craft at that time, in observing and remembering life, to be interested in moral ideas. And his portrait of Alice Barton gives me much the same kind of pleasure as a good drawing. She keeps her place in the story, moving through it with quiet dignity, commanding our sympathy and respect always, and for her failure to excite our wonder like Nora, we may say that the author's design was a comedy, and that in comedy the people are not, and perhaps should not, be above life-size. But why apologize for what needs no apology? Alice Barton is a creature of conventions and prejudices, not her mother's, but her own. So far she had freed herself, and it may well be that none obtains a wider liberty. She leaves her home with the dispensary doctor, who has bought a small practice in Notting Hill, and the end seems a fulfillment of the beginning. The author conducts her to the door of womanhood, and there he leaves her with the joys and troubles, no doubt, of her new estate, but with these he apparently does not consider himself to be concerned, though he seems to have meditated at this time a sort of small comédie humaine, small, for he must have known that he could not withstand the strain of Balzac's shifts of 14 hours. We are glad he was able to conquer the temptation to imitate, yet we cannot forego a regret that he did not turn to Violet Scully that was and look into the married life of the Marchioness of Killarney. Her grey, intense eyes, shining through a grey veil, and her delightful thinness, her epicene bosom and long thighs are the outward signs of a temper, constant perhaps, but not narrow. He would have been able to discover an intrigue of an engaging kind in her, and the thinking out of the predestined male would have been as agreeable a task as falls to the lot of a man of letters. And being a young man, he would begin by considering the long series of poets, painters, and musicians he had read of in Balzac's novels. But as none of these would be within the harmony of Violet's perverse humor, he would turn to life, and presently a vague, shagging shape would emerge from the back of his mind, but it would refuse to condense into any recognizable face, which is as well, perhaps, else I might be tempted to pick up this forgotten flower, though I am fain to write no more long stories. But though we regret that the author of Muslin did not gather this violet for his literary buttonhole, let no one suggest that the old man should return to his springtime to do what the young man left undone. Our gathering time is over, and we are henceforth prefacers. The brook Cherith is our last. Some may hear this decision with sorrow, but we have written 18 books, which is at least 10 too many, and none shall persuade us to pick up the burden of another long story. We swear it and close our eyes to admirers, and to escape them we plunge into consideration of Violet's soul and her aptitudes, saying, and saying well, that if polygamy thrives with Mohammedanism in the East, polyandry has settled down in the West with Christianity, and that since Nora slammed the door the practice of acquiring a share in a woman's life, rather than insisting on the whole of it, has caught such firm root in our civilization that it is no exaggeration to say that every married woman today will admit she could manage 2 men better than her husband could manage 2 wives. If we inquire still further, we submit, and confidently, that every woman, saint or harlot, it matters not which, would confess she would prefer to live with 2 men rather than share her husband with another woman. All women are of one mind on this subject. It is the one thing on which they all agree, irrespective of creed or class, so these remarks barely concern them. But should male eyes fall on this page, and if in the pride of his heart he should cry out, "This is not so," I would have him make application to his wife or sister, and if he possess neither, he may discover the truth in his own mind. Let him ask himself if it could be otherwise, since our usage and wont is that a woman shall prepare for the reception of visitors by adorning her rooms with flowers and dressing herself in fine linen and silk attire, and be to all men alike as they come and go. She must cover all with winning glances, and beguile all with seductive eyes and foot, and talk about love, though perhaps she would prefer to think of one who is far away. Men do not live under such restraint. A man may reserve all his thoughts for his mistress, but the moment he leaves, his mistress must begin to cajole the newcomer, however indifferent he may be to her. The habit of her life is to cajole, to please, to inspire, if possible, and if she be not a born coquette, she must become one, and takes pleasure in her art, devoting her body and mind to it, reading only books about love and lovers, singing songs of love, and seeking always new scents and colors and modes of fascination. If lovers are away and none calls, she abandons herself to dreams, and her imagination furnishes quickly a new romance. Somebody she has half forgotten rises up in her memory, and she thinks that she could like him if he were to come into her drawing-room now. It would be happiness indeed to walk forward into his arms and to call her soul into her eyes. Or, if a letter were to come from him asking her to dinner, she would accept it, and lying back among her silken cushions, she thinks she could spend many hours in his company without weariness. She creates his rooms and his person and his conversation, and when he is exhausted, a new intrigue rises up in her mind, and then another, and another. Some drop away and remain forever unfulfilled, while others come into their own, as the saying is. If this be a true analysis of a woman's life, and who will say it is not, the dreams of the Marchioness of Killarney would begin in her easy-chair about the second spring after her marriage. The shaggy shape that haunts the back of my mind would hear her dreams, and the wooing that began with the daffodils would continue always, for she is a woman that could keep a lover till the end of time. At her death, husband and lover would visit her grave together, and talk of her perfections in the winter evenings. But if Violet did not die, another vagrant male would steal through the ilex trees, a hunter in pursuit of game, or else it might be a fisher seated among the rocks waiting for tunny fish. Either might take Violet's fancy. The author of Muslin seems to have entertained a thought of some such pastoral frolic in the Shelbourne Hotel. The opposition of husband and lover to the newcomer, Harding, whom it had occurred to Mrs. Barton to invite to Brookfield, and whom she would have invited had it not been for her great matrimonial projects. My forerunner, who was an artist, saw that any deflection of Mrs. Barton's thoughts would jeopardize his composition, and he allowed Mrs. Barton to remain a chaperon. He was right in this, but Violet should have been the impulse and nucleus of a new story. I began to think suddenly of the blight that would fall on the twain if Violet's lover were to die, and to figure them sitting in the evenings meditating on the admirable qualities of the deceased, till in their loneliness he would come to seem to them as a being more than human, touching almost on the divine. Their ears would retain the sound of his voice, and the familiar furniture would provoke remembrances of him. Ashamed of their weakness, their eyes would seek the chair he used to sit in. It is away in a far corner, lest a casual visitor should draw it forward and defile it with his presence. A thing that happened once. The unhappy twain remember how they lacked moral courage to beg him to choose another chair. The table, laid for two, was too painful to behold, and they never enjoyed a meal. Hardly could they eat, till at last it was decided that his place should be laid for him as if he had gone away on a journey, and might appear in the doorway and sit down with them, and share the repast as of yore. A pretty deception, the folly of which they were alive to, a little, but would not willingly be without. His room, too, awaits him, and his clothes have not been destroyed or given to the poor, but be folded by charitable hands in the drawers kept safe from moth with orris root and lavender. His hat hangs on its accustomed peg in the hall, and they think of it among many other things. At last the silence of these lonely meditations is broken by sudden recollections. For dinner the cook has sent up a boiled chicken instead of roast, and he had looked upon boiled chicken as a vulgar insularism as always. Nor were there bananas on the table. Bananas were an acquired taste with them. They had learned to eat the fruit for love of their friend, and since he has gone they have not eaten the chicken roast nor the fruit, and it seems to them that they should have eaten of these things in memory of him. In the spring they come upon his pruning knife, and discourse sadly on the changes he would have advised. Spring opens into summer, and when summer drops into the autumn, Killarney's black passes into gray. He appears one morning in a violet tie, and the tie, picked out of the drawer with indifferent hand, causes Violet to doubt her husband's constancy. It was soon after this thoughtless act that he began, for the 1000th time, to remind her that the world might be searched in its dimmest corners, and no friend again found like the one they had lost. The reflection had become part of their habitual thought, and feeling a little trite and commonplace, Violet listened, or half listened, engulfed in retrospect. I met in Marion Square, and she mentioned a name. And do you know who he seemed to be very like? The color died out of Kilcarney's cheek, and he could but murmur, Oh, Violet! And coloring at being caught up on what might be looked upon as a mental infidelity, she answered, Of course, none is like him. I wish you would not seek to misunderstand me. The matter passed off, but next evening she sat looking at her husband, her thoughts suspended for so long that he began to fear, wrongly, however, that she was about to put forward some accusation, to twit him, perchance, on his lack of loyalty to his dead friend. He had not eaten a banana for dinner, though he had intended to eat one. Of course we shall never find anyone like him, she said, not if we were to search all the corners of the world. That is so, we're both agreed on that point. But I've been thinking which of all our friends and acquaintances would least unworthily fill his place in our lives. Violet, Violet, if you persist in misunderstanding me, she answered, I have no more to say. Whereupon the Marquise tried to persuade the Marchioness out of the morose silence that had fallen upon them, and failing to move her, he raised the question that had divided them. If you mean, Violet, that our racing friend would be a poor shift for our dead friend, meaning thereby that nobody in Dublin is comparable. Could I have meant anything else, you old dear? She replied, and the ice having been broken, the twain plunged at once into the waters of recollection, and coming upon a current they were borne onward, swiftly and more swiftly, till at length the decision had to be come to. They would invite their racing friend. It was on the Marquise's lips to say a word or two in disparagement of the invited guest, but on second thoughts it seemed to him that he had better refrain. The Marchioness, too, was about to plead she did not know exactly what, but she thought she would like to reassure the Marquise. On second thoughts, she decided, too, that it would be better, perhaps, to refrain. Well, to escape from the toils of an interesting story, for I am no longer a storyteller, but a prefacer, I will say that 3 nights later Sir Hugh took the Marchioness in to dinner. He sat in his predecessor's chair, knowing nothing of him, thereby startling his hosts, who, however, soon recovered their presence of mind. After dinner, the Marquise said, Now, Sir Hugh, I hope you will excuse me if I go upstairs. I am taking the racing calendar with me, you see. My forerunner, the author of Muslin, should have written the story sketched here with a failing hand. His young wit would have allowed him to tell how the marriage, that had wilted sadly after the death of Uncle Toby, now renewed its youth, opening its leaves to the light again, shaking itself in the gay breezes floating by. He would have been able in this story to present 3 exemplars of the domestic virtues, telling how they went away to the seaside together, and returned together to their castle among tall trees in October, compelling the admiration of the entire countryside. He would have shown us the Marchioness entertaining visitors while the 2 men talked by the fireplace, delighting in each other's company, and he would not have forgotten to put them before us in their afternoon walks, sharing between them Violet's knickknacks, her wraps, her scarf, her fan, her parasol, her cushion. His last chapter would probably be in a ballroom, husband and lover standing by the door, watching the Marchioness swinging round the room on the arm of a young subaltern. Other women are younger than she, Kilcarney, but who is as graceful? Have you ever seen a woman hold herself like Violet? One of the daughters, for there have been children by this second, or shall we say by this third, marriage, comes up breathless after the dance. Darling Uncle Hughie, won't you take me for an ice? And he gives her his arm affectionately. But as they pass away to the buffet, Sir Hugh hears Kilcarney speaking of Lily as his daughter. Sir Hugh's face clouds suddenly, but he remembers that, After all, Kilcarny is a guardian of his wife's honor. A very ingenious story, no doubt, and if, as the young man's ascendant, the critics of 1915 are pleased to speak of me as ascendant from the author of Muslin, I may be permitted to remark upon it. I would urge the very grave improbability that 3 people ever lived contemporaneously who were wise enough to prefer, and so consistently, happiness to the conventions. There are still May Gould and Olive to consider, but this preface has been prolonged unduly, and it may be well to leave the reader to imagine a future for these girls, and to decide the interests that will fill Mrs. Barton's life when Lord Dungary's relations with this world have ceased. G.M. End of Preface. Recording by Lisanne Lavoie.
Chapter 1 of Muslin. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Muslin by George Moore. Chapter 1. The convent was situated on a hilltop, and through the green garden the white dresses of the schoolgirls fluttered like the snowy plumage of 100 doves. Obeying a sudden impulse, a flock of little ones would race through a deluge of leaf-entangled rays towards a pet companion standing at the end of a gravel walk, examining the flower she has just picked, the sunlight glancing along her little white legs proudly and charmingly advanced. The elder girls in their longer skirts were more dignified, but when they caught sight of a favorite sister, they too ran forward, and then retreated timidly, as if afraid of committing an indiscretion. It was prize day in the convent of the Holy Child, and since early morning all had been busy preparing for the arrival of the bishop. His throne had been set at one end of the school hall, and at the other the carpenters had erected a stage for the performance of King Cophetua, a musical sketch written by Miss Alice Barton for the occasion. Alice Barton was what is commonly known as a plain girl. At home during the holidays she often heard that the dressmaker could not fit her, but though her shoulders were narrow and prim, her arms long and almost awkward, there was a character about the figure that commanded attention. Alice was now turned 20. She was the eldest, the best beloved, and the cleverest girl in the school. It was not, therefore, on account of any backwardness in her education that she had been kept so long out of society, but because Mrs. Barton thought that as her 2 girls were so different in appearance, it would be well for them to come out together. Against this decision Alice said nothing, and like a tall arum lily she had grown in the convent from girl to womanhood. To her the little children ran to be comforted, and to walk with her in the garden was considered an honor, and a pleasure that even the Reverend Mother was glad to participate in. Lady Cecilia Cullen sat next to Alice, and her high shoulders and long face and pathetic eyes drew attention to her shoulders. They were a little wry, the right seemingly higher than the left. Her eyes were on Alice, and it was plain that she wished the other girls away, and that her nature was delicate, sensitive, obscure, if not a little queer. At home her elder sisters complained that an ordinary look or gesture often shocked her, and so deeply that she would remain for hours sitting apart, refusing all consolation. And it was true that a spot on the tablecloth or presence of one repellent to her was sufficient to extinguish a delight or an appetite. Violet Scully occupied the other end of the garden bench. She was very thin, but withal elegantly made. Her face was neat and delicate, and it was set with light blue eyes. When she was not changing her place restlessly, or looking round as if she fancied someone was approaching, when she was still, which was seldom, a rigidity of feature and an almost complete want of bosom gave her the appearance of a convalescent boy. If May Gould, who sat at the back, her hand leaning affectionately on Alice's shoulder, had been 3 inches taller, she would have been classed a fine figure, but her features were too massive for her height. Her hair was not of an inherited red. It's the shade of red that is only seen in the children of dark-haired parents. In great coils it rolled over the dimpled cream of her neck. With the exception of Alice, May was the cleverest girl in the school. For public inspection, she made large watercolor drawings of Swiss scenery. For private view, pen and ink sketches of officers sitting in conservatories with young ladies. The former were admired by the nuns. The latter occasioned some discussion among a select few. Violet Scully and May Gould would appeal to different imaginations. Olive, Alice's sister, was more beautiful than either, but there was danger that her corn-colored hair wound round a small, shapely head might fail to excite more than polite admiration. Her nose was finely chiseled, but it was high and aquiline, and though her eyes were well drawn and colored, they lacked personal passion and conviction. But no flower could show more delicate tints than her face, rose tints fading into cream, cream rising into rose. Her ear was curved like a shell, her mouth was faint and weak as a rose, and her moods alternated between sudden discontent and sudden gaiety. I don't see, Alice, why you couldn't have made King Cophetua marry the princess. Who ever heard of a king marrying a beggar maid? Besides, I hear that lots of people are going to be present, and to be jilted before them all isn't very nice. I'm sure Mamma wouldn't like it. But you were not jilted, my dear Olive. You don't like the king, and you show your nobleness of mind by refusing him. I don't see that. Whoever refused a king? Well, what do you want? Exclaimed May. I never saw anyone so selfish in all my life. You wouldn't be satisfied unless you played the whole piece by yourself. Olive would probably have made a petulant and passionate reply, but at that moment visitors were coming up the drive. "It's Papa!" cried Olive. "And he is with Mamma," said Violet, and she tripped over Olive. Mr. Barton, a tall, handsome man, seemed possessed of all the beauty of a cameo, and Olive had inherited his high aquiline nose and the moulding of his romantic forehead, and his color too. He wore a flowing beard, and his hair and beard were the color of pale café au lait. Giving a hand to each daughter, he said, "Here is learning and here is beauty. Could a father desire more? And you, Violet, and you, May, are about to break into womanhood. I used to kiss you in old times, but I suppose you are too big now. How strange! How strange! There you are, a row of brunettes and blondes, who before many days are over will be charming the hearts of all the young men in Galway. I suppose it was in talking of such things that you spent the morning. Our young charges have been, I assure you, very busy all the morning. We are not as idle as you think, Mr. Barton," said the nun in a tone of voice that showed that she thought Mr. Barton's remark ill-considered. "We have been arranging the stage for the representation of a little play that your daughter Alice composed." "Oh, yes, I know. She wrote to me about it. King Cophetua is the name, isn't it? I am very curious indeed, for I have set Tennyson's ballad to music myself. I sing it to the guitar, and if life were not so hurried, I should have sent it to you. However, we are all going home tomorrow. I promised to take charge of Cecilia, and Mrs. Scully is going to look after May." "Oh, how nice! Oh, how jolly that would be!" Olive cried, and catching Violet by the hand, she romped with her for glee. But the nun, taking advantage of this break in the conversation, said, "Come now, ladies, it is after 2 o'clock. We shall never be ready in time if you don't make haste, and it won't do to keep the bishop waiting." Like a hen gathering her chickens, the sister hurried away with Violet, Olive, and May. "How happy they seem in this beautiful retreat," said Mrs. Scully, drawing her black lace shawl around her gray silk shoulders. "How little they know of the troubles of the world. I'm afraid it would be hard to persuade them to leave their convent if they knew the trials that await them." "We cannot escape our trials," a priest said, who had Just join the group. They are given to us that we may overcome them." "I suppose so, indeed," said Mrs. Scully, and trying to find consolation in the remark, she sighed. Another priest, as if fearing further religious shock from his fellow worker, informed Mr. Barton in a cheerful tone of voice that he had heard he was a great painter. I don't know," replied Mr. Barton. "Painting is, after all, only dreaming. I should like to be put at the head of an army, but when I am seized with an idea I have to rush to put it down." Finding no appropriate answer to these somewhat erratic remarks, the priest joined in a discussion that had been started concerning the action taken by the church during the present agrarian agitation. Mr. Barton, who was weary of the subject, stepped aside, and sitting on one of the terrace benches between Cecilia and Alice, he feasted his eyes on the color changes that came over the sea, and in long drawn out and disconnected phrases explained his views on nature and art, till the bell was rung for the children to assemble in the school hall. End of chapter 1. Chapter 2 of Muslin. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Muslin by George Moore. Chapter 2. It was a large room with 6 windows. These had been covered over with red cloth, and the wall opposite was decorated with plates, flowers, and wreaths woven out of branches of ilex and holly. Chairs for the visitors had been arranged in a semicircle around the bishop's throne, a great square chair approached by steps, and rendered still more imposing by the canopy, whose voluminous folds fell on either side like those of a corpulent woman's dress. Opposite was the stage. The footlights were turned down, but the blue mountains and brown palm trees of the drop curtain, painted by one of the nuns, loomed through the red obscurity of the room. Benches had been set along the walls, between them a strip of carpet worked with roses and lilies, down which the girls advanced when called to receive their prizes, stretched its blue and slender length. "His Grace is coming," a nun cried, running in, and instantly the babbling of voices ceased, and 4 girls hastened to the pianos placed on either side of the stage. 2 left hands struck a series of chords in the bass, the treble notes replied, and to the gallant measure of a French polka, a stately prelate entered, smiling benediction as he advanced, the soft clapping of feminine palms drowning, for a moment, the slangy strains of the polka. When the bishop was seated on his high throne, the back of which extended some feet above his head, and as soon as the crowd of visitors had been accommodated with chairs around him, a nun made her way through the room, seeking anxiously among the girls. She carried in her hand a basket filled with programs, all rolled and neatly tied with pieces of different colored ribbon. These she distributed to the 10 tiniest little children she could find, and advancing 5 from either side, they formed in a line and curtsied to the bishop. One little dot, whose hair hung about her head like a golden mist, nearly lost her balance. She was, however, saved from falling by a companion, and then, like a group of kittens, they tripped down the strip of blue carpet and handed the programs to the guests, who leaned forward as if anxious to touch their hands, to stroke their shining hair. The play was now ready to begin, and Alice felt she was going from hot to cold, for when the announcement printed on the program that she was the author of the comedy of King Cophetua had been read, all eyes were fixed upon her. The bishop, after eyeing her intently, bent towards the Reverend Mother and whispered to her. Cecilia clasped Alice's hand and said, "You must not be afraid, dear. I know it will be all right." And the little play was as charming as it was guileless. The old legend had been arranged, as might have been expected from a schoolgirl, simply and unaffectedly. The scene opened in a room in the palace of the king, and when a chorus supposed to be sung by the townspeople was over, a minister entered hurriedly. The little children uttered a cry of delight. They did not recognize their companion in her strange disguise. A large wig, with brown curls hanging over the shoulders, almost hid the face that had been made to look quite aged by a few clever touches of the pencil about the eyes and mouth. She was dressed in a long garment, something between an ulster and a dressing gown. It fell just below her knees, for it had been decided by the Reverend Mother that it were better that there should be a slight display of ankles than the least suspicion of trousers. The subject was a delicate one, and for some weeks past a look of alarm had not left the face of the nun in charge of the wardrobe. But these considerations only amused the girls, and now, delighted at the novelty of her garments, the minister strutted about the stage complaining of the temper of the Dowager Queen. Who could help it if the king wouldn't marry? Who could make him leave his poetry and music for a pretty face if he didn't care to do so? He had already refused blue eyes, black eyes, brown eyes. However, the new princess was a very beautiful person, and ought, all things considered, to be accepted by the king. She must be passing through the city at the moment. On this, the queen entered. The first words she spoke were inaudible, but gathering courage, she trailed her white satin, with its large brocaded pattern, in true queenly fashion, and questioned the minister as to his opinion of the looks of the new princess. But she gave no point to her words. The scene was, fortunately, a short one, and no sooner had they disappeared than a young man entered. He held a lute in his left hand, and with his right hand he twanged the strings idly. He was King Cophetua, and many times during rehearsal Alice had warned May that her reading of the character was not right. But May did not seem able to accommodate herself to the author's view of the character, and after a few minutes fell back into her old swagger, and now, excited by the presence of an audience, by the footlights, by the long coat under which she knew her large, well-shaped legs could be seen, she forgot her promises, and strolled about like a man, as she had seen young Scully saunter about the stable yard at home. She looked, no doubt, very handsome, and, conscious of the fact, she addressed her speeches to a group of young men, who, for no ostensible reason except to get as far away as possible from the bishop, had crowded into the left-hand corner of the hall. And so great was May's misreading of the character that Alice could hardly realize that she was listening to her own play. Instead of speaking the sentence, "My dear mother, I could not marry anyone I did not love. Besides, am I not already wedded to music and poetry?" Slowly, dreamily, May emphasized the words so jauntily that they seemed to be poetic equivalents for wine and tobacco. There was no doubt that things were going too far. The Reverend Mother frowned, and shifted her position in her chair uneasily. The bishop crossed his legs and took snuff methodically. But at this moment the attention of the audience was diverted by the entrance of the princess. May's misbehavior was forgotten, and a murmur of admiration rose through the red twilight. Dressed in a tight-fitting gown of pale blue, opening in front, and finishing in a train held up by the smallest child in the school, Olive moved across the stage like a beautiful bird. Taking a wreath of white roses from her hair, she presented them to the king. He had then to kiss her hand and lead her to a chair. In the scene that followed, Alice had striven to be intensely pathetic. She had intended that the king, by a series of kindly put questions, should gradually win the princess's confidence, and induce her to tell the truth, that her affections had already been won by a knight at her father's court, that she could love none other. King: But if this knight did not exist, if you had never seen him, you would, I suppose, have accepted my hand. Princess: You will not be offended if I tell you the truth. King: No, my word on it. Princess: I could never have listened to your love. King, rising hastily. Am I then so ugly, so horrible, so vile, that even if your heart were not engaged elsewhere, you could not have listened to me? Princess. You are neither horrible nor vile, King Cophetua, but again promise me secrecy, and I will tell you the whole truth. King. I promise. Princess. You are loved by a maiden far more beautiful than I. She is dying of love for your sake. She has suffered much for her love. She is suffering still. King. Who is this maiden? Princess. Ah, but she is but a beggar maid. She lives on charity, the songs she sings, and the flowers she sells in the streets. And now she is poorer than ever, for your royal mother has caused her to be driven out of the city. Here the king weeps. He is supposed to be deeply touched by the princess' account of the wrongs done to the beggar maid, and it is finally arranged between him and the princess that they shall pretend to have come to some violent misunderstanding, and that in their war of words they shall insult each other's parents so grossly that all possibilities of a marriage will be for ever at an end. Throwing aside a chair so as to bring the queen within earshot, the king declares that his royal neighbor is an old dunce, and that there is not enough money in his treasury to pay the court bootmaker. The princess retaliates by saying that the royal mother of the crowned head she is addressing is an old cat who paints her face and beats her maids of honor. The play that up to this point had been considered a little tedious now engaged the attention of the audience, and when the queen entered she was greeted with roars of laughter. The applause was deafening. Olive played her part better than had been expected, and all the white frocks trembled with excitement. The youths in the left-hand corner craned their heads forward so as not to lose a syllable of what was coming. The bishop recrossed his legs in a manner that betokened his entire satisfaction, and delighted the mammas and papas whispered together. But the faces of the nuns betrayed the anxiety they felt. Inquiring glances passed beneath the black hoods. All the sleek faces grew alive and alarmed. May was now alone on the stage, and there was no saying what indiscretion she might not be guilty of. The Reverend Mother, however, had anticipated the danger of the scene, and had sent round word to the nun in charge of the back of the stage to tell Miss Gould that she was to set the crown straight on her head, and to take her hands out of her pockets. The effect of receiving such instructions from the wings was that Mary forgot one half of her words, and spoke the other half so incorrectly that the passage Alice had counted on so much, "At last, thank heaven, that tiresome trouble is over, and I am free to return to music and poetry," was rendered into nonsense, and the attention of the audience lost. Nor were matters set straight until a high soprano voice was heard, singing, "Buy, buy, who will buy roses of me? Roses to weave in your hair, a penny, only a penny for 3. Roses a queen might wear. Roses, I gathered them far away in gardens, white and red. Roses, make presents of roses today, and help me to earn my bread." The king divined that this must be the ballad singer, the beggar maid who loved him, who by some secret emissaries of the queen had been driven away from the city, homeless and outcast. And snatching his lute from the wall, he sang a few plaintive verses in response. The strain was instantly taken up, and then, on the current of a plain religious melody, the two voices were united, and as two perfumes they seemed to blend and become one. Alice would have preferred something less ethereal, for the exigencies of the situation demanded that the king should get out of the window and claim the hand of the beggar maid in the public street. But the nun who had composed the music could not be brought to see this, and after a comic scene between the queen and the chancellor, the king, followed by his court and suite, entered, leading the beggar maid by the hand. In a short speech he told how her sweetness, her devotion, and above all her beautiful voice had won his heart, and that he intended to make her his queen. A backcloth went up, and it disclosed a double throne, and as the young bride ascended the steps to take her place by the side of her royal husband, a joyful chorus was sung, in which allusion was made to a long reign and happy days. Everyone was enchanted but Alice, who had wished to show how a man, in the trouble and bitterness of life, must yearn for the consoling sympathy of a woman, and how he may find the dove his heart is sighing for in the lowliest bracken, and having found her, and having recognized that she is the one, he should place her in his bosom, confident that her plumes are as fair and immaculate as those that glitter in the sunlight about the steps and terraces of the palace. Instead of this, she had seen a king who seemed to regard life as a sensual gratification, and a beggar maid who looked upon her lover not timidly as a newborn flower upon the sun, but as a clever huckstress at a customer who had bought her goods at her valuing. But the audience did not see below the surface, and in answer to clapping of hands and cries of encore, the curtain was raised once more, and King Cophetua, seated on his throne by the side of his beggar maid, was shown to them again. The excitement did not begin to calm until the tableaux vivants were ready, for notwithstanding the worldliness of the day, it was thought that heaven should not be forgotten. The convent being that of the Holy Child, something illustrative of the birth of Christ naturally suggested itself. No more touching or edifying subject than that of the Annunciation could be found. Violet's thin, elegant face seemed representative of an intelligent virginity. In a long white dress she knelt at the prie-dieu. Olive, with a pair of wings obtained from the local theatre, and her hair, blonde as an August harvesting, lying along her back, took the part of the angel. She wore a star on her forehead, and after an interval that allowed the company to recover their composure, and the carpenter to prepare the stage, the curtain was again raised. This time the scene was a stable. At the back, in the right-hand corner, there was a manger, to which was attached a stuffed donkey. Violet sat on a low stool and held the newborn divinity in her arms. May, who for the part of Joseph had been permitted to wear a false beard, held a staff, and tried to assume the facial expression of a man who had just been blessed with a son. In the foreground knelt the three wise men from the east. With outstretched hands they held forth their offerings of frankincense and myrrh. The picture of the world's redemption was depicted with such taste that a murmur of pious admiration sighed throughout the hall. Soon after, a distribution of prizes began, and when the different awards had been distributed and the bishop had made a speech, there was benediction in the convent church. End of chapter 2.
Chapter 3 of Muslin. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jennifer Painter. Muslin by George Moore. Chapter 3. "And to think," said Alice, "that this is the very last evening we shall ever pass here." "I don't see why you should be so very sorry for that," replied May. "I should have thought that you must have had enough of the place. Why, you have been here nearly 10 years. I never would have consented to remain so long as that." "I didn't mind. We have been very happy here, and to say good-bye, and forever, to friends we have known so long, and who have been so good to us, seems very sad. At least it does to me." "It is all very well for you," said Olive. "I dare say you have been happy here. You have always been the petted and spoilt child of the school. Nothing was ever too good for Alice. No matter who was wrong or what was done, Alice was sure to be right." "I never knew anyone so unreasonable," said Cecilia. "You grumble at everything, and you're always dying of jealousy of your sister." "That's not true, and you haven't much to talk of. After beating your brains out, you only just got the prize for composition. Besides, If you like the convent as much as I dare say you do, although you aren't a Catholic, you had better stop here with my sister." "Oh, Olive, how can you speak to Cecilia in that horrid way? I am ashamed of you." "So you are going to turn against me, Alice? But that's your way. I shan't stay here." The retreating figure of the young girl stood out in beautiful distinctness in the pale light. Behind her the soft evening swept the sea, effacing with azure the brown sails of the fishing boats. In front of her the dresses of the girls flitted white through the sombre green of the garden. "I am sorry," said Cecilia, "you spoke to her. She is put out because she didn't get a prize, and Sister Agnes told her that she nearly spoilt the play by the stupid way she played the princess." "She will find that temper of hers will stand in her way if she doesn't learn to control it," Violet said. "But now she is gone, tell me, Alice, how do you think she played her part? As far as I can judge, she didn't seem to put any life into it. You meant the princess to be a sharp, cunning woman of the world, didn't you?" "No, not exactly. But I agree with you that Olive didn't put life into it." "Well, anyhow, the play was a great success, and you got, dear Alice, the handsomest prize that has ever been given in the school." "And how do you think I did the king? Did I make him look like a man? I tried to walk just as Fred Scully does when he goes down to the stables." "You did the part very well, May, but I think I should like him to have been more sentimental." "I don't think men are sentimental, at least not as you think they are. I tried to copy Fred Scully. My part was a mere nothing. You must write me a something, Alice, one of these days. A coquettish girl, you know, who could twist a man round her fingers. A lot of bavardage in it." "I suppose you'll never be able to speak English again now you've got the prize for French conversation." "Sour grapes! You would like to have got it yourself. I worked hard for it. I was determined to get it, for Ma says it is of great advantage in society for a girl to speak French well." "Jealous? I should like to know why I should be jealous. Of what? I got all I tried for. Besides, the truth about your French prize is that you may consider yourself very fortunate, for if," she mentioned the name of one of her schoolfellows, "hadn't been so shy and timid, you'd have come off second best." The rudeness of this retort drew a sharp answer from Violet, and then, in turn, but more often simultaneously, the girls discussed the justice of the distribution. The names of an infinite number of girls were mentioned, but when, in the babbling flow of convent gossip, a favourite nun was spoken of, one of the chatterers would sigh, and for a moment be silent. The violet waters of the bay had darkened, and, like the separating banners of a homeward moving procession, the colours of the sky went east and west. The girdle of rubies had melted, had become the pale red lining of a falling mantle. The large spaces of gold grew dim. Orange and yellow streamers blended. Lilac and blue pennons faded to deep greys. Dark hoods and dark veils were drawn closer. Purple was gathered like garments about the loins. The night fell, and the sky, now decorated with a crescent moon and a few stars, was filled with stillness and adoration. The day's death was exquisite, even human, and as she gazed on the beautiful corpse lowered amid the fumes of 1,000 censers into an underworld, even Violet's egotism began to dream. "The evening is lovely. I am glad. It is the last we shall pass here," said the girl pensively, "and all goodbyes are sad." "Yes, we have been happy," said May, "and I too am sorry to leave, but then we couldn't spend our lives here. There are plenty of things to be done at home, and I suppose we shall all get married one of these days. And there will be balls and parties before we get married. I don't think I'd care to get married all at once. Would you, Violet?" "I don't know. Perhaps not, unless it was to someone very grand indeed." "Oh, would you do that? I don't think I could marry a man unless I loved him," said May. "Yes, but you might love someone who was very grand as well as someone who wasn't." "That's true enough. But then and May stopped, striving to readjust her ideas, which Violet's remark had suddenly disarranged. After a pause she said, "But does your mother intend to bring you to Dublin for the season? Are you going to be presented this year?" "I hope so. Mamma said I should be last vacation." "I shall take good care that I am. The best part of the hunting will be over, and I wouldn't miss the castle balls for anything. Do you like officers?" The crudity of the question startled Alice, and it was with difficulty she answered she didn't know, that she had not thought about the matter. May and Violet continued the conversation, and over the lingering waste of yellow, all that remained to tell where the sun had set, the night fell like a heavy, blinding dust, sadly and regretfully, as the last handful of earth thrown upon a young girl's grave. End of chapter 3.
Chapter 4 of Muslin. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Muslin by George Moore. Chapter 4. In the tiny cornfields, the reapers rose from their work to watch the carriage. Mr. Barton commented on the disturbed state of the country. Olive asked if Mr. Parnell was good-looking. A railway bridge was passed and a pine wood aglow with the sunset, and a footman stepped down from the box to open a swinging iron gate. This was Brookfield. Sheep grazed on the lawn, at the end of which, beneath some chestnut trees, was the house. It had been built by the late Mr. Barton out of a farmhouse, but the present man, having travelled in Italy and been attracted by the picturesque, had built a veranda, and for the same reason had insisted on calling his daughter Olive. "Oh, there, Mamma!" cried Olive, looking out of the carriage window, and the two girls watched their mother, a pretty woman of 40, coming across the greensward to meet them. She moved over the greensward in a skirt that seemed a little too long, a black silk skirt trimmed with jet. As she came forward, her daughters noticed that her mother dyed her hair in places where it might be suspected of turning gray. It was parted in the middle, and she wore it drawn back over her ears and slightly puffed on either side in accordance with a fashion that had come in with the Empress Eugenie. Even in a photograph she was like a last-century beauty sketched by Romney in pastel. Brown, languid, almond-shaped eyes, a thin figure a little bent. Even in youth it had probably resembled Alice's rather than Olive's, but neither had inherited her mother's hands, the most beautiful hands ever seen. While they trifled with the newly bought foliards, a warbling voice inquired if Olive was sure she was not tired. 5 hours in the train, and you, Alice, you must be starving, my dear, and I'm afraid the saffron buns are cold. My lord brought us over such a large packet today. We must have some heated up. They won't be a minute. Oh, Mamma, I assure you that I am not in the least hungry, cried Olive. La beauté n'est jamais faim, elle nourrit d'elle-même, replied Lord Dungorry, who had just returned from the pleasure ground, whither he had gone for a little walk with Arthur. You will find my lord the same as ever, toujours galant, always thinking of la beauté et la femmes. Lord Dungorry was the kind of man that is often seen with the Mrs. Barton type of woman, an elderly beau verging on the 60s who, like Mrs. Barton, suggested a period. His period was very early Victorian, but he no longer wore a silk hat in the country. A high silk hat in Galway would have called attention to his age, so the difficulty of costume was ingeniously compromised by a tall felt, a cross between a pot and a chimney pot. For collars, a balance had been struck between the jaw-scrapers of old times and the nearest modern equivalent, and in the tying of the large cravat there was a reminiscence, but nothing more, of the past generation. He had modelled himself, consciously or unconsciously, on Lord Palmerston, and in the course of conversation one gathered that he was on terms of intimacy with the chiefs of the Liberal party, such as Lord Granville and Lord Hartington, and if the listener was credited with any erudition, allusion was made to the most celebrated artists and authors, and to their works. There was a celebrated bochet in Dungory Castle, which my lord had hinted had bought for some very small sum many years ago on the Continent. There was also a cabinet by Buell and a statue, supposed to be a John Gauguin, and the proofs of their authenticity were sometimes spoken of after a set dinner party. His speech was urbane, and on all questions of taste Lord Dungory's opinion was eagerly sought for. He gave a tone to the ideas put forward in the surrounding country houses, and it was through him that Mr. Barton held the title of a genius born out of due time. If Arthur, he said, had lived 2 centuries ago, when the gift of imagination was considered indispensable in the artist, he would have achieved high distinction. His subjects, the bridal of Triermain and Julius Caesar overturning the altars of the Druids, would have been envied, perhaps stolen, by the Venetian painters. And this tribute to Arthur's genius, so generously expressed, enabled him to maintain the amenities of his life at Brookfield. He never forgot to knock at Arthur's studio door, and the moment his eyes fell on a new composition, he spoke of it with respect. And he never failed to allude to it at lunch. He lunched at Brookfield every day. At 1:30 his carriage was at the door. In the afternoons he went out to drive with Mrs. Barton, or sat in the drawing-room with her. 4 times in the week he remained to dinner, did not return home until close on midnight. Whether he ever made any return to Mrs. Barton for her hospitalities, and if so, in what form he repaid his obligations to her, was, when friends drew together, a favourite topic of conversation in the county of Galway. It had been remarked that the Dartons never dined at Dungory Castle except on state occasions, and it was well known that the ladies Cullen hated Mrs. Barton with a hatred as venomous as the poison hid in the fangs of adders. But Lord Dungory knew how to charm his tame snakes. For fortune they had but £5,000 each, and although freedom and a London lodging were often dreamed of, the flesh pots of Dungory Castle continued to be purchased at the price of smiles and civil words exchanged with Mrs. Barton. Besides, as they grew old and ugly, the ladies Cullen had developed an inordinate passion for the conversion of souls. They had started a school of their own in opposition to the national school, which was under the direction of the priest, and to persuade the peasants to read the Bible and to eat bacon on Fridays were good works that could not be undertaken without funds, and these were obtained, it was said, by the visits of the ladies Cullen to Brookfield. Mrs. Gould declared she could estimate to a fraction the prosperity of Protestantism in the parish by the bows these ladies exchanged with Mrs. Barton when their carriages crossed on the streets. Here are the saffron buns at last, my dear children, and Mrs. Barton pressed them upon her girls, saying that my lord had brought them from Dungory Castle especially for them. Take a bottom piece, Olive, and Alice, you really must. Well, if you won't eat, tell my lord about your play of King Cophetua and the beggar maid. Arthur, tell me, how did you like the play, and how did the nuns like it? To think of my daughter, so prim and demure, writing a play, and on such a subject. But, mamma, what is there odd in the subject? We all know the old ballad. Yes, we all know the ballad, Arthur answered. I sing stanzas of it to the guitar myself. He began to chant to himself, and Mrs. Barton listened, her face slanted in the pose of the picture of Lady Hamilton. And my lord rejoiced in the interlude, for it gave him opportunity to meditate. Anna, Mrs. Barton, seemed to him more charming and attractive than he had ever seen her, as she sat in the quiet shadow of the veranda. Beyond the veranda, behind her, the autumn sunshine fell across the shelving meadows. A quiet harmony reigned over Brookfield. The rooks came flapping home through the sunlight, and when Arthur had ceased humming, Mrs. Barton said, "And now, my dear children, if you have finished your tea, come and I will show you your room." She did not leave the veranda, however, without paying a pretty compliment to my lord, one that set him thinking how miserable his life would have been with his 3 disagreeable daughters if he had not fallen in with this enchantment. He remembered that it had lasted for nearly 20 years, and it was as potent as ever. And what did it consist, he asked himself. He sometimes thought her laughter too abundant. Sometimes it verged on merriment. He did not like to think of Anna as a merry woman. He preferred to think that wherever she went she brought happiness with her. He had known her sad, but never melancholy, for she was never without a smile, even when she was melancholy. Awakening from his reverie, he drew his chair closer to Arthur's, and with a certain parade of interest asked him if he had been to the academy. "Did you see anything, Arthur, that in design approached your picture of Julius Caesar overturning the altars of the Druids?" "There were some beautiful bits of painting there," replied Arthur, whose modesty forbade him to answer the question directly. "I saw some lovely landscapes, and there were some babies' frocks," he added satirically. "In one of these pictures I saw a rattle painted to perfection." "Ah, yes, you don't like the pettiness of family feeling dragged into art. But if you only condescend to take a little more notice of the craft is, after all, I am carried along too rapidly by my feelings. I feel that I must get my idea on canvas. But when I was in London I saw such a lovely woman, one of the most exquisite creatures possible to imagine. Oh, so sweet and so feminine. I have it all in my head. I shall do something like her to-morrow." Here he began to sketch with his stick in the dust, and from his face it might be judged he was satisfied with the invisible result. At last he said, "You needn't say anything about it, but she sent me some songs with accompaniments written for the guitar. You shall hear some of the songs tonight. Ah, there is the dinner bell." Olive was placed next to my lord, and the compliments paid to her by the old courtier delighted her. She pretended to understand when he said, "La femme est comme une ombre. Si vous la suivez, elle vous fuit. Si vous fuyez, elle vous poursuit." A little later the champagne she had drunk set her laughing hysterically, and she begged him to translate. He had just whispered to her mother, "L'amour est la conscience du plaisir donné et reçu, la certitude de donner et de recevoir," and he would have complied with her request, but Mrs. Barton forbade him. Alice, who had understood, found herself obliged to say that she had not understood, which little fib begot a little annoyance in her against her mother, and my lord, as if he thought he had been guilty of a slight indiscretion, said, addressing himself to both girls, "Gardez bien vos illusions, mon enfant, car les illusions sont la mère de l'amour." "Ah, mais il ne faut pas couvrir trop l'abîme avec les flots," said Mrs. Barton, as a sailor from his point of vantage might cry, "Rocks ahead." Arthur only joined occasionally in the conversation. He gazed long and ardently on his daughter, and then sketched with his thumbnail on the cloth, and when they arose from the table Mrs. Barton said, Now, I am not going to allow you gentlemen to spend any more time over your wine. This is our first evening together. Come into the drawing-room with us, and we shall have some music." Like most men of an unevenly balanced mind, Arthur loved an eccentric costume, and soon after he appeared in a long tasseled cap and a strangely colored smoking jacket. He wore a pair of high-heeled brocaded slippers, and twanging a guitar hummed to himself plaintively. Then, when he thought he had been sufficiently admired, he sang "Lasciate la morte il baleine," and several other Italian airs, in which frequent allusion was made to the inconstancy of woman's and the truth of man's affection. At every pause in the music these sentiments were laughingly contested by Mrs. Barton. She appealed to my lord. He never had anything to complain of. Was it not well known that the poor woman had been only true to him? Finally it was arranged there should be a little dancing. As Mrs. Barton said, it was of great importance to know if Olive knew the right step, and who could put her up to all the latest fashions, as well as my lord. The old gentleman replied in French, and settled his waistcoat, fearing the garment was doing him an injustice. "But who is to play?" asked the poetical-looking Arthur, who, on the highest point of the sofa, hummed and tuned his guitar after true troubadour fashion. "Alice will play us a waltz," said Mrs. Barton winningly. "Oh, yes, Alice, dear, play us a waltz," cried Olive. "You know how stupid I am. I can't play a note without my music, and it is all locked up in my trunk upstairs." "It won't take you a minute to get it out," said Mrs. Barton, and moving, as she were on wheels, towards her daughter, she whispered, "Do as I tell you. Run upstairs at once and get your music." She looked questioningly at her mother and hesitated, but Mrs. Barton had a way of compelling obedience, and the girl went upstairs, to return soon after with a roll of music. At the best of times she had little love of the art, but now, sick with disappointment and weary from a long railway journey, to spell through the rhythm of My Queen Waltz and the jangle of L'Esprit Français was to her an odious and, when the object of it was considered, an abominable duty to perform. She had to keep her whole attention fixed on the page before her. When she raised her eyes, the picture she saw engraved itself on her mind. It was a long time before she could forget Olive's blonde, cameo-like profile seen leaning over the old beau's fat shoulder. Mrs. Barton laughed and laughed again, declaring the while that it was la grâce et la beauté réunies. Mr. Barton shouted and twanged in measure, the excitement gaining on him until he rushed at his wife and, seizing her round the waist, whirled her, holding his guitar above his head. At last they bumped against my lord and shot the old man and his burden on to the nearest sofa. Then Alice, who thought her mission at the piano was over, rose to go, but Mrs. Barton ordered her to resume her seat, and the dancing was continued till the carriage came up the gravel sweep to fetch my lord away. This was generally about 11:30, and as he muffled himself up in overcoats, the girls were told to cram his pockets with cigarettes and bonbons. "Bedad, I think it is revolvers and policemen you ought to be giving me, not sweetmeats," he said, affecting a brogue. "Oh, yes, is it not dreadful?" exclaimed Mrs. Barton. "I don't know what we shall do if the government don't put down the Land League. We shall all be shot in our beds some night. Did you hear of that murder the other day? And it is said that there will be no rents collected this year," said Mr. Barton, as he tightened one of the strings of his guitar. "Oh, do cease that noise," said Mrs. Barton, "and tell me, Lord Dungaree, will the government refuse us soldiers and police to put the people out?" "If we go to the castle, we shall want more money to buy dresses," said Olive. "La mère a toujours son écho pour payer ses dettes," replied my lord, and he got into his carriage amid pearly peals of laughter from Mrs. Barton, intermingled with a few high notes from Olive, who had already taken to mimicking her mother. End of chapter 4.
Chapter 5 of Muslin. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Betsy Walker, Santa Fe, New Mexico. Muslin by George Moore, Chapter 5. Mr. Barton, or Arthur as he was usually called, always returned to his studio immediately after breakfast, and as Mrs. Barton had domestic duties to attend to, the girls were left to themselves to appreciate their return home from school and look forward to their entry into the life of the world. The two girls descended the stairs with their summer hats and sunshades, and Alice stopped at the door of the schoolroom. It was here that, only a few years ago, she had interceded with the dear old governess and aided Olive to master the difficulties against which the light brain could not contend singly, the hardships of striving to recall the number of continents the world possesses, the impossibility of learning to say definitely if 7 times 4 made 28 or 30. At the end of the passage under the stairs, the children used to play for hours, building strange houses out of boxes of bricks, or dressing dolls in fantastic costumes. Olive had forgotten, but Alice remembered, and her thoughts wandered through the land of toys. The box of bricks had come from an aunt that was now dead. The big doll Mother had brought from Dublin when she went to see the oculist about her eyes. And then there were other toys that suggested nothing, and whose history was entirely forgotten. But the clock that stood in the passage was well remembered, and Alice thought how this old-fashioned timepiece used to be the regulator and confidant of all their joys and hopes. She saw herself again listening amid her sums for the welcome voice that would call her away. She saw herself again examining its grave face and striving to calculate with childish eagerness if she would have time to build another Tower of Babel or put another tack in the doll's frock before the ruthless iron tongue struck the fatal hour. Olive, is it possible you don't remember how we used to listen to the dear old clock when we were children? You are a funny girl, Alice. You remember everything. Fancy thinking of that old clock. I hated it, for it brought me to lessons when it struck 11. Yes, but it brought you out to play when it struck 12. See? The hands are just on the hour. Let us wait to hear it strike. The girls listened vainly for a sound, and Alice felt as if she had been apprised of the loss of a tried friend when one of the servants told them the clock had been broken some years ago. The kitchen windows looked out on a street made by a line of buildings parallel with the house. These were the stables and outhouses, and they formed one of the walls of the garden that lay behind, sheltered on the north side by a thin curtain of beeches, filled every evening with noisy rooks. And coming round to the front of the house, the girls lingered beneath the chestnut trees and in the rosery, where a little fountain played when visitors were present, and then stood leaning over the wooden paling that defended the pleasure ground from the cows that grazed in the generous expanse of grass extending up to the trees of the Lawler domain. Brookfield was, therefore, without pretensions. It could hardly be called a place, but, manifolded in dreams past and present, it extended indefinitely before Alice's eyes, and, absorbed by the sad sweetness of retrospection, she lingered while Olive ran through the rosery from the stables and back again, calling to her sister, making the sunlight ring with her light laughter. She refrained, therefore, from reminding her that it was here they used to play with Nell, the old setter, and that it was there they gave bread to the blind beggar. Olive had no heart for these things, and when she admired the sleek carriage horses that had lately been brought to take them to balls and tennis parties, Alice thought of the old brown mare that used to take them for such delightful drives. Suddenly, Mrs. Barton's voice was heard calling. Milord had arrived. They were to go into the garden and pick a few flowers to make a buttonhole for him. Olive darted off at once to execute the commission, and soon returned with a rose set round with stephanotis. The old lord, seated in the dining-room, in an armchair, which Mrs. Barton had drawn up to the window so that he might enjoy the air, sipped his sherry. And Alice, as she entered the room, heard him say, "Quand on aime, on est toujours bien portant." She stopped abruptly, and Mrs. Barton, who already suspected her of secret criticism, whispered as she glided across the room, "Now, my girl, go and talk to Milord and make yourself agreeable." The girl felt she was incapable of this. It pained her to listen to her sister's facile hilarity and her mother's coaxing observations. Milord did not, however, neglect her. He made suitable remarks concerning her school successes, and asked appropriate questions anent her little play of King Cophetua. But whatever interest the subject possessed was found in the fact that Olive had taken the part of the princess, and, rearranging the story a little, Mrs. Barton declared, with a shower of little laughs and many waves of the white hands, that Milady there had refused a king, a nice beginning indeed, and a pleasant future for her chaperone. The few books the house possessed lay on the drawing-room table, or were piled in dusty confusion in the bookcase in Mr. Barton's studio, and, thinking of them, Alice determined she would pay her father a visit in his studio. At her knock, he ceased singing Il Belen, and cried, "Come in!" "I beg your pardon, Papa. I'm afraid I'm interrupting you." "Not at all, not at all, I assure you. Come in. I will have a cigarette. There is nothing like reconsidering one's work through the smoke of a cigarette. The most beautiful pictures I have ever seen, I have seen in the smoke of a cigarette. Nothing can beat those, particularly if you are lying back looking up at a dirty ceiling." War and women were the two poles of Arthur's mind. Cain shielding his wife from wild beasts had often been painted. Numberless bridals of Triermain, and as for the rape of the Sabines, it seemed as if it could never be sufficiently accomplished. Opposite the door was a huge design representing Samson and Delilah. Opposite the fireplace, Julius Caesar overturning the altars of the Druids occupied nearly the entire wall. Nymphs and tigers were scattered in between. Canvases were also propped against almost every piece of furniture. At last, Alice's eyes were suddenly caught by a picture representing 3 women bathing. It was a very rough sketch, but before she had time to examine it, Arthur turned it against the wall. Why he hid 2 pictures from her, she could not help wondering. It could not be for propriety's sake, for there were nudities on every side of her. Then, lying upon the sofa, he explained how so-and-so had told him when he was a boy in London that no one since Michelangelo had been able to design as he could, how he had modeled a colossal statue of Lucifer before he was 16, how he had painted a picture of the Battle of Arbela 40 feet by 20 before he was 18. But that was of no use. The world nowadays only cared for execution, and he could not wait until he had got the bit of ribbon in Delilah's hair to look exactly like silk. Alice listened to her father babbling, her heart and her mind at variance. A want of knowledge of painting might blind her to the effects of his pictures. There was in them all a certain crude merit of design, but it was impossible not to see that they were lacking in something. In what, she could not say, having no knowledge of painting. Nor was she sure that her father believed in his pictures, though he had just declared that they had all the beauties of Raphael and other beauties besides. He had a trick of never appearing to thoroughly believe in them and in himself. She listened, interested and amused, not knowing how to take him. She had been away at school for nearly 10 years, coming home for rare holidays, and was, therefore, without any real knowledge of her parents. She understood her father even less than her mother, but she was certain that if he were not a great genius, he might have been one, and she resolved to find out Lord Dungory's opinions on her father. But the opportunity for 5 minutes' quiet chat behind her mother's back did not present itself. As soon as he arrived, her mother sent her out of the room on some pretext more or less valid, and at the end of the week the gowns that had been ordered in Dublin arrived. Ecstasy consumed the house, and she heard him say that he would give a great dinner party to show them off. End of chapter 5.
Chapter 6 of Muslin. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Muslin by George Moore. Chapter 6. Arthur, who rarely dined out, handed the ladies into the carriage. Mrs. Barton was beautifully dressed in black satin. Olive was lost in a mass of teal. Alice wore a black silk trimmed with passementerie and red ribbons. Behind the Clare Mountains the pale transitory colours of the hour faded, and the women, their bodies and their thoughts swayed together by the motion of the vehicle, listened to the irritating barking of the cottage dog. Surly a peasant, returning from his work, his frieze coat swung over one shoulder, stepped aside. A bare-legged woman, surrounded by her half-naked children, leaving the potato she was peeling in front of her door, gazed like her husband, after the rolling vision of elegance that went by her, and her obtuse brain probably summed up the implacable decrees of destiny in the phrase, "Sure, there must be a gathering at the big house this evening." "But tell me, mamma," said Olive, after a long silence, "how much champagne I ought to drink at dinner? You know, it's a long time since I have tasted it." Indeed, I don't remember that I ever did taste it." Mrs. Barton laughed softly. "Well, my dear, I don't think that 2 glasses could do you any harm, but I would not advise you to drink any more. And what shall I say to the man who takes me down to dinner? Shall I have to begin the conversation, or will he?" "He will be sure to say something. You need not trouble yourself about that. I think we shall meet some nice men to night. Captain Hibbert will be there. He is very handsome and well connected. I hope he will take you down. Then there will be the Honourable Mr. Burke. He is a nice little man, but there's not much in him, and he hasn't a penny. His brother is Lord Killarney, a confirmed bachelor. Then there will be Mr. Adair. He is very well off. He has at least 4,000 a year in the country, but it would seem that he doesn't care for women. He is very clever. He writes pamphlets. He used to sympathize with the Land League, but the outrages went against his conscience. You never know what he really does think. He admires Gladstone, and Gladstone says he can't do without him." They had now passed the lodge gates and were driving through the park. Herds of fallow deer moved away, but the broad buff forms of the red deer gazed steadfastly as lions from the crest of a hill. "Did you ever meet Lady Dungaree, mamma?" asked Alice. "Is she dead?" "No, dear, she is not dead, but it would be better perhaps if she were. She behaved very badly. Lord Dungaree had to get a separation. No one ever speaks of her now. Mind, you are warned." At this moment the carriage stopped before a modern house, built between 2 massive Irish towers entirely covered with huge ivy. "I am afraid we are a little late," said Mrs. Barton to the servant, as he relieved them of their sorties de bal. "8 o'clock has just struck, ma'am." "The 2 old things will make faces at us, I know," murmured Mrs. Barton as she ascended the steps. On either side there were cases of stuffed birds. A fox lay in wait for a pheasant on the right, an otter devoured a trout on the left. These attested to the sporting tastes of a former generation. The white marble statues of nymphs sleeping in the shadows of the different landings and the oriental draperies with which each cabinet was hung suggested the dilettantism of the present owner. Mrs. Barton walked in front. The girls drew together like birds. They were amazed at the stateliness of the library, and they marvelled at the richness of the chandeliers and the curiously assorted pictures. The company was assembled in a small room at the end of the suite. 2 tall, bony, high-nosed women advanced and shook hands menacingly with Mrs. Barton. They were dressed alike in beautiful gowns of gold-brown plush. With a cutting stare and a few cold conventional words, they welcomed Olive and Alice home to the country again. Lord Dungaree whispered something to Mrs. Barton. Olive passed across the room, the black coats gave way, and as the white rose in a blood-coloured glass, her shoulders rose out of the red teal. Captain Hibbert twisted his brown gold moustache, and, with the critical gaze of the connoisseur, examined the undulating lines of the arms, the delicate waist, and the sloping hips. Her skirt seemed to fall before his looks. Immediately after, the roaring of a gong was heard, and the form of the stately butler was seen approaching. Lord Dungaree and Lady Jane exchanged looks. The former offered his arm to Mrs. Gould. The latter, her finger on her lips, in a moment expressive of profound meditation, said, "Mr. Ryan, will you take down Mrs. Barton? Mr. Scully, will you take Miss Olive Barton? Mr. Adair, will you take Miss Gould? Mr. Lynch, will you take Miss Alice Barton? Mr. Burke, will you take my sister?" Then, smiling at the thought that she had checkmated her father, who had ordered that Olive Barton should go down with Captain Hibbert, she took Captain Hibbert's arm, and followed the dinner party. About the marble statues and stuffed birds on the staircase flowed a murmur of amiability, and during a pause, skirts were settled amid the chairs, which the powdered footmen drew back ceremoniously to make way for the guests to pass. A copy of Murillo's Madonna presenting the Divine Child to St. Joseph hung over the fireplace. Between the windows another Madonna stood on a half moon, and when Lord Dungaree said, "For what are we going to receive? The Lord make us truly thankful," these pictures helped the company to realize a suitable although momentary emotion. Turtle soup was handed round. The soft steaming fragrance mixed with the fresh perfume of the roses that bloomed in a silver vase beneath the light of the red shaded wax candles. A tree covered with azaleas spread notes of delicate colour over the gold screen that hid the door by which the servants came and went. "Oh, Lady Sarah," exclaimed Mrs. Gould, "I do not know how you have such beautiful flowers, and in this wretched climate." "Yes, it is very trying, but then we have a great deal of glass." "Which do you prefer, roses or azaleas?" asked Mrs. Barton. "Les roses sont les fleurs en corsage, mais les azaleas sont les fleurs en peignoir." Lady Sarah and Lady Jane, who had both overheard the remark, levelled indignant glances at their father, scornful looks at Mrs. Barton, and to avoid any further amatory allusions, Lady Sarah said, "I do not think we shall soon have bread, much less flowers, to place on our tables, if the government do not step in and put down the revolution that is going on in this country." Every one, except the young girls, looked questioningly at each other, and the mutuality of their interests on this point became at once apparent. "Ah, Lord Dungaree, do you think we shall be able to collect our rents this year? What reduction do you intend to give?" Lord Dungaree, who had no intention of showing his hand, said, "The Land League has, I believe, advised the people to pay no more than Griffith's valuation. I do not know if your lands are let very much above it." "If you have not seen the Evening Mail, you have probably not heard of the last terrible outrage," said Captain Hibbert; and amid a profound silence he continued, "I do not know if anybody here is acquainted with a Mr. McNamara. He lives in Meath." "Oh, you do not say anything has happened to him? I knew his cousin," exclaimed Mrs. Gould. Captain Hibbert looked round with his bland, good-looking stare, and as no nearer relative appeared to be present, he resumed his story. He was, it seems, sitting smoking after dinner, when suddenly 2 shots were fired through the windows. At this moment a champagne cork slipped through the butler's fingers and went off with a bang. "Oh, goodness me! What's that?" exclaimed Mrs. Gould. And to pass off their own fears, every one was glad to laugh at the old lady. It was not until Captain Hibbert told that Mr. McNamara had been so severely wounded that his life was despaired of, that the chewing faces became grave again. "And I hear that McNamara had the finest horses in Meath," said Mr. Ryan. "I very nearly sold him one last year at the horse show." Mr. Ryan was the laughing stock of the country, and a list of the grotesque sayings he was supposed, on different occasions, to have been guilty of, was constantly in progress of development. He lived with his cousin, Mr. Lynch, and in conjunction they farmed large tracts of land. Mr. Ryan was short and thick, Mr. Lynch was taller and larger, and a pair of mutton-chop whiskers made his bloated face look bigger still. On either side of the white tablecloth their dirty hands fumbled at their shirt-studs, that constantly threatened to fall through the worn buttonholes. They were, nevertheless, received everywhere, and Pathry, as Mr. Ryan was called by his friends, was permitted the licenses that are generally granted to the buffoon. "Ar," he said, "I wouldn't mind the League being hard on them who lives out of the country, spending their cash on liquor and theatres in London. But what can they have agin us who stops at home, minding our properties and riding our harses?" This criticism of justice, as administered by the League, did not, however, seem to meet with the entire approval of those present. Mr. Adair looked grave. He evidently thought it was based on a superficial notion of political economy. Mr. Burke, a very young man with a tiny red moustache and a curious habit of wriggling his long weak neck, feeling his amusements were being unfairly attacked, broke the silence he had till then preserved, and said, "I haven't an acre of land in the world, but if my brother chooses to live in London, I don't see why he should be deprived of his rents. For my part, I like the Gaiety Theatre, and so does my brother. Have you seen The 40 Thieves, Lady Jane? Capital piece. I saw it 20 times." "I think that Pathry, me cousin, means to say," said Mr. Lynch, declining the venison the servant offered him, "is that there are many in the country who don't deserve much consideration. I am alluding to those who acquired their property in the land courts, and the Cromwellians, and the rack renters." The sudden remembrance that Lord Dungaree dated from the time of James so upset Mr. Lynch that he called back the servant and accepted the venison, which he failed, however, to eat. "I do not see," said Lord Dungaree, with an air of a man whose words were conclusive, "why we should go back to the time of Cromwell to discuss the rights of property rather than to that of the early kings of Ireland. If there is to be a returning, why not at once put in a claim on the part of the Irish elk? No, there must be finality in human affairs." And on this phrase the conversation came to a pause. But if the opinions of those present were not in accord concerning the rights of property, their tastes in conversation certainly differed as widely. Olive's white face twitched from time to time with nervous annoyance. Alice looked up in a sort of mild despair as she strove to answer Mr. Lynch's questions. May had fallen into a state of morose lassitude. If Mr. Adair would only cease to explain to her how successfully he had employed concrete in the construction of his farm buildings. She felt that if he started again on a new sawmill she must faint, and Olive's senses too were swimming. But just as she thought she was going off, Captain Hibbert looked so admiringly at her that she recovered herself, and at the same time Mr. Scully succeeded in making May understand that he would infinitely prefer to be near her than Lady Sarah. In return for this expression of feeling, the young lady determined to risk a remark across the table, but she was cut short by Mrs. Gould, who pithily summed up the political situation in the words, "The way I look at it is like this. Will the government help us to get our rents, or will it not? Mr. Forrester's Act does not seem to be able to do that. There's May there who has been talking all the morning of Castle seasons, and London seasons, and I don't know what. Really I don't see how it is to be done if the Land League, and Mr. Parnell's a gentleman too. I wonder how he can ally himself with such blackguards," gently insinuated Mrs. Barton, who saw a husband lost in the politician. "But the difficulty the government finds themselves in is that the Land League is apparently a legal organization," said Lord Dungaree in the midst of a profound silence. "A society legal, that exists and holds its power through an organized system of outrage. Mind you, as I have always said, the landlords have brought all their misfortunes upon themselves. They have often behaved disgracefully. But I would, nevertheless, put down the outrages. Yes, I would put down the outrages at any cost." "And what would yer do?" asked Mr. Ryan. "Do yer know the herds are being coerced now? We'd get on well enough were it not for that." In the beginning of this year Mr. Forester asked Parliament for special powers. How has he used those powers? Without trial, 500 people have been thrown into prison, and each fresh arrest is answered by fresh outrage. And when the warrant is issued, and I suppose it will be issued sooner or later, for the arrest of Mr. Parnell, I should not be surprised to hear of a general strike being made against rent. The consequences of such an event will be terrific, but let these consequences, I say, rest on Mr. Forester's head. I shall have no word of pity for him. His government is a disgrace to liberalism, and I fear he has done much to prejudice our ideal in the eyes of the world." Lord Dungaree and Lady Jane exchanged smiles, and poor crotchety Mr. Adair leaned forward his large, bald brow, obscured by many obscure ideals. After a pause he continued, "But I was speaking of Flanders. From the time of Charles V the most severe laws were enacted to put down the outrages. But there was an undercurrent of sympathy with the outrage monger which kept the system alive until 1840. Then the government took the matter in hand, and treated outrage mongering as what it is, an act of war, and quartered troops on the inhabitants and stamped the disease out in a few years. Of course I could not, and would not, advocate for the employment of such drastic measures in Ireland. But I would put down the outrages with a firm hand, and I would render them impossible in the future by the creation of peasant proprietors." Then, amid the juicy odours of cut pineapple, and the tepid flavours of Burgundy, Mr. Adair warmed to his subject, and proceeded to explain that absolute property did not exist in land in Ireland before 1600, and, illustrating his arguments with quotations from Arthur Young, he spoke of the plantation of Ulster, the leases of the 18th century, the Protestants in the north, the employment of labour, until at last, inebriated with theory, he asked the company what was the end of government. This was too much, and seeing the weary faces about him, Lord Dungaree determined to change the subject of conversation. "The end of government?" he said. "I am afraid that you would get many different answers to that question. Ask these young ladies. They will tell you, probably, that it is to have des bohèmes et des joyeuses amours, and I am not sure that they are not right." Mrs. Barton's coaxing laugh was heard, and then reference was made to the detachment of the Connaught Rangers stationed at Galway, and the possibility of their giving a dance was eagerly discussed. Mr. Ryan had a word to say anent the hunting prospect, and, when May Gould declared she was going to ride straight and not miss a meet, she completed the conquest of Mr. Scully, and encouraging glances were exchanged between them until Lady Sarah looked inquiringly round the table. Then she pushed back her chair. All rose, and a moment after, through the twilight of the drawing-room, colour and nudity were scattered in picturesque confusion. Every mind was occupied by one thought: how the pleasure of the dinner party had been spoiled by that horrible Land League discussion. All wondered who had introduced the subject, and the blame was fixed upon Mr. Adair. Mrs. Gould, in her homely way, came to the point at once. "People say he is so clever, but I am sure I can't see it. He has spent a fortune in building farmyards in concrete, and a sawmill, I hear, costs him £20 a month dead loss, and he is always writing letters to the papers. I can never think much of a man who writes to the papers." "A most superior man," said Lady Sarah, who, notwithstanding her 35 years, had not entirely given up hope. "He took honours at Trinity." Then Mr. Burke and Lord Kilcarny were spoken of, and some new anecdotes were told of Mr. Ryan. The famous one, how he had asked a lady to show him her docket at the Galway ball, when she told him that she was engaged for all the dances, excited, as it never failed to do, a good deal of laughter. Mrs. Barton did not, however, join in the conversation. She knew, if she did, that the ladies' call-in would be as rude as the absence of Milford, and the fact that she was a guest in their house would allow them to be. Mrs. Barton's mind was now occupied with one thought, and leaning back in her chair, she yielded herself entirely to it. Although the dinner party had been spoiled by Mr. Adair's uncontrollable desire to impart information, she had, nevertheless, noticed that Captain Hibbert had very much been struck with Olive's beauty. She was aware that her daughter was a beautiful girl, but whether men would want to marry her Mrs. Barton did not know. Captain Hibbert's conduct would help her to arrive at a decision. She certainly dreamed of a title for Olive. Lord Kilcarny was, alas, not to be thought of. Ah, if Mr. Burke were only Lord Kilcarny! But he was not. However, Captain Hibbert would be a fairly good match. He was of excellent family, had 2,000 a year and a place in the country and in England too. Why snatch up the very first fish that came by? There was no saying whom they would meet at the castle. Still, to encourage a flirtation could be no harm. If they met anything better, it could be broken off. If they did not, it would be a very nice match indeed. Besides, there was no denying that Olive was a little too naive in her manner. Captain Hibbert's society would brush that off, and Olive would go up to the castle with the reputation of having made a conquest. Such were Mrs. Barton's thoughts as she sat, her hands laid like china ornaments on her lap. Her feet were tucked under the black pleated skirt, and she sometimes raised her grouse-like eyes and looked at her daughter. The girls were grouped round a small table, on which stood a feather-shaded lamp. In clear voices and clear laughs they were talking of each other's dresses. May had just stood up to show off her skirt. She was a superb specimen of a fat girl, and in a glow of orange ribbons and red hair she commanded admiration. "And to think she is going to waste her time with that dissipated young man, Mr. Scully," thought Mrs. Barton. Then Olive stood up. She was all rose, and when laughing, with a delicious movement of the arms, she hitched back her bustle, she lost her original air, and looked as might have done the Fornarina when not sitting in immortality. It was the battle of blonde tints, Olive with primroses and corn, May with the cadmium yellow and red gold. "And now, Alice, get up and let's see you," she cried, catching hold of her sister's arm. Still resisting, Alice rose to her feet, and May, who was full of good nature, made some judicious observations. "And how different we all look from what we did at the convent! Do you remember our white frocks?" Alice's face lit up with a sudden remembrance, and she said, "But why, Lady Sarah, haven't we seen Cecilia? I've been thinking of her during dinner. I hope she is not ill." "Oh, dear me, no. But poor Cecilia does not care to come down when there is company." "But can I not see her?" "Oh, certainly. You will find her in her room. But you do not know the way. I will ring for my maid. She will show you." At this moment men's voices were heard on the staircase. The ladies all looked up, the light defining the corner of a forehead, the outline of a nose and chin, bathing a neck in warm shadow, modelling a shoulder with grey tints, sending 1,000 rays flashing through the diamonds on the bosom, touching the finger rings, and lastly dying away amid the folds of the dresses that trailed on the soft carpet. Mr. Ryan, walking with his habitual roll and his hands in his pockets, entered. His tie was under his left ear. Mr. Lynch, haunted by the idea that he had not made himself agreeable to Alice during dinner, sat down beside her. Mr. Scully made a rush for May. Tall, handsome Captain Hibbert, with his air of conventional high style, quitted Lord Dungaree and asked Olive what they had been saying since they left the dining-room. Mr. Burke tried to join in the conversation, but Mr. Ryan, thinking it would be as well not to let the occasion slip of speaking of a certain bay hoss who jumped anything, took him confidentially by the sleeve. "Now look here, will yer," he began. The rest of his remarks were lost in the hum of conversation, and by well-bred transitions observations were made on the dancing and hunting prospects of the season. Mr. Adair took no interest in such subjects, and to every one's relief he remained silent. May and Fred Scully had withdrawn to a corner of the room where they could talk more at their ease. Captain Hibbert was conscious of nothing but Olive and her laughter, which rippled and tinkled through an odour of coffee. Little by little she was gaining the attention of the room. Mr. Adair ceased to listen to Lord Dungaree, who was explaining why Leonardo da Vinci was a greater painter than Titan. Mr. Lynch left off talking to Alice. The little blonde honourable looked sillier and sillier as his admiration grew upon him. Mrs. Barton, to hide her emotion, engaged in an ardent discussion concerning the rearing of calves with Mrs. Gould. Lady Sarah bit her lip, and unable to endure her enemy's triumph any longer, she said in her most mellifluous tone, "Won't you sing us something, Captain Hibbert?" "Well, really, Lady Sarah, I should be very glad. But I don't think, I'm not sure I could manage without my music." "I shall be very glad to accompany you. I think I know 'In the Gloaming,' and I have heard you sing that." Olive, at a sign from her mother, entreated, and when the gallant captain rolled from under the brown gold moustache the phrase, "Oh, my darling," all strove not to look at her, and when he dropped his voice to a whisper and sang of his aching heart, a feeling prevailed that all were guilty of an indiscretion in listening to such an intimate avowal. Then he sang 2 songs more, equally filled with reference to tears, blighted love, and the possibility of meeting in other years, and Olive hung down her head, overcome by the fine sentiments which she felt were addressed to her. Meanwhile Alice became aware that her sister was the object of all eyes and thoughts, that she was gaining the triumph that men are agreed may be desired by women without impropriety. Alice was a healthy-bodied girl. Her blood flowed as warm as in her sister. The men about her did not correspond with her ideal, but this scarcely rendered the fact that they neglected her less bitter. She asked Lady Sarah again if she might go upstairs and see Cecilia. She found the little cripple leaning over the banisters listening to the sound of voices. "Oh, my dear, is it you? I expected you to come to see me when you left the gentleman in the dining-room." "I couldn't come before, dear," said Alice, kissing her friend. "Just as I was asking Lady Sarah the way to your room, we heard them coming." "And how do you like the party? Which of the men do you think the nicest?" "I did not care for any of them. And oh, that odious Mr. Lynch!" Cecilia's eyes flashed with a momentary gleam of satisfaction, and spoke of a little excursion, a walk to the Brennans, who lived 2 miles distant, that she had been planning for the last few days. End of chapter 6. Chapter 7 of Muslin. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Muslin by George Moore. Chapter 7. The girls had given each other rendezvous at the gate of Dungaree Castle. Lover was never more anxious to meet mistress than this little deformed girl to see her friend, and Alice could see her walking hurriedly up and down the gravel sweep in front of the massive grey stone lodge. "She will see me next time she turns," thought Alice, and immediately after Cecilia uttered a joyful cry and ran forward. "Oh, so it is you, Alice! I am so glad. I thought you were going to disappoint me." "And why, dear, did you think I was going to disappoint you?" said Alice, stooping to kiss the wan, wistful face. "I don't know, I can't say, but I fancied something would happen," and the great brown eyes began to melt with tears of delight. "I had, my heart set on this walk with you. I am sure the pleasure is much mine as yours. And now, whither lies our way?" "Through the deer park, through the oak wood, across the fields into the high road, and then you are at the gate." "Won't that be too far for you?" "Oh, not at all. It is not more than 1.5 miles, but for you had to come another 1.5 miles. It is fully that far from here to Brookfield." "Tell me, dear," said Cecilia, clinging to her friend's arm, "why have you not been over to see me before? It is not kind of you. We have been home from school now for over a fortnight, and except on the night of the dinner party, I haven't seen you once." "I was coming over to see you last week, dear, but to tell you the truth, Mamma prevented me. I cannot think why, but somehow she doesn't seem to care that I should go to Dungaree Castle. But for the matter of that, why did you not come to see me? I've been expecting you every day." "I couldn't come either. My sisters advised insisted on my stopping at home." "And why?" "I really can't say," replied Cecilia. And now Alice knew that the ladies Cullen hated Mrs. Barton for her intimacy with Lord Dungaree. She longed to talk the matter out, but dared not, while Cecilia regretted she had spoken, for with the quickness of the deformed, she knew that Alice had divined the truth of the family feud. The sun fell like lead upon the short grass of the deer park and the frizzled heads of the hawthorns. On the right, the green masses of the oak wood shut in the view, and the stately red deer, lolling their high necks, marched away through the hillocks, as if offended at their solitude being disturbed. One poor crippled hind walked with a wretched sidling movement, and Alice hoped Cecilia would not notice it, lest it should remind her of her own misfortune. "I am sure," she said, "we never knew finer weather than this in England. I don't think there could be finer weather. And still they say the tenants are worse off than ever, that no rent at all, at least nothing above Griffith's valuation, will be paid." "Do they speak much of Griffith's valuation at Dungaree Castle?" "Oh, they never cease. And I don't know whether I ought to say, but it won't matter with you, I suppose. Mind you must not breathe a word of this at Brookfield. The fact is, my sister's school, you know they have a school and go in for trying to convert people. Well, this has got papa into a great deal of trouble. The bishop has sent down another priest. I think they call it a mission. And we are going to be preached against, and papa received a threatening letter this morning. He is going, I believe, to apply for police." "And is this on the account of the proselytizing?" "Oh, no, not entirely. He has refused to give his tenants Griffith's valuation, but it makes one very unpopular to be denounced by the priest. I assure you, papa is very angry. He told Sarah and Jane this morning at breakfast that he'd have no more of it, that they had no right to go into the poor people's houses and pull the children from under the beds, and ask why they were not at school, that he didn't care of what religion they were as long as they paid the rent, and that he wasn't going to have his life endangered for such nonsense. There was an awful row at home this morning. For my own part, I must say I sympathize with papa. Besides the school, Sarah has, you know, a shop, where she sells bacon, sugar, and tea at cost price, and it is well known that those who send their children to the school will never be asked to pay their bills. She wanted me to come and help to weigh out the meal, Jane being confined to her room with a sick headache, but I got out of it. I would not, if I could, convert those poor people. You know, I often sympathize too much with your creed. It was only at service last Sunday I was thinking of it. Our religion seems so cold, so cheerless compared to yours. You remember the convent church at St. Leonard's, the incense, the vestments, the white-veiled congregation. Oh, how beautiful it was! We shall never be so happy again." "Yes, indeed. And how cross we used to think of those dear nuns. You remember Sister Mary, how she used to lecture Violet for getting up to look out of the windows. What used she to say? 'Do you want, miss, to be taken for housemaid or scullery maid, staring at people in that way as they pass?'" Yes, that's exactly how she used to speak," exclaimed Cecilia, laughing. And as the girls advanced through the oak wood, they helped each other through the briars and over the trunks of fallen trees, talking the while of their past life, which now seemed to them but one long, sweet joy. A reference to how Meg Gould used to gallop the pony around and round the field at the back of the convent was interrupted by the terrifying sound of a cock pheasant getting up from some bracken under their very feet, and amid the scurry of rabbits in couples and half-dozens, modest allusion was made to the girls who had been expelled in '75. Absorbed in the sweetness of the past, the girls mused, until they emerged from the shade of the woods into the glare and dust of the highroad. Then came a view of rocky country, with harvesters working in tiny fields, and then the great blue background of the Clare Mountains was suddenly unfolded. A line and a bunch of trees indicated the Brennan domain. The gate lodge was in ruins, and the weed-grown avenue was covered with cow dung. "Which of the girls do you like best?" said Alice, who wished to cease thinking of the poverty in which the spinsters lived. "Emily, I think. She doesn't say much, but she is more sensible than the other two. Gladys worries me with her absurd affectations. Zoe is well enough, but what names!" "Yes, Emily has certainly the best of the names," Alice replied, laughing. "Are the Miss Brennans at home?" said Cecilia when the maid opened the hall door. "Yes, miss, I mean your ladyship. Will you walk in? You'll see, they'll keep us waiting a good half hour while they put on their best frocks," said Cecilia, as she sat down in a faded armchair in the middle of the room. A piano was rolled close to the wall. The two rosewood cabinets were symmetrically placed on either side of the farther window. From brass rods the thick green curtains hung in stiff folds, and, since the hanging of some water colours, done by Zoe before leaving school, no alterations, except the removal of the linen covers from the furniture when visitors were expected, had been made in the arrangement of the room. The Brennan family consisted of 3 girls, Gladys, Zoe, and Emily. 33, 31, and 30 were their respective ages. Their father and mother, dead some 10 or a dozen years, had left them joint proprietors of a small property that gossip had magnified to 3,000. They were known as the 3 heiresses of Kinvara. Snub noses and blue eyes betrayed their Celtic blood, and every year they went to spend a month at Shelbourne Hotel in Dublin, returning home with quite a little trousseau. Gladys and Zoe always dressed alike, from the bow around the neck to the bow on the little shoe that they so artlessly withdrew when in the presence of gentlemen. Gladys's formula for receiving visitors never varied. "Oh, how do you do? It is really too kind of you to give yourself all this trouble to come and see us." Immediately after, Zoe put out her hand. Her manner was more jocose. "How do you do? We are, I am sure, delighted to see you. Will you have a cup of tea? I know you will." Emily, being considered too shy and silent, did not often come down to receive company. On her devolved the entire management of the house and servants. The 2 elder sisters killed time in a way they thought would give least offence to their neighbours. Being all St. Leonard's girls, the conversation immediately turned on convent life. Was Madam this there? Had Madam that left? Garden chapel, school, hall, dormitory, refectory were visited. Every nun was passed in review, and in the lightness and gaiety of the memories invoked, even these maiden ladies flushed and looked fresh again. The conversation came to a pause, and then allusion was made to the disturbed state of the country, and to a gentleman who, it was reported, was going to be married. But, as Alice did not know the person whose antecedents were being called into question, she took an early opportunity of asking Gladys if she cared for riding. No, they never went to ride now. They used to, but they came in so fatigued that they could not talk to Emily, so they had given up riding. Did they care for driving? Yes, pretty well, but there was no place to drive except into Gort, and as people had been unjust enough to say that they were always to be seen in Gort, they had given up driving, unless, of course, they went to call on friends. Then tea was brought in, and apropos of casual reference to the conventual buttered toast, the 5 girls talked until nearly 6 o'clock, of their girlhood, of things that would never have any further influence in their lives, of happiness they would never experience again. At last Alice and Cecilia pleaded that they must be going home. As they walked across the fields, the girls only spoke occasionally. Alice strove to see clear, but her thoughts were clouded, scattered, diffused. Force herself as she would, still no conclusion seemed possible. All was vague and contradictory. She had talked to these Brennans, seen how they lived, could guess what their past was, what their future must be. In that neat little house their uneventful life dribbled away in maiden idleness. Neither hope nor despair broke the triviality of their days. And yet, was it their fault? No, for what could they do if no one would marry them? A woman could do nothing without a husband. There is a reason for the existence of a pack horse, but none for that of an unmarried woman. She can achieve nothing. She has no duty but, by blotting herself out, to shield herself from the attacks of ever-slandering friends. Alice had looked forward to a husband and a home as the certain accomplishment of years. Now she saw that a woman, independently of her own will, may remain single. "I wonder," she said, forgetting for the moment that she was speaking to Cecilia, "I wonder none of those Brennans married. You can't call them ugly girls, and they have some money. How dreadfully lonely they must be living there by themselves." "I think they are far happier as they are," said Cecilia, and her brown eyes set in liquid blue looked strangely at Alice as she helped her over the low wall. The girls walked in silence through the stillness of the silver firs, their thoughts as sharp as the needles that scratched the pale sky. "It may seem odd of me to say so. Of course I would not say this to any one but you. But I assure you, even if I were as tall as you are, dear, nothing would induce me to marry. I never took the slightest pleasure in any man's conversation. Do you? But I know you do," she said, breaking off suddenly. "I know you like men. I feel you do, don't you? Well, since you put it so plainly, I confess I should like to know nice men. I don't care for those I've met hitherto, particularly those I saw at dinner the other night, but I believe there are nice men in the world." "Oh, no, there aren't." "Well, Cecilia, I don't see how you can speak so positively as that. You have seen as yet very little of the world." "Ah, yes, but I know it. I can guess it all. I know instinctively, and I hate it. There is nothing else, so we must make the best of it." "But there is something else. There is God, and the love of beautiful things. I spent all day yesterday playing Bach's Passion music, and the hours passed like a dream until my sisters came in from walking and began to talk about marriage and men. It made me feel sick. It was horrible, and it is just such things that make me hate life, and I do hate it. It is the way we are brought back to earth, and forced to realize how vile and degraded we are. Society seems to me no better than a pigsty, but in the beautiful convent, that we shall, alas, never see again, it was not so. There, at least, life was pure, yes, and beautiful. Do you not remember that beautiful white church with all its white pillars and statues, and the dark-robed nuns, and the white-veiled girls, their veils falling from their bent heads? They often seem to me like angels. I am sure that heaven must be very much like that, pure, desireless, contemplative." Amazed, Alice looked at her friend questioningly, for she had never heard her speak like this before. But Cecilia did not see her. The prominent eyes of the mystic were veiled with strange glamour, and with divine gourmandise she savoured the ineffable sweetness of the vision, and after a long silence she said, "I often wonder, Alice, how you can think as you do, and strange to say, no one suspects you are an unbeliever. You are so good in all except that one point." "But surely, dear, it isn't a merit to believe. It is hardly a thing that we can call into existence." "You should pray for faith." "I don't see how I can pray if I haven't faith." "You are too clever. But I would ask you, Alice, you never told me, did you never believe in God? I mean when you were a little child." "I suppose I must have, but, as well as I can remember, it was only in a very half-hearted way. I could never quite bring myself to credit that there was a being far away, sitting behind a cloud, who kept his eye on all the different worlds, and looked after them just as a station-master looks after the arrival and departure of trains from some great terminus." Alice, how can you talk so? Aren't you afraid that something awful might happen to you for talking of the Creator of all things in that way? Why should I be afraid? And why should that being, if he exists, be angry with me for my sincerity? If he be all powerful, it rests with himself to make me believe. They had now accomplished the greater part of their journey, and, a little tired, had sat down to rest on a portion of a tree left by the woodcutters. Gold rays slanted through the glades, enveloping and rounding off the tall smooth trunks that rose branchless to a height of 30, even 40 feet, and the pink clouds, seen through the arching dome of green, were vague as the picture on some dim cathedral roof. In places like these, I wonder you don't feel God's presence. On the contrary, the charm of nature is broken when we introduce a ruling official. Alice, how can you who are so good, speak in that way? At that moment a dead leaf rustled through the silence. And do you think that we shall die like that leaf? That, like it, we shall become part of the earth and be forgotten as utterly? I'm afraid I do. That dead, fluttering thing was once a bud. It lived the summer life of a leaf. Now it will decay through the winter, and perhaps the next, until it finally becomes part of the earth. Everything in nature I see pursuing the same course. Why should I imagine myself an exception to the general rule? What, then, is the meaning of life? That I'm afraid we shall never learn from listening to the rustling of leaves. The short, sharp cry of a bird broke the mild calm of the woods, and Alice said, "Perhaps the same thought that troubles us is troubling that bird." The girls walked on in silence, and when they came to the end of the path and their parting was inevitable, there was something of the passion of the lover in Cecilia's voice. "Promise me you will come to see me soon again. You'll not leave me so long. You will write. I shall not be able to live if I don't hear from you." The sound of hoofs was heard, and a pair of cream-colored ponies, with a florid woman driving determinedly, came sweeping around the corner. "What a strange person," said Alice, watching the blue veil and brightly dyed hair. "Don't you know who she is?" said Cecilia. "That's your neighbor, Mrs. Lawler." "Oh, is it really? I have been so long at school that I know nobody. I have been anxious to see her. Why, I wonder, do people speak of her so mysteriously?" "You must have heard that she isn't visited?" "Well, yes, but I didn't quite understand. Your father was saying something the other day about Mr. Lawler's shooting parties. Then mamma looked at him. He laughed and spoke of les colombes de ces terres. I intended to ask mamma what he meant, but somehow I forgot. She was one of those women that walk about the streets by night." "Oh, really?" said Alice, and the conversation came to a sudden pause. They had never spoken upon such a subject before, and the presence of the deformed girl rendered it a doubly painful one. In her embarrassment Alice said, "Then I wonder Mr. Lawler married her. Was it his fault that—" "Oh, I don't think so," Cecilia replied scornfully. "But what does it matter? She was quite good enough for him." At every moment a new Cecilia was revealing herself, the existence of whom Alice had not even suspected in the old, and as she hurried home she wondered if the minds of the other girls were the same as they were at school. Olive? She could see but little change in her sister, and May she had hardly spoken to since they left school. Violet she hadn't met since they parted at Athenry for their different homes. But Cecilia, she entered the house still thinking of her, and heard Olive telling her mother that Captain Hibbert had admired her new hat. "He told me that I'd be the handsomest girl at the drawing room." "And what did you say, dear?" "I asked him how he knew." "Was that right?" "Quite right. And what did he say then?" "He said, because he had never seen anybody so handsome, and as she had seen everybody in London, he supposed, I forget the exact words, but they were very nice. I am sure he admired my new hat, But you haven't told me how you liked it. Do you think I should wear it down on my eyes or a bit back? I think it very becoming as it is, but tell me more about Captain Hibbert. He told me he was coming to meet us at Mass. You know he is a Roman Catholic? I know he is, dear, and I'm very glad. If he weren't, he wouldn't be able to meet us at Mass. End of chapter 7.
Chapter 8 of Muslin. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jennifer Painter. Muslin by George Moore. Chapter 8. According to old established custom, on the arrival of his family, Arthur had turned his nudities to the wall, and now sitting, one leg tucked under him, on the sofa, throwing back from time to time his long blonde locks, he hummed an Italian air. "How tired you look, Alice dear. Will you have a cup of tea? It will freshen you up. You have been walking yourself to death." "Thanks, mamma. I will have a cup of tea. Cecilia and I went to see the Brennans." "And are any of them going to be married yet?" said Olive. "I really don't know. I didn't ask them." "Well, they ought to be doing something with themselves. They have been trying it on long enough. They've been going up to the Shelbourne for the last 10 years. Did they show you the dresses they brought down this season? They haven't worn them yet. They keep them wrapped up in silver paper. And how did you hear all that?" she asked. "Oh, one hears everything. I don't live with my nose buried in a book like you. That was all very well in the convent. But what have I done that you should speak to me in that way?" "Now, Alice dear," said Mrs. Barton coaxingly, "don't get angry. I assure you Olive means nothing." "No, indeed, I didn't," Olive exclaimed, and she forced her sister back into the chair. Arthur's attention had been too deeply absorbed in the serenade in Don Pasquale to give heed to the feminine bickering with which his studio was ringing, until he was startled suddenly from his musical dreaming by an angry exclamation from his wife. The picture of the bathers, which Alice had seen begun, had been only partially turned to the wall, and after examining it for a few moments, Mrs. Barton got up and turned the picture round. The two naked creatures who were taking a dip in the quiet, sunlit pool were Olive and Mrs. Barton, and so grotesque were the likenesses that Alice could not refrain from laughing. "This is monstrous! This is disgraceful, sir! How often have I forbidden you to paint my face on any of your shameless pictures? And your daughter too, and just as she is coming out! Do you want to ruin us? I should like to know what anyone would think if—" And unable to complete her sentence, either mentally or aloud, Mrs. Barton wheeled the easel, on which a large picture stood, into the full light of the window. If Arthur had wounded the susceptibilities of his family before, he had outraged them now. The great woman, who had gathered to her bosom one of the doves her naked son Cupid had shot out of the trees with his bow and arrow, was Olive. The white face and its high nose, beautiful as a head by Canova is beautiful. The corn-like tresses piled on the top of the absurdly small head were, beyond mistaking, Olive. Mrs. Barton stammered for words. Olive burst into tears. "Oh, papa, how could you disgrace me in that way? I am disgraced. There is no use in my going to the drawing-room now." My dear, I assure you I can change it with a flick of the brush. Admiration carried away by idea. I promise you I'll change it." "Come away, Olive, come away," said Mrs. Barton, casting a look of burning indignation at her husband. "If you cry like that, Olive, you won't be fit to be looked at, and Captain Hibbert is coming here tonight." When they had left the room, Arthur looked inquiringly at Alice. "This is very disagreeable," he said. "I really didn't think the likeness was so marked as all that. I assure you I didn't. I must do something to alter it. I might change the colour of the hair. But no, I can't do that. The entire scheme of colour depends upon that. It is a great pity, for it is one of my best things. The features I might alter, and yet it is very hard to do so without losing the character. I wonder if I were to make the nose straighter. Alice, dear, would you mind turning your head this way? Oh, no, Papa, dear. You aren't going to put my face upon it. And she ran from the room, smothered with laughter. When this little quarrel was over and done, and Olive had ceased to consider herself a disgraced girl, the allusion that had been made to Mass as a means of meeting Captain Hibbert remained like a sting in Alice's memory. It surprised her at all sorts of odd moments, and often forced her, under many different impulses of mind, to reconsider the religious problem more passionately and intensely than she had ever done before. She asked herself if she had ever believed. Perhaps in very early youth, in a sort of vague, half-hearted way, she had taken for granted the usual traditional ideas of heaven and hell. But even then, she remembered, she used to wonder how it was that time was found for everything else but God. If He existed, it seemed to her that monks and nuns, or Puritans of the sternest type, were alone in the right. And yet she couldn't quite feel that they were right. She had always been intensely conscious of the grotesque contrast between a creed like that of the Christian and having dancing and French lessons and going to garden parties. Yes, and making wreaths and decorations for churches at Christmas time. If one only believed and had but a shilling, surely the only logical way of spending it was to give it to the poor or a missionary, and yet nobody seemed to think so. Priests and bishops did not do so. She herself did not want to do so. Still, so long as Alice believed, she was unable to get rid of the idea. Teachers might say what they pleased, but the creed they taught spoke for itself and prescribed an impossible ideal, an unsatisfactory ideal, which aspired to no more than saving oneself after all. Lies and all kinds of subterfuge were strictly against her character, but it was impossible for her to do or say anything when by so doing she knew she might cause suffering or give pain to anyone, even an enemy. And this defect in her character forced her to live up to what she deemed a lie. She had longed to tell the truth and thereby be saved the mummery of attending at Mass. But when she realized the consternation, the agony of mind it would cause the nuns she loved, she held back the word. But since she had left the convent, she had begun to feel that her life must correspond to her ideas, and she had determined to speak to her mother on this, for her, all-important subject, the conformity of her outer life to her inner life. The power to prevail upon herself to do what she thought wrong merely because she did not wish to wound other people's feelings was dying in her. Sooner or later she would have to break away. And as the hour approached when they should go to Mass to meet Captain Hibbert, the desire to be allowed to stay away became almost irresistible. And at the last moment it was only a foolish fear that such a declaration might interfere with her sister's prospects that stayed the words as they rose to her lips. She picked up her gloves, and a moment after found herself in the brougham, packed into it, watching the expressionless church-going faces of her family. From afar, the clanging of a high swinging bell was heard, and the harsh reverberations, travelling over the rocky townlands, summoned the cottagers to God. The peasants stepped aside to let the carriage pass. Peasants and landlords were going to worship in the same chapel, but it would seem from the proclamations pasted on the gateposts that the house of prayer had gone over into the possession of the tenantry. "Now, Arthur, do you hear? You mustn't look at those horrid papers," Mrs. Barton whispered to her husband. "We must pretend not to see them. I wonder how Father Shannon can allow such a thing. Making the house of God into—" Into I don't know what. For the purpose of preaching robbery and murder? Just look at the country people. How sour and wicked they look. Don't they, Alice? Goodness me, said Olive. Who in the world can those people be in our pew? Mrs. Barton trembled a little. Had the peasants seized the religious possessions of their oppressors? Dismissing the suspicion, she examined the backs indicated by Olive. Why, my dear, it is the Goulds. What can have brought them all this way? The expected boredom of the service was forgotten, and Olive shook hands warmly with Mrs. Gould and May. Why, you must have driven 15 miles. Where are your horses? We took the liberty of sending the carriage on to Brookfield, and we are coming on to lunch with you. That is to say, if you will let us, cried May. Of course, of course. But how nice of you. Oh, we have such news. But it was courageous of us to come all this way. Have you seen those terrible proclamations? Indeed we have. Just fancy a priest allowing his chapel to be turned into a political what shall I call it? Bear garden, suggested May. And Father Shannon is going to take the chair at the meeting. He wouldn't get his dues if he didn't. Hush, hush, they may hear you. But you were saying something about news? Oh, don't ask me, said Mrs. Gould. That's May's affair. Such work. Say quickly, what is it, May? Look here, girls, I can't explain everything now, but we are going to give a ball. That is to say, all the young girls are going to subscribe. It will only cost us about £3 apiece. That is to say, if we can get 40 subscribers. We have got 20 already, and we hope you will join us. It's going to be called the Spinsters' Ball. But there is such a lot to be done. The supper to be got together, the decorations of the room. Splendid room, the old schoolhouse, you know. We are going to ask you to let us take Alice away with us. The conversation was here interrupted by the appearance of the priest, a large, fat man, whose new, thick-soled boots creaked as he ascended the steps of the altar. He was preceded by 2 boys dressed in white and black surplices, who rang little brass bells furiously. A great tramping of feet was heard, and the peasants came into the church, coughing and grunting with monotonous animal-like voices, and the sour odour of cabin-smoked frieze arose. It was almost visible in the great beams of light that poured through the eastern windows. Whiffs of unclean leather mingled with the smell of a sick child, and Olive and May, exchanging looks of disgust, drew forth cambric pocket-handkerchiefs, and in unison the perfumes of white rose and eau de Popinay evaporated softly. Just behind Alice a man groaned and cleared his throat with loud guffaws. She listened to hear the saliva fall. It splashed on the earthen floor. Farther away, a circle of dried and yellowing faces bespoke centuries of damp cabins. They moaned and sighed, a prey to the gross superstition of the moment. One man, bent double, beat a ragged shirt with a clenched fist. The women of 40, with cloaks drawn over their foreheads and trailing on the ground in long black folds, crouched until only the lean, hard-worked hands that held the rosary were seen over the bench rail. The sermon came in the middle of Mass, and was a violent denunciation of the ladies Cullen, who, it was stated, had pursued one poor boy until he took refuge in an empty house, the door of which he was fortunately enabled to fasten against them. They had sent a sick woman blankets, in which they had not neglected to enclose some tracts. Amateur shopkeeping, winter clothing, wood, turf, presents of meal, wine, and potatoes were all vigorously attacked as the wiles of the evil one to lead the faithful from the true church. End of chapter 8. Chapter 9 of Muslin. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jennifer Painter. Muslin by George Moore. Chapter 9. As they returned from church, a horseman was seen riding rapidly towards them. It was Captain Hibbert. The movement of his shoulders, as he reined in his mettlesome bay, was picturesque, and he was coaxingly and gushingly upbraided for neglect of his religious duties. During lunch, curiosity rendered May and Mrs. Gould nearly speechless, but their carriage had not turned into the high road on its way home when the latter melted into a shower of laudatory words and phrases. "What a charming man Captain Hibbert is! No wonder you young ladies like the military. He is so good-looking and such good manners. Don't you think so, Alice dear?" "I think the captain a very handsome man indeed. I believe that there are not two opinions on the subject. And Olive, I do not remember that I ever saw a more beautiful girl. Such hair, and her figure so sylph-like. I do not know what the young ladies will do. She will cut everybody out at the castle." "I don't know about that," said May jauntily. "What one man will turn his nose up, another will go wild after." Mrs. Gould did not answer, but her lips twitched, and Alice guessed she was annoyed that May could not express herself less emphatically. In a few moments the conversation was continued. "At any rate, Captain Hibbert seems to think there is no one like Olive, and they'd make a handsome couple. What do you think, Alice? Is there any chance of there being a match?" "I really can't tell you, Mrs. Gould. Olive, as you say, is a very beautiful girl, and I suppose Captain Hibbert admires her. But I don't think that either has, up to the present, thought of the matter more seriously." "You must admit, Alice, that he seems a bit gone on her," said May, with a direct determination to annoy her mother. "May, dear, you shouldn't talk in that slangy way. You never used to. You have picked it up from Mr. Scully. Do you know Mr. Scully, Alice? Violet's brother." "Yes, I met him the night we dined at Lord Dungore's." "Oh, of course you did. Well, I admit I don't like him, but May does. They go out training horses together. I don't mind that, but I wish she wouldn't imitate his way of talking. He has been a very wild young man. Now, mother dear, I wish you would leave off abusing Fred. I have repeatedly told you that I don't like it." The acerbity of this remark was softened by May's manner, and throwing her arms on her mother's shoulders, she commenced to coax and cajole her. The Goulds were of an excellent county family. They had for certainly 3 generations lived in comfortable idleness, watching from their big square house the different collections of hamlets toiling and moiling and paying their rents every gale day. It was said that some ancestor, whose portrait still existed, had gone to India and come back with the money that had purchased the greater part of the property. But, be this as it may, in Galway 3 generations of landlordism are considered sufficient repentance for shopkeeping in Gort, not to speak of Calcutta. Since then the family history had been stainless. Father and son had in turn put their horses out to grass in April, had begun to train them again in August, had boasted at the Dublin Horse Show of having been out cub hunting, had ridden and drunk hard from the age of 20 to 70. But, by dying at 55, the late squire had deviated slightly from the regular line, and the son and heir being only 12, a pause had come in the hereditary life of the Goulds. In the interim, however, May had apparently resolved to keep up the traditions so far as her sex was supposed to allow her. They lived in one of those box-like mansions, so many of which were built in Ireland under the Georges. On either side trees had been planted, and they stretched to the right and left like the wings of a theatre. In front there was a green lawn, at the back a sloppy stable-yard. The latter was May's especial delight, and when Mr. Scully was with them, it seemed impossible to induce her to leave it. He frequently rode over to Beechgrove, and towards the end of the afternoon it became easy to persuade him to stay to dinner. And, as the night darkened and the rain began to fall, the inhospitality of turning him out was insisted on by May, and Mrs. Gould sent up word that a room was to be prepared for him. Next morning he sent home for a change of things, and thus it was not infrequent for him to protract his visit to the extent of 3 or 4 days. His great friend, Mrs. Manley, a lady who had jumped 5 feet 4 months before the birth of her 6th child, had said that his was a wasted life, and the phrase, summing up what most people thought of him, gained currency, and was now generally used whenever his conduct was criticised or impeached. After having been in London, where he spent some years in certain vague employments, and having contracted as much debt as his creditors would permit, and more than his father would pay, he had gone through the bankruptcy court, and returned home to drag through life wearily, through days and weeks so appallingly idle that he often feared to get out of bed in the morning. At first his father had tried to make use of him in his agency business, and it was principally owing to Mr. Fred's bullying and insolent manners that Mr. Scully was now unable to leave his house unless accompanied by police. Fred was about 30 years of age. His legs were long, his hands were bony, and stable yard was written in capital letters on his face. He carried a sportsman under his arm, a penny and a half-crown jingled in his pocket, and as he walked he lashed the trousers and boot, whose elegance was an echo of the old Regent Street days, with an ash plant. Such was the physiology of this being, and from it the psychology is easy to surmise. A complete powerlessness to understand that there was anything in life worth seeking except pleasure, and pleasure to Fred meant horses and women. Of earthly honour, the greatest was to be well known in an English hunting country, and he was not averse to speaking of certain ladies of title with whom he had been on intimate terms, and with whom, it was said, he corresponded. On occasions he would read or recite poems cut from the pages of the society journals to his lady friends. May, however, saw nothing but the outside. The already peeling off varnish of a few years of London life satisfied her. Given a certain versatility in turning a complimentary phrase, the abundant ease with which he explained his tastes, which although few were pronounced, add to these the remnant of fashion that still lingered in his wardrobe, scarves from the Burlington Arcade, scent from Bond Street, cracked patent leather shoes, and mended silk stockings, and it will be understood how May built something that did duty for an ideal out of this broken down swell. She was a girl of violent blood, and, excited by the air of the hunting field, she followed Fred's lead fearlessly. To feel the life of the horse throbbing underneath her passioned and fevered her flesh, until her mental exaltation reached the rushing of delirium. Then his evening manners fascinated her, and, as he leaned back smoking in the dining-room arm-chair, his patent leather shoes propped up against the mantelpiece, he showed her glimpses of a wider world than she knew of, and the girl's eyes softened as she listened to his accounts of the great life he had led, the county houses he had visited, and the legendary runs he had held his own in. She sympathised with him when he explained how hardly fate had dealt with him in not giving him £5,000 a year to be spent in London and Northamptonshire. He cursed Ireland as the most hideous hole under the sun. He frightened Mrs. Gould by reiterated assurances that the Land League would leave them all beggars. And, having established this point, he proceeded to develop his plan for buying young horses, training them, and disposing of them in the English market. Eventually he dismissed his audience by taking up the newspaper and falling asleep with the stump of a burned-out cigarette between his lips. After breakfast he was seen slouching through the laurels on his way to the stables. From the kitchen and the larder, where the girls were immersed in calculations anent the number of hams, tongues, and sirloins of beef that would be required, he could be seen passing, and as May stood on no ceremony with Alice, whistling to her dogs and sticking both hands into the pockets of her blue dress, she rushed after him, the mud of the yard oozing through the loose, broken boots which she insisted on wearing. Behind the stables there was a small field that had lately been converted into an exercise ground, and there the two would stand for hours, watching a couple of goat-like colts, mounted by country lads, still in corduroy and hobnails, walking round and round. Mrs. Gould was clearly troubled by this very plain conduct. Once or twice she allowed a word of regret to escape her, and Alice could see that she lived in awe of her daughter. And May, there was no doubt, was a little lawless when Fred was about her skirts, but when he was gone, she returned to her old, glad, affectionate ways and to her work. The girls delighted in each other's society, and the arrangements for their ball were henceforth a continual occupation. The number of letters that had to be written was endless. Sitting at either end of the table in the drawing-room, their pens scratched and their tongues rattled together, and, penetrated with the intimacy of home, all kinds of stories were told, and the whole country was passed in review. "And do you know," said May, raising her eyes from the letter that she was writing, "when this affair was first started, Mamma was afraid to go in for it. She said we'd find it hard to hunt up 50 spinsters in Galway. I said 50 who would subscribe, a very different thing indeed." "Oh, no, you didn't, Mamma. You said there weren't 50 spinsters in Galway. A jolly lucky thing that it would be if there weren't, wouldn't it, Alice?" Alice was busy trying to disentangle the difficult sentence. Her startled face made May laugh. "It isn't cheering, is it?" "I didn't hear what you were saying," she answered, a little vexed at being misunderstood. "But 50 surely is a great number. Are there so many unmarried women in Galway?" "I should think there are," replied May, as if glorying in the fact. "Who are there down your side of the country? Let's count. To begin with, there are the Brennans. There are 3 of them, and all 3 are out of the running, distanced." "Now, May, how can you talk like that?" said Mrs. Gould, and she pulled up her skirt so that she could roast her fat, thick legs more comfortably before the fire. There being no man present, she undid a button or 2 of her dress. "You said so yourself the other day, Mother." "No, I didn't, May, and I wish you wouldn't vex me. What I said I stand by, and I merely wondered why girls with good fortunes like the Brennans didn't get married." "You said the fact was there was no one to marry." "May, I will not allow you to contradict me," exclaimed Mrs. Gould, and she grew purple to the roots of her white hair. "I said the Brennans looked too high, that they wanted gentlemen, eldest sons of county families. But if they'd been content to marry in their own position of life, they would have been married long ago." "Well, Mother dear, there is no use being angry about it. Let the thing pass. You know the Brennans, Alice? They are neighbours of yours." "Yes, Cecilia and I walked over to see them the other day. We had tea with them. Their great hunting ground is the Shelbourne Hotel. They take it in turns. A couple of them go up every 6 months." "How can you say such things, May? I will not suffer it." "I say it. I know nothing about it. I've only just come back from school. It is you who tell me these things when we are sitting here alone of an evening." Mrs. Gould's face again became purple, and she protested vehemently. "I shall leave the room, May. I will not suffer it 1 moment longer. I can't think how it is you dare to speak to me in that way, and what is worse, attribute to me such ill-natured remarks. Now, Mother dear, don't bother. Perhaps I did exaggerate. I am very sorry, but there's a dear, sit down, and we won't say any more about it." "You do annoy one, May, and I believe you do it on purpose. And you know exactly what will be disagreeable to say, and you say it," replied Mrs. Gould, and she raised her skirt so as to let the heat of the fire into her petticoats. "Thank God that's over," May whispered to Alice. "But what were we talking about?" "I think you were making out a list of the Galway spinsters," said Alice, who could not help feeling a little amused, though she was sorry for Mrs. Gould. "So we were," cried May. "We were speaking of the Brennans. Do you know their friends the Duffys? There are 5 of them. That's a nice little covey of lovebirds. I don't think they would fly away if they saw a sportsman coming into the field. I never heard a girl talk like that. murmured Mrs. Gould, without raising her face from the fire, that wasn't punished for it. Perhaps, my lady, you will find it hard enough to suit yourself. Wait until you have done 2 or 3 castle seasons. We'll see how you'll speak then. Without paying any attention to these maternal forebodings, May continued. Then there are Lord Rosshill's 7 daughters. They're all maidens, and are likely to remain so. Are they all unmarried? Asked Alice. Of course they are, exclaimed Mrs. Gould. How could they be anything else? Didn't they all want to marry people in their father's position? And that wasn't possible. There are 7 honourable Miss Gores and 1 Lord Rosshill, so they all remained in single blessedness. Who's making ill-natured remarks now? Exclaimed May triumphantly. I am not making ill-natured remarks. I am only saying what is true. My advice to young girls is that they should be glad to have those who will take them. If they can't make a good marriage, let them make a bad marriage. For believe me, it is far better to be minding your own children than your sisters' or your brother's children. And I can assure you, in these days of competition, it is no easy matter to get settled. It is the same now as ever it was, and there are plenty of nice young men. It doesn't prove, because a whole lot of old sticks of things can't get married, that I shan't. I didn't say that you wouldn't get married, May. I'm sure that any man would be only too glad to have you. But what I say is that these grand matches that girls dream of aren't possible nowadays. Nice young men, I dare say, and plenty of them. I know them. Young scamps without a shilling, who amuse themselves with a girl until they are tired of her, and then off they go. Now then, let's count up the good matches that are going in the county. At this moment the servant was heard at the door bringing in the tea. Oh, bother! Exclaimed Mrs. Gould, settling her dress hurriedly. The interval was full of secret irritation, and the 3 women watched the methodical butler place the urn on the table, turn up the lamp that was burning low, and bring chairs forward from the farthest corners. On your side of the county, said Mrs. Gould, as soon as the door was closed, there is our brace of baronets, as they are called. But poor Sir Richard, I'm afraid he is a bad case, and yet he never took to drink until he was 35, and as for Sir Charles, of course there are great advantages. He has a very fine property, but still many girls might, and I can quite understand their not liking to marry him. Why, Mrs. Gould, what is wrong with him? Alice asked innocently. Don't you know? Said May, winking. Haven't you heard? But I forgot. He isn't your side of the county. He's married already. At least, so they say. It is very sad indeed, murmured Mrs. Gould. He'd have been a great match. And to whom is he married? Said Alice, whose curiosity was awakened by the air of mystery with which the baronet was surrounded. Well, he's not exactly married, replied May, laughing, but he has a large family. May, I will not allow it. It is very wrong of you indeed to talk like that. Oh, mother dear, don't get into a passion. Where's the harm? The whole county knows it. Violet was talking of it to me only the other day. There isn't a man within a mile of us, so we needn't be on our P's and Q's. And who is the mother of all these children? Alice asked. A countrywoman with whom he lives, said May. Just fancy marrying a man with a little dirty crowd of illegitimate children running about the stable yard. The usual thing in such cases is to emigrate them, said Mrs. Gould philosophically, and she again distended herself before the fire. Emigrate them? Cried May. If he emigrated them to the moon, I wouldn't marry such a man. Would you, Alice? I certainly wouldn't like to. And her sense of humour being now tickled by the conversation, she added slyly, but you were counting up the good matches in the county. Ah, so we were, said the old lady. Well, there is Mr. Adair. I am sure no girl would wish for a better husband. Oh, the old frump! Why, he must be 40 if he's a day. You remember, Alice? It was he who took me down to dinner at Lord Dungory's, and he talked all the time of his pamphlet on the amalgamation of the unions, which was then in the hands of the printer, and the other in which he had pulled Mr. Parnell's ears, Ireland under the Land League, and the series of letters he was thinking of contributing to the Irish Times on high farming versus peasant proprietors. Just fancy, Alice, living with such a man as that. Well, I don't know what you girls think, said Mrs. Gould, whose opinions were moods of mind rather than convictions. But I assure you he passes for being the cleverest man in the county, and it is said that Gladstone is only waiting to give him a chance. But as you like, he won't do, so let him pass. Then there is Mr. Ryan. He ought to be well off. He farms thousands of acres. One might as well marry a herdsman at once. Did you ever hear what he once said to a lady at a ball? You know, about the docket? Alice said that she had heard the story, and the conversation turned on Mr. Lynch. Mrs. Gould admitted that he was the worser of the two. "He smells so dreadfully of whisky," said Alice timidly. "Ah, you see, she is coming out of her shell at last," exclaimed May. "I saw you weren't having a very good time of it when he took you down to dinner at Dungory Castle. I wonder they were asked. Fred told me that he had never heard of them having been there before." "It is very difficult to make up a number sometimes," suggested Mrs. Gould, "but they are certainly very coarse. I hear when Mr. Ryan and Mr. Lynch go to fairs that they sleep with their herdsmen, and in Mayo there is a bachelor's house where they have fine times, whisky drinking and dancing until 3 o'clock in the morning." "And where do the ladies come from, May?" asked Alice, for she now looked on the girl as an inexhaustible fund of information. "Plenty of ladies in the village," replied Mrs. Gould, rubbing her shins complacently. "That's what I used to hear of in my day, and I believe the custom isn't even yet quite extinct." "And are there no other beaux in the county? Does that exhaust the list?" "Oh, no, but there's something against them all. There are a few landlords who live away, and of whom nobody knows anything. Then there are some boys at school, but they are too young. There is Mr. Reed, the dispensary doctor. Mr. Burke has only 200 a year, but if his brother were to die, he would be the Marquis of Kilcarney. He'd be a great match then, in point of position, but I hear the estates are terribly encumbered." "Has the present Marquis no children?" said Alice. "He is not married," said Mrs. Gould. "He is a confirmed old bachelor. Just fancy, there's 20 years between the brothers. I remember in old times the present Marquis used to be the great beau at the castle. I don't believe there was a girl in Dublin who didn't have a try at him." "Then who else is there? I suppose I daren't mention the name of Mr. Fred Scully, or May will fly at me." "No, mother dear, I won't fly at you. But what is the use of abusing Fred? We have known him all our lives. If he has spent his money, he has done no worse than 100 other young men. I know I can't marry him, and I am not in love with him, but I must amuse myself with something. I can't sit here all day listening to you lamenting over the Land League, and after a certain number of hours conjecturing whether Mickey Moran will or will not pay his rent becomes monotonous. Now, don't vex me, May, for I won't stand it," said Mrs. Gould, getting angry. "When you ask me for a new dress, you don't think of what you are saying now. It was only the other day you were speaking to me of refurnishing this room. I should like to know how that's to be done if there was no one to look after Mickey Moran's rent." The girls looked round the large, dull room. Emaciated forms of narrow antique sofas were seen dimly in the musty-smelling twilight. Screens worked in red and green wools stood in the vicinity of the fireplace. The walls were lined with black pictures, and the floor, hidden in dark shadow and sunken in places, conveyed an instant idea of damp and mildew. "I think that something ought to be done," said May. "Just look at these limp curtains. Did you ever see anything so dreary? Are they brown, or red, or chocolate?" "They satisfied your betters," said Mrs. Gould as she lighted her bedroom candle. "Goodness me!" she added, glancing at the gilt clock that stood on the high stucco, white-painted chimney-piece, amid a profusion of jingling glass candelabra. "It is really 12:30. Gracious me! There is another evening wasted. We must really try and be more industrious. It is too late to do anything further to-night," said May. "Come on, Alice. It It's time to go to bed. End of chapter 9. Chapter 10 of Muslin. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jennifer Painter. Muslin by George Moore. Chapter 10. During the whole of the next week, until the very night of the ball, the girls hadn't a moment they could call their own. It was impossible to say how time went. There were so many things to think of, to remind each other of. Nobody knew what they had done last, or what they should do next. The principle on which the ball had been arranged was this. The 45 spinsters, who had agreed to bear the expense, which it was guaranteed would not exceed £3 10s apiece, were supplied each with 5 tickets to be distributed among their friends. To save money, the supper had been provided by the Goulds and Manleys, and day after day the rich smells of roast beef and the salt vapours of boiling hams trailed along the passages and ascended through the banisters of the staircases in Beech Grove and Manley Park. 50 chickens had been killed. Presents of woodcock and snipe were received from all sides. Salmon had arrived from Galway, cases of champagne from Dublin. As a wit said, Circe has prepared a banquet and is calling us in. After much hesitation, a grammar school, built by an enterprising landlord for an inappreciative population that had declined to support it, was selected as the most suitable location for the festivities. It lay about a mile from the town, and this was in itself an advantage. To the decoration of the rooms, May and Fred diligently applied themselves. Away they went every morning, the carriage filled with yards of red cloth, branches of evergreen, oak, and holly, flags, and Chinese lanterns. You see them, Fred mounted on a high ladder, May and the maid striving to hand him a long garland which is to be hung between the windows. You see them leaning over the counter of a hardware shop, explaining how oblong and semicircular pieces of tin are to be provided with places for candles. The illumination of the room had remained an unsolved problem until ingenious Fred had hit upon this plan. You see them running up the narrow staircases, losing themselves in the twisty passages, calling for the housekeeper. You see them trying to decide which is the gentleman's cloakroom, which the ladies', and wondering if they will be able to hire enough furniture in the town to arrange a sitting room for the chaperones. As May said, we shall have them hanging about our heels the whole evening if we don't try to make them comfortable. At last the evening of the ball arrived, and as the clocks were striking 8, dressed and ready to start, Alice knocked at May's door. "What, dressed already?" said May, as she leaned towards the glass, illuminated on either side with wax candles, and looked into the whiteness of her bosom. She wore a costume of Prussian blue velvet and silk. The bodice, entirely of velvet, was pointed back and front, and a bertha of Moresque lace softened the contrast between it and the cream tints of the skin. These and the flame-coloured hair were the spirits of the shadowy bedchamber, whereas Alice, in her white corded silk, her clear candid eyes, was the truer Madonna, whose ancient and inferior prototype stood on her bracket in a forgotten corner. "Oh, how nice you look!" exclaimed May. "I don't think I ever saw anyone look so pure." Alice smiled, and, interpreting the smile, May said, "I'm afraid you don't think so much of me." "I am sure, May, you look very nice indeed, and just as you would like to look." To May's excitable mind, it was not difficult to suggest a new train of thought, and she immediately proceeded to explain why she had chosen her present dress. "I knew that you and Olive and Violet and Lord knows how many others would be in white, and, as we shall all have to wear white at the drawing-room, I thought I'd appear in this. But isn't the whole thing delightful? I'm engaged already for several dances, and I have been practising the step all day with Fred." Then, singing to herself, she waltzed in front of the glass at the immediate risk of falling into the bath. 45 spinsters baked in a pie. When the pie was opened, the maids began to sing. Wasn't that a dainty dish to set before the king? Oh dear, there's my garter coming down. And dropping onto the sofa, the girl hitched up the treacherous article of dress. "And tell me what you think of my legs," she said, advancing a pair of stately calves. "Violet says they are too large." "They seem to me to be all right. But, May, dear, you haven't got a petticoat on. You can't wear petticoats with these tight dresses. One can't move one's legs as it is. But don't you think that you'll feel cold, catch cold?" "Not a bit of it. No danger of cold when you have chamois leather drawers." Then, overcome by her exuberant feelings, May began to sing 45 spinsters baked in a pie, etc. 45, she said, breaking off, have subscribed. I wonder how many will be married by this time next year. You know, I shouldn't care to be married all at once. I'd want to see the world a bit first. Even if I liked a man, I shouldn't care to marry him now. Time enough in about 3 years' time, when one is beginning to get tired of flirtations and parties. I have often wondered what it must be like. Just fancy waking up and seeing a man's face on the pillow, or for... No, no, May, I will not. You must not. I will not listen to these improper conversations. Now, don't get angry. There's a dear nice girl. You're worse than Violet. 'Pon my word you are. But we must be off. It's a good half-hour's drive, and we shall want to be there before 9. The people will begin to come in about that time. Mrs. Gould was asleep in the drawing-room, and, as they awoke her, the sound of wheels was heard on the gravel outside. The girls hopped into the carriage. Mrs. Gould pulled herself in, and blotted out in a far corner, thought vaguely of asking May not to dance more than 3 times with Fred Scully. May chattered to Alice, or looked impatiently through the misted windows for the familiar signs, the shadow of a tree on the sky, or the obscure outline of a farm building that would tell how near they were to their destination. Suddenly the carriage turned to the right and entered a sort of crescent. There were hedges on both sides, through which vague forms were seen scrambling, but May humorously explained that as no very unpopular landlord was going to be present, it was not thought that an attempt would be made to blow up the building, and, conscious of the beautiful night, which hung like a blue, mysterious flower above them, they passed through a narrow doorway draped with red striped canvas. "Now, Mother, what do you think of the decorations? Do say a word of praise." "I've always said, May, that you have excellent taste." The school hall and refectory had been transformed into ball and supper rooms, and the narrow passages intervening were hung with red cloth and green garlands of oak and holly. On crossing threads, Chinese lanterns were wafted luminously. "What taste Fred has!" said May, pointing to the huge arrangement that covered the end wall. "And haven't my tin candelabra turned out a success? There will be no grease, and the room couldn't be better lighted." "But look," said Alice, "look at all those poor people staring in at the window. Isn't it dreadful that they, in the dark and cold, should be watching us dancing in our beautiful dresses, and in our warm, bright room? You don't want to ask them in, do you?" "Of course not, but it seems very sinister, doesn't it seem to you? I don't know what you mean by its being sinister, but sinister or not sinister, it couldn't be helped, for if we had nailed up every window, we should have simply died of heat." "I hope you won't think of opening the windows too soon," said Mrs. Gould. "You must think of us poor chaperons who will be sitting still all night." Then, in the gaping silence, the 3 ladies listened to the melancholy harper and the lachrymose fiddlers who, on the estrada in the far corner, sat tuning their instruments. At last the people began to come in. The first were a few stray black coats, Then feminine voices were heard in the passages, and necks and arms, green toilettes and white satin shoes were seen passing and taking seats. Two Miss Duffys, the fattest of the four, were with their famous sister Bertha. Bertha was rarely seen in Galway. She lived with an aunt in Dublin, where her terrible tongue was dreaded by the debutantes at the castle. In a yellow dress, as loud and as hard as her voice, she stood explaining that she had come down expressly for the ball. Opposite, the Honourable Miss Gores made a group of 5, and a few men who preferred consideration to amusement made their way towards them. The Brennans, Gladys and Zoe, as soon as they saw Alice, asked after Lord Dungorry, and all the girls were anxious to see Violet, who they feared would seem thin in a low dress. Hers was the charm of an infinite fragility. The bosom, whose curves were so faint that they were epicene, was set in a bodice of white brochet, joining a skirt of white satin with an overskirt of tulle, and the only touch of colour was a bunch of pink and white azaleas worn on the left shoulder. And how irresistibly suggestive of an Indian carved ivory were the wee foot, the thin arm, the slender cheek. "How sweet you look, Violet," said Alice, with frank admiration in her eyes. "Thanks for saying so. It isn't often we girls pay each other compliments. But you do look ever so nice in that white silk. It becomes you perfectly." And then, her thoughts straying suddenly from Alice's dress, she said, "Do you see Mr. Burke over there? If his brother died, he would be a marquis. Do you know him?" "Yes, I met him at dinner at Dungorry Castle." "Well, introduce him to me if you get a chance." "I'm afraid you will find him stupid." "Oh, that doesn't matter. It is good form to be seen dancing with an honourable. Do you know many men in the room?" Alice admitted she knew no one, and lapsing into silence, the girls scanned the ranks for possible partners. Poor Sir Richard, already very drunk, his necktie twisted under his right ear, was vainly attempting to say something to those whom he knew, or fancied he knew. Sir Charles, forgetful of the family at home, was flirting with a young girl whose mother was probably formulating the details of a new immigration scheme. Dirty Mr. Ryan, his hands thrust deep into the pockets of his baggy trousers, whispered words of counsel to Mr. Lynch. A rumour had gone abroad that Captain Hibbert was going to hunt that season in Galway, and would want a couple of horses. Mr. Adair was making grotesque attempts to talk to a lady of dancing. On every side voices were heard speaking of the distances they had achieved. Some had driven 20, some 30 miles. Already the first notes of the waltz had been shrieked out by the cornet, and Mr. Fred Scully, with May's red tresses on his shoulder, was about to start, when Mrs. Barton and Olive entered. Olive, in white silk, so tightly drawn back that every line of her supple thighs and every plumpness of her superb haunches was seen, and the double garland of geraniums that encircled the tulle veiling seemed like flowers of blood scattered on virgin snow. Her beauty imposed admiration, and, murmuring assent, the dancers involuntarily drew into lines, and this pale, uncoloured loveliness, her high nose seen, and her silly laugh heard, by the side of her sharp, brown-eyed mother, passed down the room. Lord Dungorry and Lord Rosshill advanced to meet them. A moment after, Captain Hibbert and Mr. Burke came up to ask for dances. A waltz was promised to each. A circling crowd of black coats instantly absorbed the triumphant picture. The violinist scraped, and the harper twanged intermittently. A band of fox hunters arrived. Girls had been chosen, and in the small space of floor that remained, the white skirts and red tail coats passed and repassed, borne along Strauss's indomitable rhythms. An hour passed. Perspiration had begun to loosen the work of coiling tongs. Dust had thickened the voices, but the joy of exercise was in every head and limb. A couple would rush off for a cup of tea, or an ice, and then, pale and breathless, returned to the fray. Mrs. Manley was the gayest. Pushing her children out of her skirts, she called upon May. "Now then, May, have you a partner? We are going to have a real romp. We are going to have kitchen lancers. I'll undertake to see everybody through them." A select few, by signs, winks, and natural instinct, were drawn towards this convivial circle, but, notwithstanding all her efforts to make herself understood, Mrs. Manley was sadly hampered by the presence of a tub-like old lady who, with a small boy, was seeking a vis-à-vis. "My dear May, we can't have her here. We are going to romp. Anybody can see that. Tell her we are going to dance kitchen lancers." But the old lady could not be made to understand, and it was with difficulty that she was disentangled from the 16. At that moment the appearance of a waiter with a telegram caused the dancers to pause. Mr. Burke's name was whispered in front of the messenger, but he who, until that evening, had been Mr. Burke, was now the Marquis of Killarney. The smiling mouth drooped to an expression of fear as he tore open the envelope. One glance was enough. He looked about the room like one dazed. Then, as his eyes fell upon the vague faces seen looking through the wet November pane, he muttered, "Oh, you brutes, you brutes! So you have shot my brother?" Unchecked, the harper twanged and the fiddler scraped out the tune of their lancers. Few really knew what had happened, and the newly made Marquis had to fight his way through women who, in skin-tight dresses, danced with wantoning movements of the hips, and threw themselves into the arms of men, to be, in true kitchen fashion, whirled round and round with prodigious violence. Nevertheless, Lord Dungoory and Lord Rosshill could not conceal their annoyance. Both felt keenly that they had compromised themselves by remaining in the room after the news of so dreadful a catastrophe. But, as Mrs. Barton was anxious that her daughter's success should not be interfered with, nothing could be done but to express sympathy in appropriate words. Nobody, Lord Dungoory declared, could regret the dastardly outrage that had been committed more than he. He had known Lord Killarney many years, and he had always found him a man whom no one could fail to esteem. The earldom was one of the oldest in Ireland, but the marquisate did not go back farther than the last few years. Beaconsfield had given him a step in the peerage. No one knew why. A very curious man, most retiring, hated society. Then Lord Rosshill related an anecdote concerning an enormous water jump that he and Lord Killarney had taken together, and he also spoke of the late Marquis's aversion to matrimony, and hinted that he had once refused a match which would have relieved the estates of all debt, but he could not be persuaded. Indeed, he had never been known to pay any woman the slightest attention. "It is to be hoped the present Marquis won't prove so difficult to please," said Mrs. Gould. The remark was an unfortunate one, and the chaperons present resented this violation of their secret thoughts. Mrs. Barton and Mrs. Scully suddenly withdrew their eyes, which till then had been gently following their daughters through the figures of the dance, and, forgetting what they foresaw would be the cause of future enmity, united in condemning Mrs. Gould. Obeying a glance of the Lady Hamilton eyes, Lord Dungoory said, "On cherchait l'amour dans le boudoir, non pas dans les cimetières, madame." Then he added, but this time only for the private ear of Mrs. Barton, "La mer ne rend pas ses morts, mais la tombe nous donne souvent les escussons." "Ha, ha, ha!" laughed Mrs. Barton. "C'est milord, il trouve l'esprit partout." And her light coaxing laugh dissipated this moment of ballroom gloom. And Alice, although conscious of her deficiency in the trois temps, determined not to give in without an effort, she had suffered May to introduce her to a couple of officers. but to execute the steps she knew theoretically, or to talk to her partner when he had dragged her, breathless, out of the bumping dances, she found to be difficult, so ignorant was she of hunting and of London theatres, and having read only one book of Ouida's, it would be vain for her to hope to interest her partner in literature. The other girls seemed more at home with their partners, and while she walked with hers, wondering what she should say next, she noticed behind screens, under staircases, at the end of dark passages, girls whom she had known at St. Leonard's incapable of learning or even understanding the simplest lessons, suddenly transformed, as if by magic, into bright, clever, agreeable girls, capable of fulfilling that only duty which falls to the lot of women, of amusing men. But she could not do this, and must therefore resign herself to an aimless life of idleness, and be content in a few years to take a place amid the Miss Brennans, the Ladies Cullen, the Miss Duffys, the Honourable Miss Gores, those whom she saw sitting round the walls, waiting to be asked, as did the women in the old Babylonian temple. Such was her criticism of life as she sat wearily answering Mrs. Gould's tiresome questions, not daring to approach her mother, who was laughing with Olive, Captain Hibbert, and Lord Dungoory. Waltz after waltz had been played, and her ears reeked with their crying strain. One or two men had asked her if they might have the pleasure, but she was determined to try dancing no more, and had refused them. At last, at the earnest request of Mrs. Gould, she had allowed Dr. Reed to take her into supper. He was an earnest-eyed, stout, commonplace man, and looked some years over 30. Alice, however, found she could talk to him better than with her other partners, and when they left the clattering supper-room, where plates were being broken and champagne was being drunk by the gallon, sitting on the stairs, he talked to her till voices were heard calling for his services. A dancer had been thrown and had broken his leg. Alice saw something carried towards her, and rushing towards May, whom she saw in the doorway, she asked for an explanation. "Oh, nothing, nothing. He slipped down, has broken or sprained his ankle, that's all." "Why aren't you dancing? Greatest fun in the world. Just beginning to get noisy, and we are going it. Come on, Fred, come on." To the rowdy tune of the post-horn polka the different couples were dashing to and fro, all a little drunk with emotion and champagne, and, as if fascinated, Alice's eyes followed the shoulders of a tall, florid-faced man. Doing the deux temps, he traversed the room in 2 or 3 prodigious jumps. His partner, a tiny creature, looked a crushed bird within the circle of his terrible arm. Like a collier labouring in a heavy sea, a county doctor lurched from side to side, overpowered by the fattest of the Miss Duffys. A thin, trim youth, with bright eyes glancing hither and thither, executed a complex step, and glided with surprising dexterity in and out and through this rushing mad mass of light toilettes and flying coat-tails. Marks, too, of conflict were visible. Mr. Ryan had lost some portion of his garment in an obscure misunderstanding in the supper-room. All Mr. Lynch's studs had gone, and his shirt was in a precarious state. Drunken Sir Richard had not been carried out of the room before strewing the floor with his necktie and fragments of his gloves. But these details were forgotten in the excitement. The harper twanged still more violently at his strings. The fiddler rasped out the agonizing tune more screechingly than ever. And as the delirium of the dance fevered this horde of well-bred people the desire to exercise, their animal force grew irresistible, and they charged, intent on each other's overthrow. In the onset, the vast shoulders and the deux temps were especially successful. One couple had gone down splendidly before him, another had fallen over the prostrate ones, and in a moment, in positions more or less recumbent, 8 people were on the floor. Fears were expressed for the tight dresses, and Violet had shown more of her thin ankles than was desirable. But the climax was not reached until a young man, whose unsteady legs forbade him this part of the fun, established himself in a safe corner and commenced to push the people over as they passed him. This was the signal for the flight of the chaperons. "Now come along, Miss Barton," cried Mrs. Barton, catching sight of Alice. "And will you, Lord Dungory, look after Olive?" Lord Rosshill collected the 5 honourable Miss Gores the Miss Brennans drew around Mrs. Scully, who, without taking the least notice of them, steered her way. And so ended, at least so far as they were concerned, the ball given by the spinsters of the county of Galway. But the real end? On this subject much curiosity was evinced. The secret was kept for a time, but eventually the story leaked out that, overcome by the recollections of still pleasanter evenings spent under the hospitable roof of the Mayo bachelor, Mr. Ryan, Mr. Lynch, and Sir Charles had brought in the maidservants, and that, with jigs for waltzes and whisky for champagne, the gaiety had not been allowed to die until the day was well begun. Bit by bit and fragment by fragment the story was pieced together, and in the secrecy of their bedrooms, with little smothered fits of laughter, the young ladies told each other how Sir Charles had danced with the big housemaid, how every time he did the crossover he had slapped her on the belly, and then, with more laughter, they related how she had said, "Now don't, Sir Charles, I forbid you to take such liberties." And it also became part of the story that, when they were tired of even such pleasures as these, the gentleman had gone upstairs to where the poor man with the broken leg was lying, and had, with whisky and song, relieved his sufferings until the Galway train rolled into Ballinasloe. End of chapter 10.
Chapter 11 of Muslin. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lisanne Lavoie of Swansea, Illinois. Muslin by George Moore, Chapter 11. Goodness me, Alice, how can you remain up here all alone and by that smouldering fire? Why don't you come downstairs? Papa says he is quite satisfied with the first part of the tune, but the second won't come right. And, as Mamma had a lot to say to Lord Dungory, I and Captain Hibbert sat out in the passage together. He told me he liked the way I arranged my hair. Do tell me, dear, if you think it suits me. Very well indeed. But what else did Captain Hibbert say to you? Well, I'll tell you something, replied Olive, suddenly turning from the glass. But first promise not to tell anyone. I don't know what I should do if you did. You promise? Yes, I promise. If you look as serious as that, I shall never be able to tell you. It is very wicked, I know, but I couldn't help myself. He put his arm around my waist and kissed me. Now don't scold. I won't be scolded, the girl said, as she watched the cloud gathering on her sister's face. Oh, you don't know how angry I was. I cried, I assure you I did, and I told him he had disgraced me. I couldn't say more than that, could I now? And he promised never to do it again. It was the first time a man ever kissed me, and I was awfully ashamed. No one ever attempted to kiss you, I suppose, nor can I fancy their trying, for your cross face would soon frighten them, but I can't look serious. And did he ask you to marry him? Oh, of course, but I haven't told Mamma, for she is always talking to me about Lord Kilkenny, the little Marquis, as she calls him. But I couldn't have him. Just fancy giving up dear Edward. I assure you, I believe he would kill himself if I did. He has often told me I am the only thing worth living for. Alice looked at her beautiful sister questioningly, her good sense telling her that if Olive was not intended for him, it was wrong to allow her to continue her flirtation, but for the moment the consideration of her own misfortunes absorbed her. Was there nothing in life for a girl but marriage, and was marriage no more than a sensual gratification? Did a man seek nothing but a beautiful body that he could kiss and enjoy? Did a man's desires never turn to mating with one who could sympathize with his hopes, comfort him in his fears, and united by that most profound and penetrating of all unions, that of the soul, be collaborator in life's work? Could no man love as she did? She was ready to allow that marriage owned a material as well as a spiritual aspect, and that neither could be overlooked. Some, therefore, though their souls were as beautiful as the day, were, from purely physical causes, incapacitated from entering into the marriage state. Cecilia was such a one. "Now what are you thinking about, Alice?" "I do not know. Nothing in particular. One doesn't know always of what one is thinking. Tell me, what are they saying downstairs?" "But I have told you that Captain Hibbert preferred my hair like this, and I asked you if you thought he was right, but you hardly looked." "Yes, I did, Olive. I think the fashion suits you." "You won't tell anybody that I told you he kissed me?" "Oh, I had forgotten about Lord Rosshill. He has been fired at. Lord Dungaree returned from Dublin, and he brought the evening paper with him. It is full of bad news." "What news?" Alice asked, with a view to escaping from wearying questions, and Olive told her a bailiff's house had been broken into by an armed gang. "They dragged him out of his bed and shot him in the legs before his own door, and an attempt had been made to blow up a landlord's house with dynamite. And in Queen's County, shots have been fired through a dining-room window. Now, what else? I am telling you a lot. I don't often remember what is in the paper. No end of hayricks were burnt last week, and some cattle have had their tails cut off, and a great many people have been beaten. Lord Dungaree says he doesn't know how it will all end unless the government bring in a coercion act. What do you think, Alice?" Alice dropped some formal remarks, and Olive hoped that the state of the country would not affect the castle's season. She didn't know which of the St. Leonard girls would be married first. She asked Alice to guess. Alice said she couldn't guess, and fell to thinking that nobody would ever want to marry her. It was as if some instinct had told her, and she could not drive the word celibacy out of her ears. It seemed to her that she was fichue à jamais, as that odious Lord Dungaree would say. She did not remember that she had ever been so unhappy before, and it seemed to her that she would always be unhappy. Fichue à jamais. But to her surprise she awoke in a more cheerful mood, and when she came down to breakfast, Mr. Barton raised his head from the newspaper and asked her if she had heard that Lord Rosshill had been fired at. "Yes, father, Olive told me so overnight." And the conversation turned on her headache and then on the state of Ireland. Mrs. Barton asked if this last outrage would prove sufficient to force the government to pass a new coercion bill. "I wish they would put me at the head of an army," Mr. Barton said, whose thoughts had gone back to his picture, Julius Caesar overturning the altars of the Druids. "Papa would look fine leading the landlords against the tenants, dressed in Julius Caesar's big red cloak," cried Mrs. Barton, turning her back as she glided out of the room, already deep in consideration of what my lord would like to eat for luncheon and the gown she would wear that afternoon. Mr. Barton threw the newspaper aside and returned to his studio, and in the girls' room Olive and Barnes, the bland, soft-smiling maid, began their morning gossip. Whatever subject was started, it generally wound round to Captain Hibbert. Alice had wearied of his name, but this morning she pricked up her ears. She was surprised to hear her sister say she had forbidden him to ever visit the Lawlors. At that moment the dull sound of distant firing broke the stillness of the snow. "I took good care to make Captain Hibbert promise not to go to the shooting party the last time I saw him." "And what harm was there in his going to the shooting party?" asked Alice. "What harm? I suppose, miss, you have heard what kind of woman Mrs. Lawler is. Ask Barnes. You shouldn't talk in this way, Olive. We know well enough that Mrs. Lawler was not a lady before she married, but nothing can be said against her since. Oh, can't there indeed? You never heard the story about her and her steward? Asked Barnes. Oh, don't, miss. You shouldn't really, said the maid. What will Miss Alice think? Never mind what she thinks. You tell her about the steward and all the officers from Gort. And then Mrs. Lawler's flirtations were talked of until the bell rang for lunch. My lord and Mrs. Barton had just passed into the dining room, and Alice noticed that his eyes often wandered in the direction of the policeman walking up and down the terrace. He returned more frequently than was necessary to the attempt made on Lord Rosshill's life, and it was a long time before Mrs. Barton could persuade him to drop a French epigram. At last, in answer to her allusions to knights of old and la galanterie, the old lord could only say, L'amour est comme l'oeil d'Andrel, quand le sang, en dépit de danger, tous les deux partent pour les rivages célestes. A pretty conceit, but my lord was not en veine that morning. The land league had thrown its shadow over him, and it mattered little how joyously a conversation might begin. Too soon a reference was made to Griffith's valuation, or the possibility of a new coercion act. In the course of the afternoon, however, much to the astonishment of my lord and Mrs. Barton in the drawing-room, and the young ladies who were sitting upstairs doing a little needlework, a large family carriage, hung with grey trappings and drawn by 2 powerful bay horses, drove up to the hall door. A gorgeous footman opened the door, and with a momentary display of exquisite ankle, a slim young girl stepped out. I wonder, said Mrs. Barton, that Mrs. Scully condescends to come out with anything less than 4 horses and outriders. Elle veut acheter la distinction comme elle vendait du jambon. À faux poids, said Lord Dungaree. Yes, indeed, and to think that the woman we now receive as an equal once sold bacon and eggs behind a counter in Galway. No, it was not she, it was her mother. Well, she was hanging on to her mother's apron strings at the time. You may depend on it, this visit is not for nothing. Something's in the wind. A moment after, looking more large and stately than ever, Mrs. Scully sailed into the room. Mrs. Barton was delighted to see her. It was so good of her to come, and in such weather as this, and, after having refused lunch, and referred to the snow and the horses' feet, Mrs. Scully consented to lay aside her muff and boa. The young ladies withdrew when the conversation turned on the state of the county and Lord Rosshill's fortunate escape. As they ascended the stairs, they stopped to listen to Mr. Barton, who was singing Asher l'amour. The land league doesn't seem to affect Mr. Barton's spirits, said Violet. What a beautiful voice he has. Yes, and nobody designs pictures like Papa, but he wouldn't study when he was young, and he says he hasn't time now on account of— Now, Alice, for goodness' sake, don't begin. I am sick of that land league. From morning till night it is nothing but coercion and Griffith's valuation. Violet and Alice laughed at Olive's petulance, and, opening a door, the latter said, This is our room, and it is the only one in the house where tenants, land, and rent are never spoken of. That's something to know, said Violet. I agree with Olive. If things are bad, talking of them won't make them any better. Barnes rose from her seat. Now don't go, Barnes. Violet, this is Barnes, our maid. There was about Barnes a false air of homeliness, but in a few moments it became apparent that her life had been spent amid muslins, confidences, and illicit conversations. Now, with motherly care, she removed a tulle skirt from the table, and Violet, with quick, nervous glances, examined the room. In the middle of the floor stood the large work table, covered with red cloth. There was a stand with shelves, filled on one side with railway novels, on the other with worsted work, cardboard boxes, and rags of all kinds. A canary cage stood on the top, and the conversation was frequently interrupted by the piercing trilling of the little yellow bird. "You're very comfortable. I should like to come and work here with you. I am sick of Fred's perpetual talk about horses, and if he isn't talking of them, his conversation is so improper that I can't listen to it." "Why, what does he say?" said Olive, glancing at Barnes, who smiled benignly in the background. "Oh, I couldn't repeat what he says. It's too dreadful. I have to fly from him, but he's always at the Goulds now. He and May are having a great case." "Oh, yes, I know," said Olive. "They never left each other at our ball. Don't you remember?" "Oh, of course I do. And what a jolly ball that was. I never amused myself so much in my life. If the balls at the castle are as good, they will do. But wasn't it sad, about Lord Killarney receiving the news of his brother's murder just at that moment? I could see him now rushing out of the room." Violet's manner did not betoken in the least that she thought it sad, and after a pause she said, "But you haven't shown me your dresses. I love the one you wore at the ball." "Yes, yes, I must show you my cream-colored dinner dress, and my ruby dress, too. You haven't seen that either," cried Olive. "Come along, Barnes, come along." "But I see you use your bedroom, too, as a sitting room?" she said, as she glanced at the illustrations in a volume of Dickens and threw down a volume of Shelley's poetry. "Oh, that's this lady here," cried Olive. "She says she cannot read in our room on account of my chattering, so she comes in here to continue her schooling. I should have thought that she had had enough of it, and she makes the place in such a mess with bits of paper. Barnes is always tidying up after her." Alice laughed constrainedly, and taking the cream-colored dress out of the maid's hands, Olive explained why it suited her. Violet had much to say concerning the pink trimming, and the maid referred to her late mistress's wardrobes. The ruby dress, however, drew forth many little cries of admiration. Then an argument was started concerning the color of hair, and, before the glass with hairpins and lithe movements of the back and loins, the girls explained their favorite coiffures. "But, Alice, you haven't opened your lips, and you haven't shown me your dresses." "Barnes will show you my dinner frocks, but I don't think as much about what I wear as Olive does." Violet quickly understood, but, with clever dissimulation, she examined and praised the black silk trimmed with red ribbons. "She's angry because we didn't look at her dresses first," Olive interjected, and Violet came to Alice's rescue with a question. Had they heard lately of Lord Killarney? Olive protested that she would sooner die than accept such a little red-haired thing as that for a husband, and Violet laughed delightedly. "Anyway, you haven't those faults to find with a certain officer now stationed at Gort, who, if report speaks truly, is constantly seen riding towards Brookfield." "Well, what harm is there in that?" said Olive, for she did not feel sure in her mind if she should resent or accept the gracious insinuation. "None whatsoever. I only wish such luck were mine. What with the weather, and papa's difficulties with his herdsmen and his tenants, we haven't seen a soul for the last month. I wish a handsome young officer would come galloping up our avenue some day." Deceived, Olive abandoned herself to the plausive charm of Violet's manner, and at different times she spoke of her flirtation, and told many little incidents concerning it, what he had said to her, how she had answered him, and how, the last time they had met, he had expressed his sorrow at being unable to call to see her until the end of the week. "He is shooting today at the Lawlors," said Violet. "That I'm sure he's not," said Olive, with a triumphant toss of her fair head, "for I forbade him to go there." Violet smiled, and Olive insisted on an explanation being given. "Well, exclaimed the girl, more bluntly than she had yet spoken, because as we were coming here, we saw him walking along one of the covers. There were a lot of gentlemen, and just fancy, that dreadful woman, Mrs. Lawler, was with them, marching along, just like a man, and a gun under her arm. I don't believe you. You only say that to annoy me, cried Olive, trembling with passion. I am not in the habit of telling lies, and don't know why you should think I care to annoy you, Violet replied, a little too definitely, and, unable to control her feelings any longer, Olive walked out of the room. Barnes folded up and put away the dresses, and Alice sought for words that would attenuate the unpleasantness of the scene. But Violet was quicker with her tongue, and she poured out her excuses. I am so sorry, she said. But how could I know that she objected to Captain Hibbert's shooting at the Lawlers, or that he had promised her not to go there? I am very sorry indeed. Oh, it doesn't matter, said Alice hesitatingly. You know how excitable Olive is. I don't think she cares more about Captain Hibbert than anyone else. She was only a little piqued, you know, the surprise, and she particularly dislikes the Lawlers. Of course, it is very unpleasant for us to live so near without being able to visit them. Yes, I understand. I am very sorry. Do you know where she is gone? I shouldn't like to go away without seeing her. I am afraid she has shut herself up in her room. Next time you meet, she'll have forgotten all about it. Elated, but at the same time a little vexed, Violet followed Alice down to the drawing-room. My dear child, what a time you have been! I thought you were never coming downstairs again, said Mrs. Scully. Now, my dear Mrs. Barton, we really must. We shall meet again, if not before, at the castle. Then stout mother and thin daughter took their leave, but the large carriage, with its sumptuous grey trappings, had not reached the crest of the hill when, swiftly unlocking her door, Olive rushed to Barnes for sympathy. Oh, the spiteful little cat, she exclaimed. I know why she said that. She's jealous of me. You heard her say she hadn't a lover. I don't believe she saw Edward at all, but she wanted to annoy me. Don't you think so, Barnes? I'm sure she wanted to annoy you, miss. I could see it in her eyes. She has dreadful eyes, those cold, grey, glittering things. I could never trust them. And she hasn't a bit on her bones. I don't know if you noticed, miss, that when you were counting your petticoats, she was ashamed of her legs. There isn't a bit on them, and I saw her look at yours, miss. Did you really? She's like a rail, and as spiteful as she's lean. At school, nothing made her so angry as when anyone else was praised, and you may be sure that jealousy brought her here. She heard how Captain Hibbert admired me, and so came on purpose to annoy me. You may be sure of that, miss, said Barnes, as she bustled about, shutting and opening a variety of cardboard boxes. For a moment the quarrel looked as if it were going to end here, but in Olive's brain thoughts leaped as quickly back as forward, and she startled Barnes by declaring wildly that, if Edward had broken his promise to her, she would never speak to him again. I don't believe that Violet would have dared to say that she saw him if it weren't true. Well, miss, a shooting party's but a shooting party, and there was a temptation, you know. A gentleman who is fond of sport. Yes, but it isn't for the shooting he is gone. 'Tis for Mrs. Lawler. I know it is. Not it, miss. Always admitting that he is there, how could he think of Mrs. Lawler when he's always thinking of you? And besides, out in the snow, too. Now, I wouldn't say anything if the weather was fine, like we had last June, and they were giving each other meetings out in the park. But what did you tell me about the steward, and how Mrs. Lawler fell in love with all the young men who came to her house? And what did the housemaid tell you of the walking about the passages at night and into each other's rooms? Oh, I must know if he's there. I'll find out for you in the morning, miss. The coachman is sure to know who was at the shooting party. In the morning? It will be too late then. I must know this evening, exclaimed Olive, as she walked about the room, her light brain now flown with jealousy and suspicion. "I'll write him a letter," she said suddenly, "and you must get someone to take it over." "But there's nobody about. Why, it is nearly 7 o'clock," said Barnes, who had begun to realize the disagreeableness and danger of the adventure she was being rapidly drawn into. "If you can't, I shall go myself," cried Olive, as she seized some paper and a pencil belonging to Alice and sat down to write a note. "Dear Captain Hibbert, if you have broken your promise to me about not going to the Lawlors, I shall never be able to forgive you." Then, as through her perturbed mind the thought gleamed that this was perhaps a little definite, she added, "Anyhow, I wish to see you. Come at once and explain that what I have heard about you is not true. I cannot believe it. Yours ever and anxiously, Olive Barton." Now, somebody must take this over at once to the Lawlors. "But, miss, really, at this hour of night, too, I don't know of anyone to send. Just think, miss, what would your ma say?" "I don't care what mamma says. It would kill me to wait till morning. Somebody must go. Why can't you go yourself? It isn't more than a half-mile across the fields. You won't refuse me, will you? Put on your hat and go at once." "And what will the Lawlors say when they hear of it, miss? And I am sure that if Mrs. Barton ever hears of it, she will—" No, she won't, for I could not do without you, Barnes. You have only to ask if Captain Hibbert is there, and if he is there, send the letter up, and wait for an answer. Now, there's a dear. Now do go at once. If you don't, I shall go mad. Now say you will go, or give me the letter. Yes, give it to me, and I'll go myself. Yes, I prefer to go myself." End of chapter 11. Recording by Lisanne Lavoie. Chapter 12 of Muslin. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lisanne Lavoie of Swansea, Illinois. Muslin by George Moore. Chapter 12. The result of this missive was that next morning the servants whispered that someone had been out about the house on the preceding evening. Olive and Barnes sat talking for hours, and one day, unable to keep her counsel any longer, Olive told her sister what had happened. The letter that Barnes had taken across the field for her had, she declared, frightened Edward out of his senses. He had come rushing through the snow and had spoken with her for full 5 minutes under her window. He loved her to distraction, and the next day she had received a long letter full of references to his colonel, explaining how entirely against his will and desire he had been forced to accept the invitation to go and shoot at the Lawlors. Alice listened quietly, as if she doubted whether Captain Hibbert would have died of consumption or heartache if Olive had acted otherwise, and then advised her sister quietly, and, convinced that her duty was to tell her mother everything, she waited for an occasion to speak. Mr. Barton was passing down the passage to his studio. Olive was racing upstairs to Barnes. Mrs. Barton had her hand on the drawing-room door, and she looked round surprised when she saw that her daughter was following her. "I want to speak to you, Mamma." "Come in, dear." Alice shut the door behind her. "How bare and untidy the room looks at this season of the year. Really, you and Olive ought to go into the conservatory and see if you can't get some geraniums." "Yes, Mamma, I will presently. But it was about Olive that I wanted to speak, said Alice in a strained and anxious way. What a bore that girl is with her serious face, thought Mrs. Barton, but she laughed coaxingly and said, And what has my grave-faced daughter to say, the learned keeper of the family's wisdom? Even more than Olive's, for they were less sincere. Mrs. Barton's trivialities jarred, and Alice's ideas had already begun to slip from her, and feeling keenly the inadequacy of her words, she said, Well, Mamma, I wanted to ask you if Olive is going to marry Captain Hibbert. It was now for Mrs. Barton to look embarrassed. Well, really, I don't know. Nothing is arranged. I never thought about the matter. What could have made you think she was going to marry Captain Hibbert? In my opinion, they aren't at all suited to each other. Why do you ask me? Because I have heard you speak of Lord Killarney as a man you would like Olive to marry, and if this be so, I thought I had better tell you about Captain Hibbert. I think she is very much in love with him. Oh, nonsense! It is only to kill time. A girl must amuse herself somehow. It was on Alice's lips to ask her mother if she thought such conduct quite right, but, checking herself, she said, I am afraid people are talking about it, and that surely is not desirable. But why do you come telling me these stories? She said. Why, Mamma, because I thought it right to do so. The word right was unpleasant, but, recovering her temper, which for years before had never failed her, Mrs. Barton returned to her sweet little flattering manners. Of course, my dear girl, but you do not understand me. What I mean to say is, have you any definite reason for supposing that Olive is in love with Captain Hibbert, and that people are talking about it? I think so, Mamma, said the girl, deceived by this expression of goodwill. You remember when the Scullys came here? Well, Violet was up in our room, and we were showing her our dresses. The conversation somehow turned on Captain Hibbert, and when Violet said that she had seen him that day, as they came along in the carriage, shooting with the Lawlors, Olive burst out crying and rushed out of the room. It was very awkward. Violet said she was very sorry and all that, but— Yes, dear, but why was Olive angry at hearing that Captain Hibbert went out shooting with the Lawlors? Because it appears she had previously forbidden him to go there, you know, on account of Mrs. Lawlor. And what happened then? Well, that's the worst of it. I don't mean to say it was all Olive's fault. I think she must have lost her head a little, for she sent Barnes over that evening to the Lawlors with a note, telling Captain Hibbert that he must come at once and explain. It was 11 o'clock at night, and they had a long talk through the window. Mrs. Barton did not speak for some moments. The peat fire was falling into masses of white ash, and she thought vaguely of putting on more turf. Then her attention was caught by the withering ferns in the flower glasses, then by the soaking pasture lands, then by the spiky branches of the chestnut trees swinging against the gray, dead sky. But tell me, Alice, she said at last, for of course it is important that I should know, do you think that Olive is really in love with Captain Hibbert? She told me, as we were going to bed the other night, Mamma, that she never could care for anyone else, and what, dear? I don't like to betray my sister's confidence, Alice answered, but I'm sure I had better tell you all. She told me that he had kissed her many times, and no later than yesterday in the conservatory. Indeed. You did very well to let me know of this, said Mrs. Barton, becoming as earnestly inclined as her daughter Alice. I am sorry that Olive was so foolish. I must speak to her about it. This must not occur again. I think that if you were to tell her to come down here— Oh, no, Mamma. Olive would know at once that I had been speaking about her affairs. you must promise me to make only an indirect use of what I have told you. Of course, my dear Alice, no one shall ever know what has passed between us. You can depend upon me. I will not speak to Olive till I get a favorable opportunity. And now I have to go and see after the servants. Are you going upstairs?" Aunt Alice, tense with the importance of the explanation, this dismissal fell not a little chillingly, but she was glad that she had been able to induce her mother to consider the matter seriously. A few minutes passed dreamily, almost unconsciously. Mrs. Barton threw 2 sods of turf on the fire, and resumed her thinking. Her first feeling of resentment against her eldest daughter had vanished, and now she thought solely of the difficulty she was in, and how she could best extricate herself from it. So, Olive was foolish enough to allow Captain Hibbert to kiss her in the conservatory, Mrs. Barton murmured to herself. The morality of the question interested her profoundly. She had never allowed anyone to kiss her before she was married, and she was full of pity and presentiment for the future of a young girl who could thus compromise herself. But in Olive's love for Captain Hibbert, Mrs. Barton was concerned only so far as it affected the labor and time that would have to be expended in persuading her to cease to care for him. That this was the right thing to do, Mrs. Barton did not for a moment doubt. Her daughter was a beautiful girl, would probably be the belle of the season. Therefore, to allow her, at 19, to marry a 1,000-a-year captain would be, Mrs. Barton thought, to prove herself incapable, if not criminal, in the performance of the most important duty of her life. Mrs. Barton trembled when she thought of the sending of the letter. If the story were to get wind in Dublin, it might wreck her hopes of the Marquise. Therefore, to tell Barnes to leave the house would be fatal. Things must be managed gently, very gently. Olive must be talked to. How far her heart was engaged in the matter must be found out, and she must be made to see the folly, the madness of risking her chance of winning a coronet for the sake of a beggarly 1,000-a-year captain. And, good heavens, the chaperons! What would they say of her, Mrs. Barton, were such a thing to occur? Mrs. Barton turned from the thought in horror, and then, out of the soul of the old coquette arose, full-fledged, the chaperon, the satellite whose light and glory is dependent on that of the fixed star around which she revolves. At this moment, Olive, her hands filled with ferns, bounced into the room. "Oh, here you are, Mamma. Alice told me you wanted a few ferns and flowers to brighten up the room." "I hope you haven't got your feet wet, my dear. If you have, you had better go up at once and change." Olive was now more than ever like her father. Her shoulders had grown wider, and the blonde head and scarlet lips had gained a summer brilliance and beauty. "No, I am not wet," she said, looking down at her boots. "It isn't raining, but if it were, Alice would send me out all the same." "Where is she now?" "Up in her room reading, I suppose. She never stirs out of it. I thought when we came home from school the last time that we would be better friends, but do you know what I think? Alice is a bit sulky. What do you think, Mamma?" To talk of Alice, to suggest that she was a little jealous, to explain the difficulty of the position she occupied, to commiserate and lavish much pity upon her was, no doubt, a fascinating subject of conversation. It had burned in the brains of mother and daughter for many months. But, too wise to compromise herself with her children, Mrs. Barton resisted the temptation to gratify a vindictiveness that rankled in her heart. She said, "Alice has not yet found her beau cavalier. We shall see when we are at the castle if she will remain faithful to her books. I am afraid that Miss Alice will then prefer some gay, dashing young officer to her Marmion and her Lara." "I should think so indeed. She says that the only man she cares to speak to in the county is Dr. Reed, that little frumpy fellow with his medicines. I can't understand her. I couldn't care for anyone but an officer." This was the chance Mrs. Barton required, and she instantly availed herself of it. "The red-coat fever!" she exclaimed, waving her hands. "There is no one like officers pour faire passer le temps." "Yes, ma," cried Olive, proud of having understood so much French. "Doesn't time pass quickly with them?" "It flies, my dear, and they fly away, and then we take up with another. They are all nice. Their profession makes them that." "But some are nicer than others. For instance, I am sure they are not all as handsome as Captain Hibbert." "Oh, indeed they are," said Mrs. Barton, laughing. "Wait until we get to Dublin. You have no idea what charming men we shall meet there. We shall find a lord, or an earl, or perhaps a marquise, who will give a coroneted carriage to my beautiful girl to drive in." Olive tossed her head, and her mother looked at her admiringly, and there was love in the sweet brown deceit of the melting eyes, a hard, worldly affection, but a much warmer one than any Mrs. Barton could feel for Alice, in whom she saw nothing but failure, and in the end, spiritual spinsterhood. After a pause, she said, "What a splendid match Lord Kilkenny would be! And where would he find a girl like my Olive to do the honours of his house?" "Oh, mamma, I never could marry him." "And why not, my dear girl?" "I don't know. He's a silly little fool. Besides, I like Captain Hibbert." "Yes, you like Captain Hibbert. So do I. But a girl like you could not throw herself away on a 1,000-a-year captain in the army." "And why not, mamma?" said Olive, who had already begun to whimper. "Captain Hibbert loves me, I know, very dearly, and I like him. He is a very good family, and he has enough to support me." The moment was a supreme one, and Mrs. Barton hesitated to strike and bring the matter to a head. Would it be better, she asked herself, to let things go by and use her influence for the future in one direction? After a brief pause, she decided on the former course. She said, "My dear child, neither your father nor myself could ever consent to see you throw yourself away on Captain Hibbert. I am afraid you have seen too much of him, and have been led away into caring for him. But take my word for it, a girl's love is only a fleur de peau. When you have been to a few of the castle balls, you'll soon forget all about him. Remember, you are not 20 yet. It would be madness." "Oh, mamma, I didn't think you were so cruel," exclaimed Olive, and she rushed out of the room. Mrs. Barton made no reply, but her resolve was rapidly gaining strength in her mind. Olive's flirtation was to be brought at once to a close. Captain Hibbert she would admit no more, and the girl was in turn to be wheedled and coerced. Nor did Mrs. Barton for a moment doubt that she would succeed. She had never tasted failure, and she stayed only a moment to regret, for she was too much a woman of the world to waste time in considering her mistakes. The needs of the moment were ever present to her, and now she devoted herself entirely to the task of consoling her daughter. Barnes, too, was well instructed, and henceforth she spoke only of the earls, dukes, lords, and princes who were waiting for Olive at the castle. In the afternoon, Mrs. Barton called Olive into the drawing-room, where woman was represented as a triumphant creature walking over the heads and hearts of men. "Le génie de la femme est la beauté," declared my lord, and again, "Le cœur de l'homme ne peut servir que de piédestal pour l'idole." "Oh, my lord, said Mrs. Barton. "So, in worshipping us, you are idolaters. I'm ashamed of you." Pardon, madame. Devant d'un amour faux, on est idolâtré, mais à l'hôtel d'un vrai, on est chrétien. And in such lugubrious gaiety the girl grieved. Captain Hibbert had been refused admission. He had written, but his letters had been intercepted, and holding them in her hand, Mrs. Barton explained that she could not consent to such a marriage, and continued to dazzle the girl with the vision of the honors that awaited the future Marchioness of Kilkarny. An engaged girl is not noticed at the castle. You don't know what nice men you'll meet there. Have your fun out first, were the arguments most frequently put forward, and, in the excitement of breaking off Olive's engagement, even the land league was forgotten. Olive hesitated, but at length allowed herself to be persuaded to at least try to captivate the Marquise before she honored the captain with her hand. No sooner said than done. Mrs. Barton lost not a moment in writing to Captain Hibbert, asking him to come and see them the following day, if possible, between 11 and 12. She wanted to speak to him on a matter which had lately come to her knowledge, and which had occasioned her a good deal of surprise. End of chapter 12. Recording by Lisanne Lavoie. Chapter 13 of Muslin. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lisanne Lavoie of Swansea, Illinois. Muslin by George Moore, Chapter 13. Mr. Barton could think of nothing but the muscles of the strained back of a dying Briton and a Roman soldier who cut the cords that bound the white captive to the sacrificial oak. But it would be no use returning to the studio until these infernal tenants were settled with, and he loitered about the drawing-room windows, looking pale, picturesque, and lymphatic. His lack of interest in his property irritated Mrs. Barton. "Darling, you must try to get them to take 25%. At times she strove to prompt the arguments that should be used to induce the tenants to accept the proffered abatement, but she could not detach her thoughts from the terrible interview she was about to go through with Captain Hibbert. She expected him to be violent. He would insist on seeing Olive, and she watched wearily the rain dripping from the wooden edges of the veranda. The last patches of snow melted, and at last a car was seen approaching, closely followed by another bearing 4 policemen. "Here's your agent!" exclaimed Mrs. Barton hurriedly. "Don't bring him in here. Go out and meet him, and when you see Captain Hibbert, welcome him as cordially as you can. But don't speak to him of Olive, and don't give him time to speak to you. Say you are engaged. I don't want Mr. Scully to know anything about this break-off. It is most unfortunate you didn't tell me you were going to meet your tenants today. However, it is too late now." "Very well, my dear, very well," said Mr. Barton, trying to find his hat. "I would, I assure you, give £20 to be out of the whole thing. I can't argue with those fellows about their rents. I think the government ought to let us fight it out. I should be very glad to take the command of a flying column of landlords and make a dash into Connemara. I have always thought my military genius more allied to that of Napoleon than to that of Wellington." It was always difficult to say how far Mr. Barton believed in the extravagant remarks he was in the habit of giving utterance to. He seemed to be aware of their absurdity, without, however, relinquishing all belief in their truth. And now, as he picked his way across the wet stones, his pale hair blown about in the wind, he presented a strange contrast with the short-set man who had just jumped down from the car, his thick legs encased in gaiters and a long ulster about them. "Ere you do, Barton," he exclaimed. "Do you know that I think things are getting worse instead of better? There's been another bailiff shot in Mayo, and we've had the process server nearly beaten to death down our side of the country. Gad, I was out with the sub-sheriff and 50 police trying to serve notices on Lord Rushill's estate, and we had to come back as we went. Such blaring of horns you never heard in your life. The whole country was up, and they with a trench cut across the road as wide as a canal. Well, what do you think we had better do with these fellows? Do you think they will take the 20%? 'Tis impossible to say. Gad, the leg is getting stronger every day, Barton. But they ought to take it. 20% will bring it very near to Griffiths. But if they don't take it? Well, I don't know what we will do. For notices it is impossible to serve. Gad, I'll never forget how we were pelted the other day. Such firing of stones, such blowing of horns. I think you'll have to give them the 30, but we'll try them at 25. And if they won't take it? What, the 30? They'll take that and jumping. You're needn't fear. Here they come. Turning, the two men watched the 20 or 30 peasants who, with heads set against the gusts, advanced steadily up the avenue, making way for a horseman, and from the drawing-room window Mrs. Barton recognized the square-set shoulders of Captain Hibbert. After shaking hands and speaking a few words with Mr. Barton, he trotted round to the stables, and when he walked back and entered the house, in all the clean-cut elegance of military boots and trousers, the peasants lifted their hats, and the interview began. "Now, boys," said Mr. Barton, who thought that a little familiarity would not be inappropriate, "I've asked you to meet me so we might come to some agreement about the rents. We've known each other a long time, and my family has been on this estate I don't know for how many generations. Therefore, why, of course, I should be very sorry if we had any falling out. I don't know much about farming, but I hear everyone say that this has been a capital year, and I think I cannot do better than to make you again the same offer as I made you before, that is to say, of 25%. Abatement all around, that will bring your rents down to Griffith's valuation." Mr. Barton had intended to be very impressive, but, feeling that words were betraying him, he stopped short, and waited anxiously to hear what answer the peasant who had stepped forward would make. The old man began by removing a battered tall hat, out of which fell a red handkerchief. The handkerchief was quickly thrown back into the crown, and, at an intimation from Mr. Barton, hat and handkerchief were replaced upon the white head. He then commenced. "Now, your honour, the rent is too high. We cannot pay the present rent, at least without a reduction. I have been a tenant on the property, and my fathers before me, for the past 50 years. It was in 43 that the rents was rose, in the time of your father. The Lord have mercy on his soul. But he had an agent who was a hard man, and he rose the rents, and since then we have been in poverty, living on yeller mile, and perties, and pretties is watery. There is no diet in them, your honour, and if your honour will come down and walk the lands yourself, you will see I am speaking the truth. We ask nothing better than you should walk the lands yourself. There is 2 acres of my land, your honour, flooded for the 3 months of the year, and for that land I am paying 25 shillings an acre. I have my receipts, paid down to the last gale day." And, still speaking, the old man fumbled in his pockets and produced a large pile of papers, which he strove to push into Mr. Barton's hand, alluding all the while to the losses he had sustained. 2 pigs had died on him, and he had lost a fine mare and foal. His loquacity was, however, cut short by a sturdy, middle-aged peasant standing next to him. "And I too, your honour, am paying £25 for the same flooded land. Your honour can come down any day and see it. It is not worth, to me, more than 15 shillings an acre at the bare outset. But it could be drained, for there is a fall into the Merrin stream betwixt your honour's property and the Miss Brennan's. It wouldn't cost more than £40, and the Miss Brennan's will pay half if your honour will pay the other." Mr. Barton listened patiently to those peasant-like digressions, while Mrs. Barton listened patiently to the captain's fervid declarations of love. He had begun by telling her of the anguish it had caused him to have been denied, and 3 times running, admittance to Brookfield. One whole night he had lain awake, wondering what he had done to offend them. Mrs. Barton could imagine how he had suffered, for she, he ventured to say, must have long since guessed what were his feelings for her daughter. "We were very sorry to have been out, and it is so unusual that we should be," said Mrs. Barton, leaning forward, her face insinuatingly. "But you were speaking of Olive. We say here that there is no one like le beau capitaine. No one so handsome, no one so nice, no one so gallant, and here Mrs. Barton laughed merrily, for she thought the bitterness of life might be so cunningly wrapped up in sweet compliments that both could be taken together, like sugared medicine, in one childlike gulp. "There is, of course, no one I should prefer to le beau capitaine. There is no one to whom I would confide my Olive more willingly. But then one must look to other things. One cannot live entirely on love, even if it be the love of a beau capitaine." Nevertheless, the man's face darkened, the eyebrows contracted, the straight white nose seemed to grow straighter, and he twirled his mustache angrily. "I am aware, my dear Mrs. Barton, that I cannot give your daughter the position I should like to, but I am not as poor as you seem to imagine. Independent of my pay, I have 1,000 a year. Miss Barton has, if I be not mistaken, some money of her own, and, as I shall get my majority within the next 5 years, I may say that we shall begin life upon something more than 1,500 a year." "It is true that I have led you to believe that Olive has money, but Irish money can no longer be counted upon. Were Mr. Barton to create a charge on his property, how would it be possible for him to guarantee the payment of the interest in such times as the present? We are living on the brink of a precipice. We do not know what is, and what is not, our own. The Land League is ruining us, and the government will not put it down. This year the tenants may pay at 20% reduction, but next year they may refuse to pay at all. Look out there. You see they are making their own terms with Mr. Barton." "I should be delighted to give you 30% if I could afford it," said Mr. Barton, as soon as the question of reduction, that had been lost sight of in schemes for draining, and discussion concerning bad seasons, had been re-established. "But you must remember that I have to pay charges, and my creditors won't wait any more than yours will. If you refuse to pay your rents, and I get sold out, you will have another landlord here. You'll ruin me, but you won't do yourselves any good. You will have some Englishmen here who will make you pay your rents." "An Englishman here!" exclaimed a peasant. "Arrah, he'll go back quicker than he came." "Maybe he wouldn't go back at all," cried another, chuckling. "We'd make an Irishman of him for ever. Begad, we'd make him wear the green and rail harness, and a fine scraw it would be," said a third. The witticism was greeted with a roar of laughter, and upon this expression of a somewhat verdant patriotism, the dispute concerning the reduction was resumed. "Give us the land all round at the government valuation," said a man in the middle of the group. "Why, you are only 15% above the valuation," cried Mr. Scully. For a moment this seemed to create a difference of opinion among the peasants, but the League had drawn them too firmly together to be thus easily divided. They talked amongst themselves in Irish. Then the old man said, "We can't take less than 30, your honour. The League won't let us." "I can't give you more than 20. "Then let us come on home. Fin, no use us wasting our time here," cried a sturdy peasant, who, although he had spoken but seldom, seemed to exercise an authority over the others. With one accord they followed him, but, rushing forward, Mr. Scully seized him by the arm, saying, "Nor then, boys, come back. He'll settle with you right enough if you listen to reason." From the drawing-room window, Mrs. Barton watched the conflict. On one side she saw her daughter's beautiful white face becoming the prize of a penniless officer. On the other she saw the pretty furniture, the luxurious idleness, the very silk dress on her back, being torn from them and distributed among a crowd of Irish-speaking, pig-keeping peasants. She could see that some new and important point was being argued, and it was with a wrench she detached her thoughts from the pantomime that was being enacted within her view, and turning to Captain Hibbert said, You see what is happening? We are, that is to say, we may be, ruined at any moment by this wicked agitation. As I have said before, there is no one I should like so much as yourself, but in the face of such a future, how could I consent to give you my daughter? That is to say, I could not unless you could settle at least 1,000 a year upon her. She has been brought up in every luxury. That may be, Mrs. Barton. I hope to give her quite as comfortable a home as any she has been accustomed to, but 1,000 a year is impossible. I haven't got it, but I can settle 500 on her, and there's many a peeress of the realm who hasn't that. Of course, 500 a year is very little. No one feels it more than I. For had I the riches of the world, I should not consider them sufficient to create a place worthy of Olive's beauty. But love must be allowed to count for something, and I think, yes, I can safely say, she will never find. Yes, I know, I am sure, but it cannot be. Then you mean to say that you will sacrifice your daughter's happiness for the sake of a little wretched pride? Why press the matter further? Why cannot we remain friends? Friends. Yes, I hope we shall remain friends, but I will never consent to give up Olive. She loves me. I know she does. My life is bound up in hers. No, I'll never consent to give her up, and I know she won't give me up. Olive has laughed and flirted with you, but it was only pour passer le temps, and I may as well tell you that you are mistaken when you think that she loves you. Olive does love me, I know she does, and I'll not believe she does not, at least, until she tells me so. I consider I am engaged to her, and I must beg of you, Mrs. Barton, to allow me to see her and hear from her own lips what she has to say on this matter. With the eyes of one about to tempt fortune adventurously, like one about to play a bold card for a high stake, Mrs. Barton looked on the tall, handsome man before her, and, impersonal as were her feelings, she could not but admire, for the space of one swift thought, the pale, aristocratic face now alive with passion. Could she depend upon Olive to say no to him? The impression of the moment was that no girl would. Nevertheless, she must risk the interview, and gliding towards the door, she called, and then, as a cloud that grows bright in the sudden sunshine, the man's face glowed with delight at the name, and a moment after, white and drooping like a cut flower, the girl entered. Captain Hibbert made a movement as if he were going to rush forward to meet her. She looked as if she would have opened her arms to receive him, but Mrs. Barton's words fell between them like a sword. Olive, she said, I hear you are engaged to Captain Hibbert. Is it true? Startled in the drift of her emotions, and believing her confidence had been betrayed, the girl's first impulse was to deny the impeachment. No absolute promise of marriage had she given him, and she said, No, mamma, I am not engaged. Did Captain Hibbert, say I was engaged to him? I am sure. Didn't you tell me, Olive, that you loved me better than anyone else? Didn't you even say you could never love anyone else? If I had thought that, I knew my daughter would not have engaged herself to you, Captain Hibbert, without telling me of it. As I have told you before, we all like you very much, but this marriage is impossible, and I will never consent, at least for the present, to an engagement between you. Olive, Have you nothing to say? I will not give you up unless you tell me yourself that I must do so." "Oh, mamma, what shall I do?" said Olive, bursting into a passionate flood of tears. "Say what I told you to say," whispered Mrs. Barton. "You see, Edward, that mamma won't consent, at least not for the present, to our engagement." This was enough for Mrs. Barton's purpose, and, soothing her daughter with many words, she led her to the door. Then, confronting Captain Hibbert, she said, "There is never any use in forcing on these violent scenes. As I have told you, there is no one I should prefer to yourself. We always say here that there is no one like le beau capitaine. But, in the face of these bad times, how can I give you my daughter? And you soldiers forget so quickly. In a year's time you'll have forgotten all about Olive." "That isn't true. I shall never forget her. I cannot forget her. But I will consent to wait if you will consent to our being engaged." "No, Captain Hibbert, I think it is better not. I do not approve of those long engagements." "Then you'll forget what has passed between us, and let us be the same friends as we were before?" "I hope we shall always remain friends, but I do not think, for my daughter's peace of mind, it would be advisable for us to see as much of each other as we have hitherto done. And I hope you will promise me not to communicate with my Olive in any way." "Why should I enter into promises with you, Mrs. Barton, when you decline to enter into any with me?" Mrs. Barton did not look as if she intended to answer this question. The conversation had fallen, and her thoughts had gone back to the tenants and the reduction that Mr. Scully was now persuading them to accept. He talked apart, first with one, then with another. His square, bluff figure, in a long, coarse ulster, stood out in strong relief against the green grass and the evergreens. "Then it is decided your pay at 25%, said Mr. Scully. "Then, Captain Hibbert," said Mrs. Barton a little sternly, "I am very sorry indeed that we can't agree. But, after what has passed between us today, I do not think you would be justified in again trying to see my daughter." "Begad, sir, they were all against me for agreeing to take the 25, whispered the well-to-do tenant who was talking to the agent. "I fail to understand," said Captain Hibbert haughtily, "that Miss Barton said anything that would lead me to suppose that she wished me to give her up. However, I do not see that anything would be gained by discussing this matter further. Good morning, Mrs. Barton." "Good morning, Captain Hibbert," and Mrs. Barton smiled winningly as she rang the bell for the servant to show him out. When she returned to the window, the tenants were following Mr. Scully into the rent office, and, with a feeling of real satisfaction, she murmured to herself, "Well, after all, nothing ever turns out as badly as we expect it." End of Chapter 13. Recording by Lisanne Lavoie. Chapter 14 of Muslin. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lisanne Lavoie of Swansea, Illinois. Muslin by George Moore, Chapter 14. But although Mrs. Barton had bidden the captain away, Olive's sorrowful looks haunted the house. A white, weary profile was seen on the staircase. A sigh was heard when she left the room. And when, after hours of absence, she was sought for, she was found lying at full length, crying upon her bed. "My dear, it distresses me to see you in this state. You really must get up. I cannot allow it. There's nothing that spoils one's good looks like unhappiness. Instead of being the belle of the season, you'll be a complete wreck. I must insist on your getting up and trying to interest yourself in something." "Oh, Mamma, don't. I wish I were dead. I am sick of everything." "Sick of everything?" said Mrs. Barton, laughing. "Why, my child, you have tasted nothing yet. Wait until we get to the castle. You'll see what a lot of Captain Hibberts there will be after this pretty face. That's to say, if you don't spoil it in the meantime with fretting." "But, mamma," she said, "how can I help thinking of him? There's nothing to do here. One never hears of anything but that horrid land league, whether the governments will or will not help the landlords, whether Paddy so-and-so will or will not pay his rent. I am sick of it. My lord comes to see you, and Alice likes reading books, and papa has his painting, but I have nothing since you sent Captain Hibbert away. Yes, yes, my beautiful olive flower, it is a little dull for you at present, and to think that this wicked agitation should have begun the very season you were coming out. Who could have foreseen such a thing? But come, my pet, I cannot allow you to ruin your beautiful complexion with foolish tears. You must get up. Unfortunately, I can't have you in the drawing-room. I have to talk business with my lord, but you can go out for a walk with Alice. It isn't raining today." "Oh, no, I couldn't go out to walk with Alice. It would bore me to death. She never talks about anything that interests me." Vanished the sweet pastel-like expression of Mrs. Barton's features, lost in a foreseeing of the trouble this plain girl would be. Partners would have to be found, and to have her dragging after her all through the castle season would be intolerable. And all these airs of virtue and injured innocence, how insupportable they were! Alice, as far as Mrs. Barton could see, was fit for nothing. Even now, instead of helping to console her sister and win her thoughts away from Captain Hibbert, she shut herself up to read books. Such a taste for reading and moping she had never seen in a girl before. Voilà un type de vieille fille. Whom did she take after? Certainly not after her mother, nor yet her father. But what was the good of thinking of the tiresome girl? There were plenty of other things far more important to consider, and the first thing of all was, how to make Olive forget Captain Hibbert. On this point Mrs. Barton was not quite satisfied with the manner in which she had played her part. Olive's engagement had been broken off by too violent means, and nothing was more against her nature than, to use her own expression, brusquer les choses. Early in life Mrs. Barton discovered that she could amuse men, and since then she had devoted herself assiduously to the cultivation of this talent, and the divorce between herself and her own sex was from the first complete. She not only did not seek to please, but she made no attempt to conceal her aversion from the society of women, and her preference for those forms of entertainment where they were found in fewest numbers. Balls were, therefore, never much to her taste. At the dinner table she was freer, but it was on the race-course that she reigned supreme. From the box seat of a drag the white hands were waved, the cajoling laugh was set going, and fashionably dressed men, with race-glasses about their shoulders, came crowding and climbing about her like bees about their queen. Mrs. Barton had passed from flirtation to flirtation without a violent word. With a wave of her hands she had called the man she wanted. With a wave of her hands and a tinkle of the bell-like laugh, she had dismissed him. As nothing had cost her a sigh, nothing had been denied her. But now all was going wrong. Olive was crying and losing her good looks. Mr. Barton had received a threatening letter, and in consequence had for a week past been unable to tune his guitar. Poor Lord Dungaree was being bored to death by policemen and proselytizing daughters. Everything was going wrong. This phrase recurred in Mrs. Barton's thoughts as she reviewed the situation. Her head leaned in the pose of the most plaintive of the pastels that Lord Dungaree had commissioned his favorite artist to execute in imitation of the Lady Hamilton portraits. And now, his finger on his lip, like Harlequin glancing after Columbine, the old gentleman, who had entered on tiptoe, exclaimed, "Avez-vous, vous, dans Barcelone, un Andalous au sein bruni? Pas comme un bourgeois d'automne. C'est ma maîtresse, ma lionne, la marquise de Malaquis. Instantly the silver lamp was set a-tinkling, and, with delightful gestures, milord was led captive to the sofa. C'est l'aurore qui vient pour dissiper les brumes du matin, Mrs. Barton declared as she settled her skirts over her ankles. Qu'elle est superbe en son désordre, quand elle tombe. Hush, hush! Exclaimed Mrs. Barton, bursting with laughter, and placing her hand, which was instantly fervently kissed, upon milord's mouth, she said, I will hear no more of that wicked poetry. What, hear no more of the divine Alfred de Musset? Milord answered, as if a little discouraged. Hush, hush! Alice entered, having come from her room to fetch a book, but seeing the couple on the sofa, she tried to retreat, adding to her embarrassment and to theirs by some ill-expressed excuses. Don't run away like that, said Mrs. Barton. Don't behave like a charity schoolgirl. Come in. I think you know Lord Dungaree. Oh, this is the studious one, said milord, as he took Alice affectionately with both hands and drew her towards him. Now look at this fair brow. I am sure there is poetry here. I was just speaking to your mother about Alfred de Musset. He is not quite proper, it is true, for you girls. But oh, what passion! He is the poet of passion. I suppose you love Byron? Yes, but not so much as Shelley and Keats, said Alice enthusiastically, forgetting for the moment her aversion to the speaker in the allusion to her favorite pursuit. The study of Shelley is the fashion of the day. You know, I suppose, the little piece entitled Love's Philosophy? The fountains mingle with the river with the ocean. You know, nothing in the world is single, all things, by a law divine, in one another's being mingle. Why not I with thine? Oh, yes, and the sensitive plant. Is it not lovely? There is your book, my dear. You must run away now. I have to talk with milord about important business. Milord looked disappointed in being thus interrupted in his quotations, but he allowed himself to be led back to the sofa. I beg your pardon for a moment, said Mrs. Barton, whom a sudden thought had struck, and she followed her daughter out of the room. Instead of wasting your time reading all this love poetry, Alice, it would be much better if you would devote a little of your time to your sister. She is left all alone, and you know I don't care that she should always be in Barnes's society. But what am I to do, mamma? I have often asked Alice to come out with me, but she says I don't amuse her. I want you to win her thoughts away from Captain Hibbert, said Mrs. Barton. She is grieving her heart out, and will be a wreck before we go to Dublin. Tell her you heard at Dungaree Castle that he was flirting with other girls, that he is not worth thinking about, and that the Marquise is in love with her. But that would be scarcely the truth, mamma, Alice replied hesitatingly. Mrs. Barton gave her daughter one quick look, bit her lips, and, without another word, returned to milord. Everything was decidedly going wrong, and to be annoyed by that gawk of a girl in a time like the present was unbearable. But Mrs. Barton never allowed her temper to master her, and in 2 minutes all memory of Alice had passed out of her mind, and she was talking business with Lord Dungaree. Many important questions had to be decided. It was known that mortgages, jointures, legacies, and debts of all kinds had reduced the Marquise's income to a minimum, and that he stood in urgent need of a little ready money. It was known that his relations looked to an heiress to rehabilitate the family fortune. Mrs. Barton hoped to dazzle him with Olive's beauty, but it was characteristic of her to wish to bait the hook on every side, and she hoped that a little gilding of it would silence the chorus of scorn and dissent that she knew would be raised against her when once her plans became known. £4,000 might be raised on the Brookfield property, but if this sum could be multiplied by 5, Mrs. Barton felt she would be going into the matrimonial market armed to the teeth and prepared to meet all comers. And Seeking the solution of this problem, my lord and Mrs. Barton sat on the sofa, drawn up close together, their knees touching. He, although gracious and urbane as was his wont, seemed more than usually thoughtful. She, although as charmful and cajoling as ever, in the pauses of the conversation allowed an expression of anxiety to cloud her bright face. £15,000 required a good deal of accounting for, but after many arguments had been advanced on either side, it was decided that she had made, within the last 7 years, many successful investments. She had commenced by winning £500 at racing, and this money had been put into Mexican railways. The speculation had proved an excellent one, and then, with a few airy and casual references to Hudson Bay, Grand Trunks, and shares in steamboats, it was thought the creation of Olive's fortune could be satisfactorily explained to a not too exacting society. 3 or 4 days after, Mrs. Barton surprised the young ladies by visiting them in the sitting-room. Barnes was working at the machine. Olive stood drumming her fingers idly against the window-pane. "Just fancy seeing you, mamma. I was looking out for my lord. He is a little late today. Is he not?" said Olive. "I do not expect him today. He is suffering from a bad cold. This weather is dreadfully trying. But how snug you are in your little room, and Alice is absolutely doing needlework." "I wonder what I am doing wrong now," thought the girl. Barnes left the room. Mrs. Barton threw some turf upon the fire, and she looked round. Her eyes rested on the cardboard boxes, on the bodice left upon the work-table, on the book that Alice had laid aside, and she spoke of these things, evidently striving to interest herself in the girl's occupation. At length she said, "If the weather clears up, I think we might all go for a drive. There is really no danger. The Land League never has women fired at. We might go and see the Brennans. What do you think, Olive?" "I don't care to go off to see a pack of women," the girl replied, still drumming her fingers on the window-pane. "Now, Olive, don't answer so crossly, but come and sit down here by me." And, to make room for her, Mrs. Barton moved nearer to Alice. "So my beautiful Olive doesn't care for a pack of women," said Mrs. Barton. "Olive does not like a pack of women. She would prefer a handsome young lord, or a duke, or an earl." Olive turned up her lips contemptuously, for she guessed her mother's meaning. What curious lives those girls do lead, cooped up there by themselves, with their little periodical trip up to the Shelbourne Hotel. Of course, the 2 young ones never could have done much. They never opened their lips. But Gladys is a nice girl in her way, and she has some money of her own. I wonder she wasn't picked up. I should like to know who would care for her. She had a very good chance once, but she wouldn't say yes, and she wouldn't say no, and she kept him hanging after her until at last off he went and married someone else. A Mr. Blake, I think. Yes, that was his name, and why wouldn't she marry him? Well, I don't know. Folly, I suppose. He was, of course, not so young as Harry Renly, but he had 2,000 a year, and he would have made her an excellent husband, kept a carriage for her, and a house in London. Whereas you see she has remained Miss Brennan, goes up every year to the Shelbourne Hotel to buy dresses, and gets older and more withered every day. I know they lead a stupid life down here, but mightn't they go abroad and travel? Asked Alice. They are no longer so very young. A woman can do nothing until she is married, Mrs. Barton answered decisively. But some husbands treat their wives infamously. Isn't no husband better than a bad husband? I don't think so, returned Mrs. Barton, and she glanced sharply at her daughter. I would sooner have the worst husband in the world than no husband. Then settling herself like a pleader who has come to the incisive point of his argument, she continued, A woman is absolutely nothing without a husband. If she doesn't wish to pass for a failure, she must get a husband, and upon this all her ideas should be set. I have always found that in this life we can only hope to succeed in what we undertake by keeping our minds fixed on it and never letting it out of sight until it is attained. Keep on trying. That is my advice to all young ladies. Try to make yourselves agreeable. Try to learn how to amuse men. Flatter them. That is the great secret. 19 out of 20 will believe you, and the one that doesn't can't but think it delightful. Don't waste your time thinking of your books, your painting, your accomplishments. If you were Jane Austen's, George Eliot's, and Rosa Bonheur's, it would be of no use if you weren't married. A husband is better than talent, better even than fortune. Without a husband, a woman is nothing. With a husband, she may rise to any height. Marriage gives a girl liberty, gives her admiration, gives her success. A woman's whole position depends upon it. And while we are on the subject, it is as well to have one say, and I speak for you both. You, Alice, are too much inclined to shrink into the background and waste your time with books. And you too, Olive, are behaving very foolishly, wasting your time and your complexion over a silly, girlish flirtation. There's no use talking about that. You have forbidden him the house. You can't do any more. No, Olive, all I did was to insist that he should not come running after you until you have had time to consider the sacrifices you are making for him. I have no one's interest in the world, my dear girl, but your interests. Officers are all very well to laugh, talk, and flirt with, pour passer le temps, but I couldn't allow you to throw yourself away on the first man you meet. You will meet hundreds of others quite as handsome and as nice at the castle. I could never care for anyone else. Wait until you have seen the others. Besides, what do you want? To be engaged to him? And I should like to know what is the use of my taking an engaged girl up to the castle. No one would look at you. Olive raised her eyes in astonishment. She had not considered the question from this point of view, and the suggestion that, if engaged, she might as well stop at home, for no one would look at her, filled her with alarm. Whereas, said Mrs. Barton, who saw that her words had the intended effect, if you were free, you would be the season's beauty. Nothing would be thought of but you. You would have lords and earls and marquesses dancing attendance on you, begging you to dance with them. You would be spoken of in the papers, described as the new beauty and what not. And then, if you were free, here Mrs. Barton heaved a heavy sigh, and, letting her white hand fall over the arm of the chair, she seemed to abandon herself to the unsearchable decrees of destiny. Well, what then, Mamma? Asked Olive excitedly. I am free, am I not? Then you could outstrip the other girls and go away with the great prize. They are all watching him. He will go to one of you for certain. I hear that Mrs. Scully, that great fat common creature who sold bacon in a shop in Galway, is thinking of him for her daughter. Of course, if you like to see Violet become a marchioness right under your nose, you can do so. But what do you want me to do? Exclaimed the coronet-dazzled girl. Merely to think no more of Captain Hibbert. But I didn't tell you. He was very impertinent to me when I last saw him. He said he would flirt with you as long as you would flirt with him, and that he didn't see why you shouldn't amuse yourself. That's what I want to warn you against, losing your chance of being a marchioness to help an idle young officer to while away his time. If I were you, I would tell him when I next saw him that he must not think about it any more. You can put it all down to me. Say that I would never hear of it. Say that you couldn't think of disobeying me, but that you hope you will always remain friends. You see, that's the advantage of having a mother. Poor Mamma has to bear everything. Olive made no direct answer, but she laughed nervously, and in a manner that betokened assent. And, having so far won her way, Mrs. Barton determined to conclude. But she could not invite Captain Hibbert to the house. The better plan would be to meet on neutral ground. A luncheon party at Dungaree Castle instantly suggested itself, and 3 days after, as they drove through the park, Mrs. Barton exclaimed to Olive, for the last time, how she should act if she wished to become the Marchioness of Kilkarny. Shake hands with him, just as if nothing had happened, but don't enter into conversation, and after lunch I shall arrange that we all go out for a walk on the terrace. You will then pair off with him, Alice. Olive will join you. Something will be sure to occur that will give her an opportunity of saying that he must think no more about her, that I would never consent. Oh, mamma, it is very hard, for I can never forget him. Now, my dear girl, for goodness' sake, don't work yourself up into a state of mind, or we may as well go back to Brookfield. What I tell you to do is right, and if you see nobody at the castle that you like better, well, then it will be time enough. I want you to be, at least, the beauty of one season. This argument again turned the scales. Olive laughed, but her laugh was full of the nervous excitement from which she suffered. I shan't know what to say, she exclaimed, tossing her head. So I hope you will help me out of my difficulty, Alice. I wish I could be left out of it altogether, said the girl, who was sitting with her back to the horses. It seems to me that I am being put into a very false position. Put into a false position, said Mrs. Barton. I'll hear no more of this. If you won't do as you are told, you had better go back to St. Leonard's. Such wicked jealousy. Oh, mamma, said Alice, wounded to the quick, how can you be so unjust? And her eyes filled with tears, for since she had left school, she had experienced only a sense of retreating within herself, but so long as she was allowed to live within herself, she was satisfied. But this refuge was no longer available. She must take part in the scuffle, and she couldn't. But whither to go? There seemed to be no escape from the world into which she had been thrust, and for no purpose but to suffer. But the others didn't suffer. Why wasn't she like them? I am sorry, Alice dear, for having spoken so crossly, but I am sorely tired. I really am more to be pitied than blamed, and if you knew all, you would, I know, be the first to try to help me out of my difficulties, instead of striving to increase them. I would do anything to help you, exclaimed Alice, deceived by the accent of sorrow with which Mrs. Barton knew how to invest her words. I am sure you would, if you knew how much depends. But dry your eyes, my dear, for goodness' sakes, dry them. Here we are at the door. I only want you to be with Olive when she tells Captain Hibbard that she cannot. And now mind, Olive, you tell him plainly that he must not consider himself engaged to you. In the ceremonious drawing-room, patched with fragments of Indian drapery, Lady Jane and Lady Sarah sat angularly and as far from their guests as possible, for they suspected that their house was being made use of as a battle-ground by Mrs. Barton, and were determined to resent the impertinence as far as lay in their power. But my lord continued to speak of indifferent things with urbanity and courtly gestures, and as they descended the staircase, he explained the beauty of his marble statues and his stuffed birds. But Lady Jane, where is Cecilia? I hope she is not unwell. Oh, no, Cecilia is quite well, thank you. But she never comes down when there is company. She is so very sensitive. But that reminds me, she told me to tell you that she is dying to see you. You will find her waiting for you in her room when we have finished lunch. Cecilia is not the only person to be thought of, said my lord. I will not allow Alice to hide herself away upstairs for the rest of the afternoon. I hear, Alice, you are a great admirer of Tennyson's Ideals. I have just received a new edition of his poems, with illustrations by Doré. Charming artist, full of poetry, fancy, sweetness, imagination. Do you admire Doré, Captain Hibbard? The captain declared that he admired Doré far more than the old masters, a point of taste that my lord ventured to question, and until they rose from table, he spoke of his collection of Arundel prints with grace and erudition. Then they all went out to walk on the terrace. But as their feet echoed in the silence of the hall, Cecilia, in a voice tremulous with expectancy, was heard speaking. "Alice, come upstairs. I am waiting for you." Alice made a movement as if to comply, but stepping under the banisters, Lord Dungaree said, "Alice cannot come now. She is going out to walk with us, dear. She will see you afterwards." "Oh, let me go to her," Alice cried. "There will be plenty of time to see her later on," whispered Mrs. Barton. "Remember what you promised me." And she pointed to Captain Hibbert, who was standing on the steps of the house, his wide decorative shoulders defined against a piece of grey sky. In despair at her own helplessness, and with a feeling of loathing so strong that it seemed like physical sickness, Alice went forward and entered into conversation with Captain Hibbert. Lord Dungaree, Mrs. Barton, and Olive walked together. Lady Jane and Lady Sarah followed at a little distance. In this order the party proceeded down the avenue as far as the first gate. Then they returned by a sidewalk leading through the laurels, and stood in a line facing the wind-worn tennis ground, with its black flowerless beds and bleak vases of alabaster and stone. From time to time, remarks anent the land league were made, but all knew that a drama even as important as that of Rent was being enacted. Olive had joined her sister, and the girls moved forward on either side of the handsome captain, and, as a couple of shepherds directing the movements of their flock, Lord Dungaree and Mrs. Barton stood watching. Suddenly her eyes met Lady Jane's. The glance exchanged was tempered in the hate of years. It was vindictive, cruel, terrible. It shone as menacingly as if the women had drawn daggers from their skirts, and Jane, obeying a sudden impulse, broke away from her sister and called to Captain Hibbert. Fortunately, he did not hear her, and before she could speak again, Lord Dungaree said, "Jane, now, Jane, I beg of you." Mrs. Barton smiled a sweet smile of reply, and whispered to herself, "Do that again, my lady, and you won't have a penny to spend this year." "And now, dear, tell me, I want to hear all about it," said Mrs. Barton, as the carriage left the steps of Dungaree Castle. "What did he say?" "Oh, mamma, mamma, I am afraid I have broken his heart," replied Olive dolorously. "It doesn't do a girl any harm, even if it does leak out that she jilted a man. It makes the others more eager after her. But tell me, dear, I hope there was no misunderstanding. Did you really tell him that it was no use, that he must think of you no more?" "Mamma, dear, don't make me go over it again. I can't. Alice heard all I said. She'll tell you." "No, no, don't appeal to me. It's no affair of mine," exclaimed the girl more impetuously than she had intended. "I am surprised at you, Alice. You shouldn't give way to temper like that. Come, tell me at once what happened." The thin, gray, moral eyes of the daughter and the brown, soft, merry eyes of the mother exchanged a long, deep gaze of inquiry, and then Alice burst into an uncontrollable fit of tears. She trembled from too much grief, and could not answer, and when she heard her mother say to Olive, "Now that the coast is clear, we can go in heart and soul for the Marquess," she shuddered inwardly, and wished she might stay at home in Galway, and be spared the disgrace of the marriage market. End of chapter 14. Recording by Lisanne Lavoie. Chapter 15 of Muslin. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lisanne Lavoie of Swansea, Illinois. Muslin by George Moore, Chapter 15. It rained incessantly. Sheets of water, blown by winds that had traveled the Atlantic, deluged the county. Gray mists trailed mournful and shapeless along the edges of the domain woods, over the ridges of the tenants' holdings. "Never more shall we be driven forth to die in the bogs and ditches," was the cry that rang through the mist. And guarded by policemen in their stately houses, the landlords listened, waiting for the sword of a new coercion to fall and release them from their bondage. The meeting of Parliament in the spring would bring them this. In the meantime, all who could fled, resolving not to return till the law restored the power that the Land League had so rudely shaken. Some went to England, others to France. Mr. Barton accepted £200 from his wife and proceeded to study gargoyles and pictures in Bruges, and, striving to forget the murders and rumors of murders that filled the papers, the girls and their mammas talked of beaux, partners, and trains, in spite of the irritating presence of the Land League agitators who stood on the platforms of the different stations. The train was full of girls. Besides the Bartons, there were the Brennans, Gladys and Zoe. Emily remained at home to look after the place. 3 of the Miss Duffys were coming to the drawing-room, and 4 of the Honourable Miss Gores. The Goulds and Scullys made one party, and to avoid Mrs. Barton, the ladies Cullen had pleaded important duties. They were to follow in a day or so. Lord Dungary's advice to Mrs. Barton was to take a house, and he warned her against spending the whole season in an hotel, but apparently without avail, for when the train stopped, a laughing voice was heard. "Milord, vous n'êtes qu'un vilain misanthrope." "We shall be very comfortable at the Shelbourne. We shall meet all the people in Dublin there, and we can have private rooms to give dinner parties." Hearing this, Alice congratulated herself, for in an hotel she would be freer than she would be in a house let for the season. She would hear something and see a little over the horizon of her family in an hotel. She had spent a week in the Shelbourne on her way home from school, and remembered the little winter garden on the first landing, and the fountain splashing amid ferns and stone frogs. The ladies' drawing-room she knew was on the right, and when she had taken off her hat and jacket, leaving her mother and sister talking of Mrs. Simon and Lord Kilcarney, she went there, hoping to find some of the people whom she had met there before. The usually skirt-filled ottoman stood vacantly gaping. The little chairs seemed lonely about the hearth-rug. Even the sofa, where the invalid lady sat, was unoccupied, and the perforated blinds gave the crowds that passed up and down the street a shadow-like appearance. The prospect was not inspiriting, but not knowing what else to do, Alice sat down by the fire and fell to thinking who the man might be that sat reading on the other side of the fireplace. He didn't seem as if he knew much about horses, and as he read intently, she could watch him unobserved. At last their eyes met, and when Alice turned away her face, she felt that he was looking at her, and perhaps getting nervous under his examination, she made a movement to stir the fire. "Will you allow me?" he said, rising from his chair. "I beg your pardon, but if you will allow me, I will arrange the fire." Alice let him have the poker, and when he had knocked the coal crust and put on some fresh fuel, he said, "If it weren't for me, I don't know what would become of this fire. I believe the old porter goes to sleep and forgets all about it. Now and again he wakes up and makes a deal of fuss with a shovel and a broom." "I really can't say. We only came up from Galway today." "Then you don't know the famous Shelbourne Hotel. All the events of life are accomplished here. People live here, and die here, and flirt here, and I was going to say marry here, but hitherto the Shelbourne marriages have resulted in break-offs, and we quarrel here. The friends of today are enemies tomorrow, and then they sit at different ends of the room. Life in the Shelbourne is a thing in itself, and a thing to be studied." Alice laughed again, and again she continued her conversation. "I really know nothing of the Shelbourne. I was only here once before, and then only for a few days last summer, when I came home from school." "And now you are here for the drawing-room." "Yes, but how did you guess that?" "Oh, the natural course of events. A young lady leaves school. She spends 4 or 5 months at home, and then she is taken to the Lord Lieutenant's drawing-room. She liked him none the better for what he had said, and began to wonder how she might bring the conversation to a close. But when he spoke again, she forgot her intentions, and allowed his voice to charm her. "I think you told me," he said, "that you came up from Galway today. May I ask you from what side of the county?" Another piece of impertinence. Why should he question her? And yet she answered him. "We live near Gort. Do you know Gort?" "Oh, yes. I have been travelling for the last 2 months in Ireland. I spent nearly a fortnight in Galway. Lord Dungaree lives near Gort. Do you know him?" "Very well indeed. He is our nearest neighbour. We see him nearly every day. Do you know him?" "Yes, a little. I have met him in London. If I had not been so pressed for time, I should have called upon him when I was in Galway. I passed his place going to a land meeting. Oh, you need not be alarmed. I am not a land league organizer, or else I should not have thought of calling at Dungaree Castle. What a pretty drive it is to Gort! Then do you know a place on the left-hand side of the road, about 1.5 miles from Dungaree Castle?" "You mean Brookfield?" "Yes, that is our place." "Then you are Miss Barton?" "Yes, I am Miss Barton. Do you know father or mother?" No, but I have heard the name in Galway. I was spending a few days with one of your neighbours." "Oh, really?" said Alice, a little embarrassed, for she knew it must have been with the Lawlors that he had been staying. At the end of a long silence she said, "I am afraid you have chosen a rather unfortunate time for visiting Ireland. All these terrible outrages, murders, refusals to pay rent. I wonder you have not been frightened away." "As I do not possess a foot of land, I believe I should say, not land enough to sod a lark. My claim to collect rent would rest on an even slighter basis than that of the landlords, and as, with the charming inconsistency of your race, you have taken to killing each other instead of slaughtering the hated Saxon, I really feel safer in Ireland than elsewhere. I suppose," he said, "you do a great deal of novel reading in the country?" "Oh, yes," she answered, with almost an accent of voluptuousness in her voice. "I spent the winter reading." "Because there was no hunting?" replied Harding, with a smile full of cynical weariness. "No, I assure you, no. I do not think I should have gone out hunting even if it hadn't been stopped," said Alice hastily, for it vexed her not a little to see that she was considered incapable of loving a book for its own sake. "And what do you read?" The tone of indifference with which the question was put was not lost upon Alice, but she was too much interested in the conversation to pay heed to it. She said, "I read nearly all Byron, Shelley, Keats, Tennyson, and Browning. I think I like him better than all the poets. Do you know the scene at St. Praxed's?" "Yes, of course, it is very fine. But I don't know that I ever cared much for Browning. Not only the verse, but the whole mind of the man is uncouth. Yes, uncouth is the word I want. He is the Carlyle of poetry. Have you ever read Carlyle?" "Oh, yes, I have read his French Revolution and his Life of Schiller, but that's all. I only came home from school last summer, and at school we never read anything. I couldn't get many new books down in Galway. There were, of course, Dickens, Thackeray, George Eliot in the library, but that was all. I once got a beautiful book from Dungaree Castle. I wonder if you have ever read it. It is called Madame Gervaise's. From the descriptions of Rome, it almost seems to me that I have been there." "I know the book, but I didn't know a Catholic girl could admire it. And you are Catholic, I presume?" "I was brought up a Catholic." "It is one thing to be brought up a Catholic, and another to avoid doubting." "There can surely be no harm in doubting." "Not the least. But toward which side are you? Have you fallen into the soft feather bed of agnosticism, or the thorny ditch of belief?" "Why do you say, the soft feather bed of agnosticism?" "It must be a relief to be redeemed from belief in hell. And perhaps there is no other redemption." "And do you never doubt?" she said. No, I can't say I am given much to doubting, nor do I think the subject is any longer worthy of thought. The world's mind, after much anxiety, arrives at a conclusion, and what sages cannot determine in one age, a child is certain about in the next. Thomas Aquinas was harassed with doubts regarding the possibility of old women flying through the air on broomsticks. Nowadays, were a man thus afflicted, he would be surely a fit subject for Hanwell. The world has lived through Christianity, as it has through a score of other things. But I am afraid I shock you? No, I don't think you do. Only I never heard anyone speak in that way before. That is all. Here the conversation came to a pause, and soon after the presence of some ladies rendered its revival impossible. Their evening gowns suggested the dinner hour, and reminded Alice that she had to prepare herself for the meal. All the Galway people, excepting the Honourable Mrs. Gore and the Scullys, who had taken houses in town for the season, dined at table d'hôte. The Miss Duffys were, with the famous Bertha, the terror of the debutantes. The Brennans and the Goulds sat at the same table. May, thinking of Fred, who had promised to come during the evening, leaned back in her chair, looking unutterably bored. Under a window, Sir Richard and Sir Charles were immersed in wine and discussion. In earnest tones, the latter deprecated the folly of indulging in country love. The former, his hand on the champagne bottle, hiccuped, "Much better come up Dublin, you know, my boy. But look here. I know such a nice—" A glance round to make sure that no lady was within earshot, and the conversation lapsed into a still more confidential whisper. Mr. Ryan and Mr. Lynch ate their dinner in sullen silence, and at the other end of the long table, Mr. Adair, whom it was now confidently stated Mr. Gladstone could not possibly get on without, talked to Mr. Harding, and when the few dried oranges and tough grapes that constituted dessert had been tasted, the ladies got up and in twos and threes retired to the ladies' sitting-room. They were followed by Lord Dungaree, Mr. Adair, and Mr. Harding. The other gentlemen, the baronets and Messrs. Ryan and Lynch, preferring smoke and drink to chatter and oblique glances in the direction of ankle-concealing skirts, went up to the billiard-room. And the skirts, what an importance they took in the great sitting-room, full of easy chairs and Swiss scenery, chalets, lakes, cascades, and chamois painted on the light-colored walls. The big ottoman was swollen with bustled skirts. The little low seats around the fire disappeared under skirts. Skirts were tucked away to hide the slippered feet. Skirts were laid out along the sofas to show the elegance of the cut. Then woolwork and circulating novels were produced, and the conversation turned on marriage. Bertha, being the only Dublin girl present, all were anxious to hear her speak. After a few introductory remarks, she began, "Oh, so you all have come up to the castle and are going to be presented? Well, you'll find the rooms very grand, and the suppers very good. And if you knew a lot of people, particularly the officers' quarters here, you will find the castle balls very amusing. The best way is to come to town a month before the drawing-room and give a ball, and in that way you get to know all the men. If you haven't done that, I'm afraid you won't get many partners. Even if you do get introduced, they'll only ask you to dance, and you'll never see them again. Dublin is like a racecourse. Men come and speak to you and pass on. 'Tis pleasant enough if you know people, but as for marriages, there aren't any. I assure you I know lots of girls, and very pretty girls too, who have been going out these 6 or 7 seasons, and who have not been able to pull it off." "And the worst of it is," said a girl, "every year we are growing more and more numerous, and the men seem to be getting fewer. Nowadays a man won't look at you unless you have at least 2,000 a year." Mrs. Barton, who did not wish her daughters to be discouraged from the first, settled her skirts with a movement of disdain. Mrs. Gould pathetically declared she did not believe love to be dead in the world yet, and maintained her opinion that a nice girl could always marry. But Bertha was not easily silenced, and being perfectly conversant with her subject, she disposed of Dublin's claims as a marriage mart, and she continued to comment on the disappointments of girls until the appearance of Lord Dungaree and Mr. Harding brought the conversation to a sudden close. Une causerie des femmes. Que dites-vous? Je le suis. L'amour n'existe plus. Et l'âme de l'homme est plus prise de sens que l'âme de la femme, said my lord. Everyone laughed, and, with a charming movement of her skirts, Mrs. Barton made room for him to sit beside her. Harding withdrew to the other end of the room to resume his reading, and Alice did not dare to hope that he would lay aside his book and come to talk to her. If he did, her mother would ask her to introduce him to her, and she would have to enter into explanations that he and she had merely exchanged a few words before dinner. She withstood the conversation of the charmed circle as long as she could, and then boldly crossed the room for a newspaper. Harding rose to help her find one, and they talked together till my lord took him away to the billiard-room. May, who had been vainly expecting Fred the whole evening, said, "Well, Alice, I hope you have had a nice flirtation." "And did you notice, May, how she left us to look for a newspaper? Our Alice is fond of reading, but it was not of reading she was thinking this evening. She kept him all to herself at the other end of the room." Mrs. Barton laughed merrily, and Alice began to understand that her mother was approving her flirtation. That is the name that her mother would give her talk with Mr. Harding. End of chapter 15. Recording by Lisanne Lavoie. Chapter 16 of Muslin. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lisanne Lavoie of Swansea, Illinois. Muslin by George Moore, Chapter 16. During the Dublin season, it is found convenient to give teas. The young ladies have to be introduced to the men they will meet after at the castle. These gatherings take place at 5 o'clock in the afternoon, and as Mrs. Barton started from the Shelbourne Hotel for Lady Georgina Stapleton's, she fell to thinking that a woman is never really vulnerable until she is bringing out her daughters. Till then, the usual shafts directed against her virtue fall harmlessly on either side. But now they glance from the marriage buckler and strike the daughter in full heart. In the ballroom, as in the forest, the female is most easily assailed when guarding her young, and nowhere in the whole animal kingdom is this fact so well exemplified as in Dublin Castle. Lady Georgina lived in Harcourt Street, and it was on her way thither that something like a regret rose up in Mrs. Barton that she was forced to confess it, aroused the enmity of women, and persistently. Lady Georgina Stapleton was Lord Dungaree's eldest sister. She, too, hated Mrs. Barton, but being poor, my lord used to call himself the milch cow, she found herself, like the ladies Cullen, occasionally obliged to smile upon and extend a welcoming hand to the family enemy. And when Mrs. Barton came to Dublin for the castle season, a little pressure was put upon Lady Georgina to obtain invitations from the chamberlain. The ladies exchanged visits, and there the matter ended, as Mrs. Barton and her daughter passed through Stephen's Green, and she remembered that she had never taken the trouble to conceal her dislike of the house in Harcourt Street, and some of the hard things she had said when standing on the box seat of a drag at Punchestown races had travelled back and had found a lasting resting place in Lady Georgina's wrathful memory. "This is considered to be the most artistic house in Dublin," said Mrs. Barton, as the servant showed them upstairs. "How lovely the camellias look," said Olive. "And now, Alice, mind, none of your liberalism in this house, or you will ruin your sister's chances." Lady Georgina wore a wig, or her hair was arranged so as to look like one. 50 years had rubbed away much of her youthful ugliness, and, in the delicate twilight of her rooms, her aristocratic bearing might be mistaken for good looks. Lady Georgina was a celebrated needlewoman, and she was now begging Lord Killarney to assist her at a charity bazaar. Few people had yet arrived, and when Harding was announced, Mrs. Barton whispered, "Here's your friend, Alice. Don't miss your chance." Then every moment bevies of girls came in and were accommodated with seats, and if possible with young men. Teacups were sent down to be washed, and the young men were passed from group to group. The young ladies smiled and looked delightful, and spoke of dancing and tennis until, replying to an imperative glance from their chaperons, from time to time they rose to leave, but, obeying a look of supplication from their hostess, the young men remained. Lord Killarney had been hunted desperately around screens and over every ottoman in the room, and Lady Georgina had proved her goodwill in proportion to the amount of assistance she had lent to her friends in the chase. Long ago he had been forced away from Olive. Mrs. Barton endured, with stoical indifference, the scowls of her hostess, but at length, compelled to recognize that none of the accidents attendant on the handling of teacups or the moving of chairs would bring him back, she rose to take her leave. The little Marquis was on his feet in a moment, and shaking hands with her effusively, he promised to call to see them at the Shelbourne. A glance went round, and of Mrs. Barton's triumph there could be no doubt. "But today's success is often a prelude to tomorrow's defeat," was Lady Georgina's comment, and Mrs. Barton and her daughters were discussed as they walked across the green to their hotel. Nor was Lady Georgina altogether a false prophet, for next day Mrs. Barton found the Marquis's cards on her table. "I'm sorry we missed him," she said, "but we haven't a minute," and calling on her daughters to follow, she dashed again into the whirl of a day that would not end for many hours, though it had begun 12 hours ago. A day of haste and anticipation it had been, filled with cries of "Mamma," telegrams, letters, and injunctions not to forget this and that, a day whose skirts trailed in sneers and criticisms, a hypocritical and deceitful day, a day of intrigue, a day in which the post-box was the chief factor, a great day withal. But above this day, and above all other days, was the day that took them spellbound to the foot of a narrow staircase, a humble flight seemingly, but leading to a temple of tightly stretched floor-cloth, tall wardrobes, and groups and lines of lay figures in eternally ladylike attitudes. "Oh, how do you do, Mrs. Barton? We have been expecting you for the last 2 or 3 days. I will run upstairs and tell Mrs. Simon that you are here. She will be so glad to see you." "This is Miss Cooper," explained Mrs. Barton. "Everyone knows her. She has been with Mrs. Simon many years. And as for dear Mrs. Simon, there is no one like her. She knows the truth about everybody. Here she comes." And Mrs. Barton rushed forward and embraced a thin woman with long features. "And how do you do, dear Mrs. Barton? And how well you are looking! And the young ladies? I see Miss Olive has improved since she was in Dublin." In an audible whisper, "Everyone is talking about her. There is no doubt but that she'll be the belle of the season." In a still audible but lower tone of voice, "But tell me, is it true that—" Now, said Mrs. Barton, drowning her words in cascades of silvery laughter. "I know nothing of what you're saying. No, I assure you I will not." Then, as soon as the ladies had recovered their composure, a few questions were asked about her excellency, the prospects of the castle season, and the fashions of the year. "And now tell me," said Mrs. Barton, "what pretty things have you that would make up nicely for trains?" "Trains, Mrs. Barton? We have some sweet things that would make up beautifully for trains. Miss Cooper, will you kindly fetch over that case of silks that we had over yesterday from Paris? The young ladies must be, of course, in white. For Miss Olive I should like, I think, snowdrops. For you, Mrs. Barton, I am uncertain which of two designs I shall recommend. Now, this is a perfectly regal material." With words of compliment and solicitation, the black-dressed assistant displayed the armories of Venus, armories filled with the deep blue of midnight, with the faint tints of dawn, with strange flowers and birds, with moths and moons and stars, lengths of white silk, clear as the notes of violins playing in a minor key, white poplin falling into folds statuesque as the bass of a fugue by Bach, yards of ruby velvet, rich as an air from Verdi played on the piano, tender green velvet, pastoral as hautboys heard beneath trees in a fair Arcadian vale, blue turquoise file, fanciful as the tinkling of a guitar twanged by a Watteau shepherd, gold brocade, sumptuous as organ tones swelling through the jeweled twilight of a nave, scarves and trains of midnight blue, profound as the harmonic snoring of a bassoon, golden daffodils, violent as the sound of a cornet, bouquets of pink roses and daisies, charmful and pure as the notes of a flute, white file, soft draperies of tulle, garlands of white lilac, sprays of white leather, delicate and resonant as the treble voices of children singing carols in dewy English woods, berthas, flounces, plumes, stomachers, lappets, veils, frivolous as the strains of a German waltz played on Liddell's band. An hour passed, but the difficulty of deciding if Olive's dress should be composed of silk or Irish poplin was very great, for, determined that all should be humiliated, Mrs. Barton laid her plans amid designs for night and morning, birds fluttering through leafy trees, birds drowsing on bending boughs, and butterflies folding their wings. At a critical moment, however, an assistant announced that Mrs. Scully was waiting. The ladies started. Desperate effort was made. Rosy clouds and veils of silver tissue were spoken of, but nothing could be settled, and on the staircase the ladies had to squeeze into a corner to allow Violet and Mrs. Scully to pass. "How do you do, Olive? How do you do, Alice? And you, Mrs. Barton, how do you do? And what are you going to wear? Have you decided on your dress?" "Oh, that is a secret that could be told to no one. Oh, not for worlds," said Mrs. Barton. "I'm sure it will be very beautiful," replied Mrs. Scully, with just a reminiscence of the politeness of the Galway grocery business in her voice. "I hear you have taken a house in Fitzwilliam Square for the season," said Mrs. Barton. "Yes, we are very comfortable. You must come and see us. You are at the Shelbourne, I believe." "Come to tea with us," cried Violet. "We are always at home about 5. "We shall be delighted," returned Mrs. Barton. Mrs. Scully's acquaintance with Mrs. Simon was of the slightest, but, knowing that claims to fashion in Dublin are judged by the intimacy you affect with the dressmaker, she shook her warmly by the hand, and addressed her as "Dear Mrs. Simon." To the Christian name of Helen, none less than a countess dared to aspire. "And how well you are looking, dear Mrs. Simon! And when are you going to take your daughters to the castle?" "Oh, not for some time yet. My eldest is only 16. Mrs. Simons had 3 daughters to bring out, and she hoped when her feet were set on the redoubtable ways of Cork Hill, her fashionable customers would extend to her a cordial helping hand. Mrs. Simons was one of the myriad little schemes with which Dublin is honeycombed, and although she received Mrs. Scully's familiarities somewhat coldly, she kept her eyes fixed upon Violet. The insidious thinness of the girl's figure and her gay, winsome look interested her, and, as if speaking to herself, she said, "You will want something very sweet, something quite pure and lovely for Miss Scully?" Mother and daughter were instantly all attention, and Mrs. Simon continued, "Let me see. I have some Surratt silk that would make up sweetly. Miss Cooper, will you have the kindness to fetch those rolls of Surratt silk we received yesterday from Paris?" Then, beautiful as a flower harvesting, the hues and harmonies of earth, ocean, and sky fell before the ravished eyes. The white Surratt silk, chaste, beautiful, delicious as the presentiment of shared happiness which fills a young girl's mind when her fancy awakens in the soft spring sunlight, the white file with tulle and garlands of white lilac, delicate and only as sensuous as the first meetings of sweethearts, when the May is white in the air and the lilac is in bloom on the lawn. Trains of blue sapphire brochet looped with blue ostrich feathers, seductive and artificial as a boudoir plunged in a dream of S. bouquet. Dove-colored velvet trains adorned the tulips and tied with bows of brown and pink. Temperate as the love that endures when the fiery day of passion has gone down. Bodices and trains of daffodil silk, embroidered with shaded maple leaves, impure as lamplit and patchouli-scented couches. Trains of white volature festooned with tulle, trails of snowdrops, icy as lips that have been bought, and cold as a life that lives in a name. The beautiful silks hissed as they came through the hands of the assistants, cat-like the velvet footfalls of the velvet fell. It was a witch's Sabbath, and out of this terrible cauldron each was to draw her share of the world's gifts. Smiling and genial, Mrs. Simon stirred the ingredients with a yard measure. The girls came trembling, doubting, hesitating, and the anxious mothers saw what remained of their jeopardized fortunes sliding in a thin golden stream into the flaming furnace that the demon of Cork Hill blew with unintermittent breath. Secrets! What secrets were held on the subject of the presentation dresses? The obscure hill was bound with a white frill of anticipation. Olive's fame had gone forth. She was admitted to be the new Venus, and Lord Killarney was spoken of as likely to yield to her the coveted coronet. Would he marry her without so much as looking at another girl, was the question on every lip. And in the jealousy thus created, the appraisers of Violet's beauty grew bolder. Her thinness was condoned, and her refinement insisted upon. Nor were May Gould and her chances overlooked by the gossips of Merrion Square. Her flirtation with Fred Scully was already a topic of conversation. Alice knew she was spoken of pityingly, but she hungered little after the praise of the Dubliners, and preferred to stay at home and talk to Harding in the ladies' drawing-room rather than follow her mother and sister in their wild hunt after Lord Killarney. Through the afternoon teas of Merrion Square and Stephen's Green, the chase went merrily. End of Chapter 16. Recording by Lisanne Lavoie. Chapter 17 of Muslin. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lisanne Lavoie of Swansea, Illinois. Muslin by George Moore, Chapter 17. On the night of the drawing-room, February 20, 1882, the rain rushed along the streets. Wind, too, had risen, and threatening to tear every window from its sash, it careered in great gusts. Sky there was none. nor sight of anything save when the lightning revealed the outline of the housetops. The rattling and the crashing of the thunder was fearsome, and often, behind their closely drawn curtains, the girls trembled, and, covering their faces with their hands, forgot the article of clothing they were in search of. In their rooms all was warm and snug, and gay with firelight and silk. The chaperons had whispered that warm baths were advisable, and along the passages the ladies' maids passed hurriedly, carrying cans of hot water, sponges, and drying sheets. Alice and Olive slept in 2 rooms on the 3rd floor on either side of their mother. May and Mrs. Gould were on the 4th, and next to May was Fred Scully, who, under the pretext of the impossibility of his agreeing with his mother concerning the use of a latchkey, had lately moved into the hotel. May was deeply concerned in Fred's grievance, and discussing it, or the new Shelbourne scandal, the loves of the large lady and the little man at the other end of the corridor, they lingered about each other's bedroom doors. Alice could now hear them talking as they descended the staircase together. Then a burst of smothered laughter, and May came in to see her. "Oh, how nice you look!" "If you don't mash Mr. Harding tonight, he'll be a tough one indeed. Did I tell you I was talking to him yesterday in the ladies' drawing-room? He is very enticing, but I can't quite make him out. I think he despises us all but you. About you he said all kinds of nice things, that you were so clever and nice and amusing. And tell me, dear," said May, in her warm, affectionate way, "do you really like him? You know what I mean." May's eyes and voice were so full of significance that to pretend to misunderstand was impossible. "I like Mr. Harding well enough. It is very pleasant to have him to talk to. I am sure I don't want to run down my own sex. There are plenty only too anxious to do that. But I am afraid that there is not a girl in Dublin who thinks of anything except how she is to get married." "I don't know about that," said May, a little offended. "I suppose if you think of a man at all, you think of how he likes you." The defiant tone in which these words were spoken was surprising, and for a moment Alice stood staring blankly at this superb, cream-fleshed girl, superb in her dress of cream file, her sensuous beauty poetized by the long veils which hung like gossamer webs from the coils of her copper-gleaming hair. "I am afraid, May," she said, "that you think a great deal too much of such things. I don't say anything against Mr. Scully, but I think it right to tell you that he is considered a very dangerous young man, and I am sure it does a girl no good to be seen with him. It was he who—" "Now I'll not hear you abuse Fred," cried May. "We are great friends. I'd like you better than any other girl, and if you value our friendship, you'll not speak to me again like this. I wouldn't put up with it. No, not from my own mother." The girl moved toward the door hastily, but Alice laid her hand on her arm, saying, "You mustn't be angry, May. Perhaps you're right. I shouldn't meddle in things that don't concern me. But then we have been so long friends that I couldn't help." I know," the girl answered, overcome, as it were, by an atmosphere. "You were speaking only for my good. But if you're friends with a person, you can't stand by and hear them abused. I know people speak badly of Fred, but then people are so jealous, and they are all jealous of Fred." The girls examined each other's dresses, and at the end of a long silence, May said, "What an extraordinary thing this drawing-room is when one comes to think of it. Just fancy going to all this expense to be kissed by the Lord Lieutenant, a man one never saw before. Will you feel ashamed when he kisses you?" "Well, I don't know that I have thought much about it," said Alice, laughing. I suppose it doesn't matter. It is only a ceremony, not a real kiss." At this moment Mrs. Barton's voice was heard calling, "Now, Alice, Alice, where are you? We are waiting for you. Make haste, for goodness' sake. We are very late as it is." The trail of a sachet-scented petticoat could be detected on this length of Brussels carpet. The acrid vulgarity of eau de cologne hung like a curtain before an open door. A vision of white silk gleamed for a moment as it fled from room to room. Men in a strange garb, black velvet and steel buttons, hurried away, tripping over their swords, furtively ashamed of their stockinged calves. On the first landing, about the winter garden, a group of German waiters, housemaids, billiards players with cigars in their teeth and cues in their hands had collected. Underneath, in the hall, the barmaids and old ladies, wrapped up in rugs and shawls to save them from the draughts, were criticizing the dresses. Olive's name was on every lip, and to see her all were breathless with expectation. Her matrimonial prospects were discussed, and Lord Kilcarny was openly spoken of. "Ah, here she is, there she is," was whispered. The head porter, wild with excitement, shouted for Mrs. Barton's carriage. 3 under-porters descended huge umbrellas. The door was opened. An immense wind tore through the hall, sending the old ladies flying back to their sitting-room, and the Bartons, holding their hair and their trains, rushed across the wet pavement and took refuge in the brougham. "Did one ever see such weather?" said Mrs. Barton. "I hope your hair isn't ruffled, Olive." "No, mamma, I think it is all right." Reassured, Mrs. Barton continued, "I don't think there ever was a country so hateful as Ireland. What with rain and land league, I wonder why we live here. Did you notice the time, Alice, when we left the hotel?" "Yes, mamma, it was 25 minutes to 10. "Oh, we are very late. We shan't be there before 10. The thing to do is to get there about 9:30. The drawing-room doesn't begin before 11, but if you can get into the first lot, you can stand at the entrance of Patrick's Hall. I see, Alice, your friend Harding is going to the drawing-room. Now, if you do what I tell you, you won't miss him, for it does look so bad to see a girl alone, just as if she was unable to get a man." While Mrs. Barton continued to advise her girls, the carriage rolled rapidly along Stephen's Green. It had now turned into Grafton Street, and on the steep, rain-flooded asphalt they narrowly escaped an accident. The coachman, however, steadied his horses, and soon the long colonnades of the Bank of Ireland were seen on the left. From this point they were no longer alone, and except when a crash of thunder drowned every other sound, the rattling of wheels was heard behind and in front of them. Carriages came from every side. The night was alive with flashing lamps, a glimpse of white fur or silk, the red breast of a uniform, the gold of an epaulette were seen, and thinking of the block that would take place on the quays, the coachmen whipped up their horses, but soon the orderly voices of the mantled and mounted policemen were heard, and the carriages came to a full stop. "We are very late. Hundreds will pass before us," said Mrs. Barton despairingly, as she watched the lines of silk-laden carriages that seemed to be passing them by. But it was difficult to make sure of anything, and fearful of soiling their gloves, they refrained from touching the breath-misted windows. Despite the weather, the streets were lined with vagrants, patriots, waifs, idlers of all sorts and kinds. Plenty of girls of 16 and 18 came out to see the finery. Poor little things in battered bonnets and draggled skirts, who would dream upon 10 shillings a week, a drunken mother striving to hush a child that cries beneath a dripping shawl, a harlot embittered by feelings of commercial resentment, troops of laborers, hang-dog faces, thin coats, torn shirts, Irish Americans, sinister-faced and broad-brimmed. Never were poverty and wealth brought into plainer proximity. In the broad glare of the carriage lights, the shape of every feature, even the color of the eyes, every glance, every detail of dress, every stain of misery were revealed to the silken exquisites who, a little frightened, strove to hide themselves within the scented shadows of their broughams, and in like manner the bloom on every aristocratic cheek, the glitter of every diamond, the richness of every plume, were visible to the wondering eyes of those who stood without in the wet and the cold. "I wish they wouldn't stare so," said Mrs. Barton. "One would think they were a lot of hungry children looking into a sweetmeat shop. The police ought really to prevent it. And how wicked those men in the big hats look, said Olive. I'm sure they would rob us if they only dared. At last the order came that the carriages were to move on, and they rolled on, now blocked under the black rain-dripping archway of the castle yard, now delayed as they laboriously made the tour of the quadrangle. Olive doubted if her turn would ever come, but by slow degrees each carriage discharged its cargo of silk, and at last Mrs. Barton and her daughters found themselves in the vestibule, taking numbers for their wraps at the cloak-rooms placed on either side of the stairway. The slender figures ascending to tiny naked shoulders presented a piquant contrast with the huge black Assyrian bull-like policemen who guarded the passage, and reduced, by contrast, to the almost doll-like proportions the white creatures who went up the great stairway. Overhead, an artificial plant, some 20 feet wide, spread a decorative greenness. The walls were lined with rifles, and at regular intervals, in lieu of pictures, were set stars made out of swords. There were also 3 suits of plate armor, and the grinning of the helmets of old time contrasted with the bearskin shrouded faces of the Red Guardsmen. And through all this military display, the white-ware tripped past powdered and purple-coated footmen, splendid in the splendor of pink calves and salmon-colored breeches. As the white mass of silk pushed along the white-painted corridor, the sense of ceremony that had till then oppressed it evaporated in the fumes of the blazing gas, and something like a battle began in the blue drawing-room. Heat and fatigue soon put an end to all coquetting between the sexes. The beautiful silks were hidden by the crowd. Only the shoulders remained, and to appease their terrible ennui, the men gazed down the backs of the women's dresses. Shoulders were there, of all tints and shapes. Indeed, it was like a vast rosary, alive with white, pink, and cream-colored flowers. Of Maréchal Niel's, Souvenir de Malmaison, Mademoiselle Eugène Verdière, Ami Viber Scandens. Sweetly turned, adolescent shoulders, blush white, smooth and even as the petals of a Marquise Mortemal, the strong, commonly turned shoulders, abundant and free as the fresh rosy pink of the Anna Alinoff, the drooping white shoulders, full of falling contours as a pale Madame Lacharme, the caloric shoulders, deadly white, of the almost greenish shade that is found in a Princess Clementine, the pert, the dainty little shoulders, filled with warm pink shadows, pretty and compact as Comtesse Cécile de Chabrillon, the large, heavy shoulders full of vulgar, madder tints, coarse, strawberry color, enormous as a Paul Néron, clustering white shoulders, grouped like the blossoms of an Aimé Weber Scandin. And just in front of me, under my eyes, the flowery, the voluptuous, the statuesque shoulders of a tall blonde woman of 30, whose flesh is full of the exquisite, peach-like tones of a Mademoiselle Eugène Verdière, blooming in all its pride of summer loveliness. To make way for this enormous crowd, the Louis XV sofas and armchairs had been pushed against the walls, and an hour passed wearily, in all its natural impudence, in this beautiful drawing-room, the brain aching with dusty odor of poudre de riz, and the many acidities of evaporating perfume, the sugary sweetness of the blondes, the salt flavors of the brunettes, and this allegro movement of odors was interrupted suddenly by the garlicky andante, deep as the pedal notes of an organ, that the perspiring armpits of a fat chaperon exhaled slowly. At last there was a move forwards, and a sigh of relief, a grunt of satisfaction broke from the oppressed creatures. But a line of guardsmen was pressing from behind, and the women were thrown hither and thither into the arms and onto the backs of soldiers, police officers, county inspectors, and castle underlings. Now a lady turns pale, and whispers to her husband that she is going to faint. Now a young girl's petticoats have become entangled in the moving mass of legs. She cries aloud for help. Her brother expostulates with those around. He is scarcely heeded. And the struggle grows still more violent when it becomes evident that the guardsmen are about to bring down the bar. And, begging a florid-faced attorney to unloose his sword, which had become entangled in her dress, Mrs. Barton called on her daughter, and slipping under the raised arms, they found themselves suddenly in a square, sombre room, full of a rich brown twilight. In one corner there was a bureau, where an attendant served out blank cards. In another, the white plumes nodded against the red glare that came from the throne room, whence Liddell's band was heard playing waltz tunes, and the stentorian tones of the chamberlain's voice called the ladies' names. "Have you got your cards?" said Mrs. Barton. "I have got mine," said Olive. "And I have got mine," said Alice. "Well, you know what to do. You give your card to the aide-de-camp. He passes it on and spreads out your train, and you walk right up to His Excellency. He kisses you on both cheeks, you curtsy, and, at the far door, 2 aides-de-camp pick up your train and place it on your arm." The girls continued to advance, experiencing the while the nerve atrophy, the systolic emotion of communicants who, when the bell rings, approach the altar rails to receive God within their mouths. The massive, the low-hanging, the opulently twisted gold candelabra, the smooth luster of the marble columns are evocative of the persuasive grandeur of a cathedral, and deep in the darkness of the pen, a vast congregation of peeresses and judges watch the ceremony in devout collectiveness. How symmetrical is the place! A well-trimmed bouquet of guardsmen has been set in the middle of the Turkey carpet. Around the throne a semicircle of red coats has been drawn, and above it flow the veils, the tulle, the skirts of the ladies of honor. They seem like white clouds dreaming on a bank of scarlet poppies, and the long, sad legs, clad in maroon-colored breeches, is the Lord Lieutenant. The teeth and the diamonds on his right is Her Excellency. And now a lingering survival of the terrible droit de seigneur, diminished and attenuated, but still circulating through our modern years. This ceremony, a pale ghost of its former self, is performed, and having received a kiss on either cheek, the debutantes are free to seek their bridal beds in Patrick's Hall. "Miss Olive Barton, presented by Mrs. Barton," shouted the chamberlain. Olive abandoned her train to the aides-de-camp. She saw their bent backs, felt their nimble fingers, exhibiting the stress whereupon Mrs. Barton and Mrs. Simon had for days been expending all the poetry of their natures. What white wonder! What manifold marvel of art! Dress of snow satin, skirt quite plain in front, bodice and train of white poplin, the latter wrought with patterns representing night and morning, a morning made of silver leaves with silver birds fluttering through leafy trees, butterflies sporting among them, and over all a sunrise worked in gold and silver thread. Then on the left side the same sun sank amid rosy clouds, and there butterflies slept with folded wing, and there birds roosted on bending boughs. Veils of silver tissue softened the edges of the train. Silver stars gleamed in the corn-colored hair. The long hands, gloved with white undressed kid, carried a silver fan. She was adorably beautiful and adorably pale, and she floated through the red glare along the scarlet line to the weary-looking man in maroon breeches, like some wonderful white bird of downy plumage. He kissed her on both cheeks, and she passed away to the farther door, where her train was caught up and handed to her by 2 aides-de-camp. He had seemed to salute her with deference and warmth. His kiss was more than ceremonial, and eager looks passed between the ladies of honor standing on the estrade. The great bouquet of red coats placed in the middle of the floor, animated by one desire, turned its 16 heads to gaze after the wonderful vision of blonde beauty that had gone. Mrs. Barton experienced an instant thrill of triumph and advanced into the throne. In the composition of her dress she had given range to her somewhat florid taste. The front was brocade, laid upon a ground of grey pink, shot with orange, and the effect was such as is seen when the sun hangs behind a lowering grey cloud, tinged with pink. On this were wonderful, soft-colored flowers, yellow melting into pink, green fading into madder-like tints. The bodice and the train were of gold-brown velvet that matched the gold-brown of the hair. Mrs. Barton was transformed from the usual Romney portrait to one by Sir Peter Lely, and when she made her curtsy, Her Excellency's face contracted, and the ladies of honor whispered, "The harm she does her daughters, I wonder." "Miss Violet Scully, presented by Mrs. Scully," shouted the chamberlain. Now there was an admixture of curiosity in the admiration accorded to Violet. Hers was not the plain appealing of Olive's Greek statue-like beauty. It was rather the hectic erethism of painters and sculptors in a period preceding the apogee of an art. She was a statuette in biscuit after a design by Andrea Mantegna, but the traces of this exquisite atavism were now almost concealed in the supreme modernity of her attire. From the tiny waist trailed yards of white file, trimmed with tulle ruchings, frecked as a meadow with faintly tinted daisies. The hips were engarlanded with daisies, and the flowers melted and bloomed amid snows of file and tulle. The Lord Lieutenant leaned forward to kiss her, but at that moment of his kiss the thunder crashed so loudly that he withdrew from her, and so abruptly that Her Excellency looked surprised. The incident passed, however, almost unperceived. So loud was the thunder, everybody was thinking of dynamite, and it was some time before even the voluptuous strains of Liddell's band could calm their inquietude. Nevertheless, the chamberlain continued to shout, "Lady Sarah Cullen, Lady Jane Cullen, Mrs. Scully, presented by Lady Sarah Cullen." Then came a batch of people whom no one knew, and in the front of these the aides de camp allowed Alice to pass on to His Excellency. She was prettily dressed, dragging after her a train of white file trimmed with sprays of white heather and tulle, the petticoat being beautifully arranged with folded draperies of crepe de chine. A number of ladies had collected in the farther anteroom, and in lines they stood watching the effluent tide of satin and silk discharging its volume into the spaces of Patrick's Hall. End of Chapter 17. Recording by Lisanne Lavoie. Chapter 18 of Muslin. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lisanne Lavoie of Swansea, Illinois. Muslin by George Moore, Chapter 18. "I wish Alice would make haste and not keep us waiting. I suppose she has got behind a crowd. Oh, here are the Scullys. Let's hide. They don't know a creature and will hang on us." Olive and Mrs. Barton tried to slip out of sight, but they were too late, and a moment after, looking immense in a train and bodice of lion's velvet, Mrs. Scully came up and accosted them. "How do you do, Mrs. Barton?" she said, with a desperate effort to make herself agreeable. "I must congratulate you. Everyone is admiring your dress. I assure you your train looked perfectly regal." "I'm glad you like it," replied Mrs. Barton. "But what do you think of Olive? Do you like her dress?" "Oh, Olive has no need of my praises. If I were not afraid of making her too vain, I would tell her that all Dublin is talking of her. Indeed, I heard a gentleman say, a gentleman who, I believe, writes for the papers, that she will be in the World or Truth next week as the belle of the season. None of the other young ladies will have a chance with her." "Oh, I don't know about that," exclaimed Mrs. Barton, laughing merrily. "Haven't you got your Violet, whom, by the way, you have transformed into a beautiful daisy? It will be, perhaps, not the rose nor the olive that will carry off the prize, but the daisy." Violet glanced sharply at Mrs. Barton, and there was hate in the glance, for although her mother did not, she understood well what was meant by the allusion to the daisy, the humblest of the earth's flowers. The appearance, however, of Lord Killarney brought the conversation to a close, and not knowing how to address him, Olive laughed beautifully from behind her silver fan. They entered Patrick's Hall, where Lord Dungaree, Lord Rosshill, and others were waiting to receive Mrs. Barton, who sought for a prominent seat, and dealing out pearly laughs and winsome compliments to her court, she watched Olive, who, according to orders, had taken Lord Killarney to sit on the highest of the series of benches that lined one side of the room, which she did, and for a moment Mrs. Barton felt as if she held Dublin under her satin shoe. Alice was her only trouble. What would she do with this gawk of a girl? But soon even this difficulty was solved, for Harding came up and asked her if he might take her to get an ice. "How absurd we look dressed up in this way," said Harding. "Look at that attorney and the court sword. It would be just as logical to stick a quill pen behind the ear of a fat pig." "Well, the sword, I confess I don't see much meaning in that, but the rest of the dress is well enough. I don't see why one style of dress should be more absurd than another, unless it is because it isn't the fashion." "Yes, but that is just the reason. Just fancy dressing oneself up in the costume of a bygone time." "And is everything that isn't the fashion ridiculous?" "Ah, there, I fancy, you have the best of the argument. Waiter, a strawberry ice. But did you say you would have strawberry?" "I don't think I did, for I prefer lemon." The center of the ceiling was filled with an oval picture representing St. Patrick receiving pagans into the true faith. The walls were white painted, the panels were gold listed. There were pillars at both ends of the room, and in a top gallery, behind a curtain of evergreen plants, Liddell's orchestra continued to pour an uninterrupted flood of waltz melody upon the sea of satin, silk, poplin, and velvet that surged around the buffet, angrily demanding cream ices, champagne, and claret cup. Every moment the crowd grew denser, and the red coats of the guards and the black corded jackets of the rifles stained like spots of ink and blood the pallor of the background. A few young men looked elegant and shapely in the velvet and stockings of court dress. One of these was Fred Scully. He was with May, who, the moment she caught sight of Alice, made frantic efforts to reach her. "My dear, did anyone ever look so nice? You are as sweet, well, a little sweeter, than you generally are. How do you do, Mr. Harding? And tell me, Alice, what do you think of my dress?" May was in cream file with ruchings of tulle. A beautiful piece of white lilac nestled upon her right breast. "You are very nice, May, and I think the white sets off your hair to advantage." "Well, good-bye, dear. Fred and I are going into the next room. One is so pushed about here, but there are nice large velvet sofas there where one can sit and talk. I advise you to come." In the reposing shadows of rich velvet and sombre hangings, women leaned over the sofas, talking to men in uniform, while two strange-looking creatures in long garments walked up and down the room. Dons from Trinity, who argued with Mr. Adair earnestly. "He is one of the lights of your county, is he not?" said Harding, indicating Mr. Adair. "Oh, yes," replied Alice. "He took honors and a gold medal at Trinity College." "I know he did, and a capacity for passing competitive examinations is the best proof of a man's incapacity for everything else." "Do you know him?" "Yes, a little. He wears his university laurels at 40, builds parish schools, and frightens his neighbors with the liberality of his opinions and the rectitude of his life." "But have you seen his pamphlets on the amalgamation of the poorhouses?" said Alice, astonished at the slight consideration afforded to the rural genius. "I have heard of them. It appears he is going in for politics, but his politics will be on a par with his sawmill and his farmyard in concrete. Mr. Adair is a well-known person. Every county in England, Ireland, and Scotland possesses and is proud of its Mr. Adair." Alice wondered for some moments in silence, and when suddenly her thoughts detached themselves, she said, "We didn't see you in the ladies' drawing-room." "I was very busy all the morning. I had 2 articles to write for one of my papers and some books to review." "How nice it must be to have a duty to perform every day, to have always an occupation to which you can turn with pleasure." "I don't know that I look upon my ink bottle as an eternal haven of bliss. Still, I would sooner contribute articles to daily and weekly papers than sit in the Kildare Street Club drinking glasses of sherry. Having nothing to do must be a terrible occupation, and one difficult to fulfill with dignity and honor. But," he added, as if a sudden thought had struck him, "you must have a great deal of time on your hands. Why don't you write a novel?" "Everybody can't write novels." "Oh, yes, they can." "Is that the reason why you advise me to write one?" "Not exactly. Did you ever try to write a story?" "No, not since I was at school. I used to write stories there, and read them to the girls, and—" "And what?" "Oh, nothing. It seems so absurd of me to talk to you about such things. You will only laugh at me, just as you did at Mr. Adair." "No, I assure you I am very loyal to my friends." "Friends?" "I should have thought that friendship was a question of sympathy, and not one of time. But I will withdraw the word." "Oh, no, I didn't mean that. I am sure I am very glad." "Very well, then. We will be friends. And now, tell me what you were going to say." "I have forgotten. What was I saying?" "You were telling me about something you had written at school." "Oh, yes, I remember. I did a little play for the girls to act just before we left." "What was it about? What was it called?" "It was not original. It was an adaptation of Tennyson's ballad of King Cophetua. You know Miss Gould. She played the king, and Miss Scully, she played the beggar-maid. But of course the whole thing was very childish." At this moment a figure in knee-breeches and flesh-colored stockings was seen waving a wand at the far end of the room. He was the usher clearing the way for the vice-regal procession. The first to appear were the A.D.C.s. They were followed by the medical department, by the private secretary, the military private secretary, the assistant under-secretaries, by the gentleman-in-waiting, the master of the horse, the dean of the chapel royal, the chamberlain, the gentleman usher, the comptroller, the state steward, walking with a wand like a doge in an opera bouffe. Then came another secretary, and another band of the underlings who flock about this mock court. And then came a heavy-built, red-bearded man who carried, as one might carry a baby, a huge gilt sword in his fat hands. He was followed by their excellencies. The long maroon-colored breeches preserved their usual disconsolateness, the teeth and diamonds retained their splendor, and the train, many yards of azure blue, richest Duchess satin, embroidered with large bouquets of silver lily-of-the-valley, and trimmed with plumes of azure-blue ostrich feathers and bunches of silver coral, was upheld by 2 tiny children who tottered beneath its enormous weight. Then another batch of ADCs in waiting, the ladies of the vice-regal family, their excellencies' guests, and the ladies in attendance, placed according to their personal precedence, brought up the rear of the procession. Doesn't real, actual life sometimes appear to you, Miss Barton, more distorted and unreal than a dream? I know it does to me. The spectacle we have just witnessed was a part of the ages that believed in the Godhead of Christ and the divine right of kings. But it seems to me strange that such barbarity should be permitted to loiter. But what has Christianity to do with the procession that has just passed? Were it not for faith, do you think a mock court would be allowed to promenade in that ludicrous fashion? I'm not sure it is faith that enables them to reverence the sword of the state. Is it not rather that love of ceremonial, inherent in us all, more or less? Perhaps you are right. The conversation drifted back to literature. They talked for 10 minutes, and then Alice suggested that it was time she should return to Mrs. Barton. Patrick's hall was still crowded, and champagne corks exploded through the babbling of voices. The squadron of distressed damsels had not deserted their favorite corner, and they waited about the pillars like cabs on a stand. At this hour a middle-aged married doctor would be welcomed. All were desirous of being seen, if only for a moment, on the arm of a man. Mrs. Barton's triumph was Caesarean. More than half a dozen old lords and one young man listened to her bewitching laugh, and were fed on the brown flashing gold of her eyes. Milord and Rosshill had been pushed aside, and, apart, each sought to convince the other that he was going to leave town by the evening mail. Well in view of everyone, Olive had spent an hour with Lord Killarney. He had just brought her back to Mrs. Barton. At a little distance, the poor Scullys stood waiting. They knew no one. Even the Bartons had given them a very cold shoulder. Mrs. Gould, in an old black velvet dress, wondered why all the nice girls did not get married, and from time to time she plaintively questioned the passers-by if they had seen May. Violet's sharp face had grown sharper. She knew she could do something if only she got a chance. But would she get a chance? The ladies Cullen, their plank-like shoulders bound in grey frisé velvet and steel, were talking to her. Suddenly, Lady Sarah bowed to Lord Killarney, and the bow said, "Come hither." Leaving Olive, he approached. A moment after, he was introduced to Violet. Her thin face lit up as if from a light within. A grey cloud dimmed the light of Mrs. Barton's golden eyes, and when she saw him in the vestibule helping the Scullys on with their wraps, she shuddered as if struck with a blast of icy wind. End of Chapter 18. Recording by Lisanne Lavoie. Chapter 19 of Muslin. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lisanne Lavoie of Swansea, Illinois. Muslin by George Moore. Chapter 19. Dungaree Castle, Gort, County Galway. My dearest Alice, I was so delighted to hear from you. It was very good of you to write to me. I was deeply interested in your description of the Dublin festivities, and must try and tell you all the news. Everybody here is talking of Olive and Lord Killarney. It is said that he proposed to her at the drawing-room. Is this true? I hope so, for she seems to have set her heart on the match. But she is a great deal too nice for him. They say that when he is in London, he does nothing but go about from bar-room to bar-room drinking brandies and sodas. It is also said that he used to spend much of his time with actresses. I hope these stories are false, but I cannot help thinking. Well, we have often talked over these things, and you know what my opinions of men are. I hope I am not doing wrong in speaking like this, but a piece of news has reached me that forces my thoughts back into the old ways that I know you have often reproved me for letting my mind wander in. In a word, darling Alice, I hear that you are very much taken up with a Mr. Harding, a writer or painter or something of that sort. Now, will you promise to write and tell me if this be true? I would sooner know the worst at once. Hear that you love him madly, passionately, as I believe some women love men. But you, who are so nice, so good, so beautiful, you could not love a man thus. I cannot think you could. I will not think you do. I have been crying all the morning, crying bitterly. Horrible thoughts have forced themselves on my mind. I have seen, but it was not true, though it seemed so clear. Visions are not always true. This man kissing you. Oh, Alice, let me warn you. Let me beg of you to think well before you abandon yourself to a man's power, to a man's love. But you, Alice, who are so noble, so pure, so lofty-minded, you would not soil yourself by giving way to such a sentiment. Write. You will write, and tell me that what I saw in vision was a lie, an abominable lie. Nay, you do not love Mr. Harding. You will not marry him. Surely you will not. Oh, to be left here alone, never to see you again! I cannot bear it. I should die. You will not leave me to die, Alice dear. You will not. Write and tell me you will not. And what grieves me doubly is that it must seem to you, dear, that I am only thinking of myself. I am not. I think of you. I wish to save you from what must be a life of misery and, worse still, of degradation. For every man is a degradation when he approaches a woman. I know you couldn't bear up against this. You are too refined, too pure. I can sympathize with you. I know, poor little cripple though I be, the horrors of married life. I know what men are. You smile your own kind, sweet smile. I see it as I write, but you are wrong. I know nothing of men in particular, but I know what the sex is. I know nothing of individuals, but I know what life is. The very fact of being forced to live apart has helped me to realize how horrible life is, and how the passions of men make it vile and abominable. All their tender little words and attentions are but lust in disguise. I hate them. I could whip, I could beat, I would torture them, and when I had done my worst, I should not have done enough to punish them for the wrongs they have done to my sex. I know, Alice dear, I am writing violently, that I am letting my temper get the better of me, and this is very wrong. You have often told me it is very wrong, but I cannot help it, my darling. When I think of the danger you are in, I cannot tell you how, but I know you are in danger. Some instinct has put me in communication with you. There are moments when I see you, yes, see you sitting by that man. I see you now. The scene is a long blue drawing-room, all aglow with gold mirrors and wax candles. He is sitting by you. I see you smiling upon him. My blood boils, Alice. I fear I am going mad. My head drops on the table, and I strive to shut out the odious sight, but I cannot. I cannot. I cannot. I am calmer now. You will forgive me, Alice dear. I know I am wrong to write to you in this way, but there are moments when I realize things with such horrible vividness that I am, as it were, maddened with pain. Sometimes I awake in the night, and then I see life in all its hideous nakedness, revealed, as it were, by a sudden flash of lightning. Oh, it is terrible to think we are thus. Goodbye, dear. I know you will forgive me, and I hope you will write at once, and will not leave me in suspense. That is the worst torture. With love to our friends, Olive, May, and Violet. Believe me, darling Alice, yours affectionately, Cecilia Cullen. She read steadily, word by word, and then let the letter fall. Her vision was not precise, but there were flashes of sun in it, and her thoughts loomed and floated away. She thought of herself, of Harding, of their first meeting. The first time she had seen him, he was sitting in the same place and in the same chair as she was sitting in now. She remembered the first words that had been spoken. The scene was as clear to her as if it were etched upon her brain, and as she mused, she thought of the importance of that event. Harding was to her what a mountain is to the level plain. From him she now looked forward and back. So, people say that I am in love with him. Well, supposing I were, I do not know that I should feel ashamed of myself. The reflection was an agreeable one, and in it her thoughts floated away like red-sailed barges into the white mists that veil with dreamy enchantment the wharves and the walls of an ancient town. What did she know of him? Nothing. He was to her as much, but no more, than the author of a book in which she was deeply interested. With this difference, she could hear him reply to her questions, but his answers were only like other books, and revealed nothing of his personality. She would have liked to have known the individual man, surrounded with his individual hopes and sufferings, but of these she knew nothing. They had talked of all things, but it seemed to her that of the real man she had never had a glimpse. Never did he unbend, never did he lift the mask he wore. He was interesting, but very unhuman, and he paraded his ideas and his sneers as the lay figures did the mail armor on the castle stairway. She did not know if he were a good or a bad man. She fancied he was not very good, and then she grew angry with herself for suspecting him. But honest or dishonest, she was sure he could love no one, and she strove to recall his face. She could remember nothing but the cold, merciless eyes that were like the palest blue porcelain. But how ungrateful I am, thought the girl, and she checked the bitter flow of reproaches that rose in her mind. Two old ladies sat on the sofa under the window, their white hair and white caps coming out very white upon the gray Irish day, and around the ottoman the young ladies, Gladys and Zoe Brennan, one of the Miss Duffys, and the girl in red, yawned over circulating novels, longing that a man might come in, not with hope that he would interest them, but because they were accustomed to think of all time as wasted that was not spent in talking to a man. Nor were they awakened from their languid hopes until Olive came rushing into the room with a large envelope in her hand. "Oh, I see," she said. "You have got a letter from Cecilia. What does she say?" "I got one this morning from Barnes." And bending her head, Olive whispered in Alice's ear, "She says that everyone is talking in Galway of when I shall be a marchioness." "Is that the letter?" asked Alice innocently. "No, you silly. This is a castle invitation." The Brennans and the girl in red looked up. "Ah, is it for tonight or tomorrow?" said the latter. "For tomorrow." "Now I wonder if there will be one for me. Is it to dinner or to the dance?" "To dinner." "Ah, really? Yes, very lucky." Her eyes fell, and her look was expressive of her deep disappointment. "A dance. Yes, but a dinner and a dance?" Then she continued, "Ah, the castle treats us all very badly. I am glad sometimes when I hear the Land League abusing it. We come up here and spend all our money on dresses, and we get nothing for it except 2 state balls, and it is no compliment to ask us to them. They are obliged to. But what do you think of my little coat? It is this that keeps me warm." And Miss O'Reilly held out her sealskin for the company to feel the texture. For the last 3 weeks she had not failed, on all occasions, to call attention to this garment. Signor Parasina had said it was lovely. Here she sighed. Signor Parasina had left the hotel. "And I have a new dress coming home. It is all red. A cardinal silk. You know nothing but red suits me." Is the hall porter distributing the invitations? Asked Gladys Brennan. Did he give you yours? No, ours was, of course, directed to Mamma. I found it in her room. Then perhaps... Zoe did not finish the sentence, and both sisters rolled up their worsted work preparatory to going upstairs. In Dublin, during 6 weeks of the year, the arrival of these large official envelopes is watched with eagerness. These envelopes are the balm of Gilead, and the Land League and the hopelessness of matchmaking are merged and lost for a moment in an exquisite thrill of triumph or despair. An invitation to the castle means much. The gray-headed official who takes you down to dinner may bore you, and, at the dance, you may find yourself with a partner, but the delight of asking your friends if you may expect to meet them on such a night, of telling them afterwards of your successes, are the joys of Dublin. And armed with their invitation, the Bartons scored heavily over the Scullys and the Goulds, who were only asked to the dance. "And what will the dinner be like, Mamma?" asked Olive. "It will be very grand. Lord Cowper does things in very good style indeed, and our names will be given in the papers. But I don't think it will amuse you, dear. All the officials have to be asked, judges, police officers, etc. You will probably go down with some old fellow of 60, but that can't be helped. At the dance, after, we'll see the Marquise. I told you, Mamma, didn't I, that Barnes wrote that everybody in Galway said he was in love with me and had proposed? You did, dear, and it does no harm for the report to have got about. For if a thing gets very much spoken of, it forces a man to come to the point. You will wear your red tulle. I don't know that you look better in anything else." Whatever Mrs. Barton's faults may have been, she did her duty, as she conceived it, by her daughter, and during the long dinner, through the leaves of the flowering plants, she watched her Olive anxiously. 120 people were present, mothers and eligible daughters, judges, lords, police officers, earls, poor law inspectors, countesses, and castle officials. Around the great white painted, gold-listed walls, the tables in the form of a horseshoe was spread. In the soothing light of the shaded lamps, the white glitter of the piled-up silver danced over the talking faces, and descended in silvery waves into the bosoms of the women. Salmon and purple-colored liveries passed quickly, and in the fragrance of soup and the flavors of sherry, in the lascivious pleasing of the waltz tunes that Liddell's band poured from a top gallery, a goodly company of time-servers, panders, and others forgot their fears of the Land League and the doom that was now waxing to fullness. To the girls, the dinner seemed interminable, but at the private dance afterwards, those who were known in official circles, or were fortunate enough to meet their friends, amused themselves. It took place in the throne room. As the guests arrived, they scanned each other narrowly. People who had known each other from childhood upwards, as they met on the landing, affected a look of surprise. "Oh, so you are here. I wonder how you got your invitation. Well, I suppose you are better than I took you to be." Acquaintances saluted each other more cordially than was their wont. He or she who had dined at the castle took his or her place at once among the elite. He or she who had come to the dance was henceforth considered worthy of a bow in Grafton Street. For Dublin is a city without a conviction, without an opinion. Things are right and wrong according to the dictum of the nearest official. If it not be absolutely ill-bred to say you think this, or are inclined to take such or such a view, it is certainly more advisable to say that the Attorney General thinks so, or that on one occasion you heard the State Steward, the Chamberlain, or any other equally distinguished underling express this or that opinion. Castle tape is worn in time of mourning and in the time of feasting. Every gigman in the Kildare Street wears it in his buttonhole, and the ladies of Merrion Square are found to be gartered with it. Mrs. Barton's first thought was to get Olive partners, My lord and Lord Rosshill were sent hither and thither, and with such good result that the whole evening the beauty was beset with ADCs. But the Marquise had danced 3 times with Violet Scully, and Mrs. Barton vented her anger on poor Alice. The girl knew no one, nor was there time to introduce her to men. She was consequently sent off with my lord to see where the Marquise was hiding, and she was commissioned to tell her sister to answer thus when Lord Killarney asked for another dance: "I am engaged, chère Marquise, but for you, of course, I shall have to throw some poor fellow over." Mrs. Barton did not know how to play a waiting game. Her tactics were always to grapple with the enemy. She was a Hannibal. She risked all to gain all. Mrs. Scully, on the contrary, watched the combat from afar, as Moltke did the German lines when they advanced upon Paris. The Bartons were not invited to the next private dance, which was annoying, and after long conjecturing as to the enemy that had served them this trick, they resigned themselves to the inevitable, and began to look forward to the state ball given on the following Monday. As they mounted the stairway, Mrs. Barton said, "You know we turn to the left this time, and enter Patrick's Hall by this end. The other entrance is blocked up by the dais. Only the 3 and 4 season girls stand about the pillars. There they are drawn up in battle array." "I declare, Olive Barton is here," whispered the redoubtable Bertha. "This doesn't look as if the beaux were coming forward in their hundreds. It is said that Lord Killarney has given her up for Violet Scully." "I am not a bit surprised," said the girl in red. "And, now I think of it, all the beauties come to the same end. I'll just give her a couple more castle seasons. It is that will pull the fine feathers out of her." St. Patrick's Hall was now a huge democratic crush. All the little sharp glances of the private dances, "What, you here?" were dispensed with as useless, for all were within their rights in being at the ball. They pushed, laughed, danced. They met as they would have met in Rotten Row, and they took their amusement with the impartiality of pleasure-seekers jigging and drinking in a marketplace on fair day. On either side of the hall there were ascending benches. These were filled with chaperons and debutantes, and over their heads the white-painted, gold-listed walls were hung with garlands of evergreen oak interwoven with the celebrated silver shields, the property of the Cowper family, and in front of the curtains hanging about the dais, the maroon legs of His Excellency, and the teeth and diamonds of Her Excellency, were seen passing to and fro, and up and down, to the music of oblivion that Liddell dispensed with a flowing arm. "Now, aren't all the castle balls very nice?" said Bertha. "And how are you amusing yourself?" "Oh, very much indeed," replied the poor debutante, who had not even a brother to take her for a walk down the room or to the buffet for an ice. "And is it true, Bertha," asked the fierce aunt, "you know all the news, that Mr. Jones has been transferred to another ship and has gone off to the Cape?" "Yes, yes," replied the girl. "A nice end to her beau, and after dinnering him up the whole summer, too." Alice shuddered. What were they but snowflakes born to shine for a moment, and then to fade, to die, to disappear, to become part of the black, the foul-smelling slough of mud below? The drama in muslin was again unfolded, and she could read each act, and there was a curtain at the end of each. The first was made of young, hopeful faces, the second of arid solicitation, the third of the bitter, malignant tongues of Bertha Duffy and her friend. She had begun to experience the worst horrors of a castle ball. She was sick of pity for those around her, and her lofty spirit resented the insult that was being offered to her sex. "Have you been long here, Miss Barton?" She looked up. Harding was by her. "I have been looking for you, but the crowd is so great that it is hard to find anyone." "I think we arrived about 11:15, Alice answered. Then, after a pause, Harding said, "Will you give me this waltz?" She assented, and as they made their way through the dancers, he added, But I believe you do not care about dancing. If you'd prefer it, we might go for a walk down the room. Perhaps you'd like an ice? This is the way to the buffet." But Alice and Harding did not stop there long. They were glad to leave the heat of gas, the odor of sauces, the effervescence of the wine, the detonation of champagne, the tumult of laughter, the racing of plates, the heaving of bosoms, the glittering of bodices, for the peace and the pale blue refinement of the long blue drawing-room. How much of our sentiments and thoughts do we gather from our surroundings, and the shining blue of the turquoise-colored curtains, the pale, dead blue of the Louis XV furniture, and the exquisite fragility of the glass chandeliers, the gold mirrors rutilant with the light of some hundreds of tall wax candles, were illustrative of the light dreams and delicate lassitude that filled the souls of the women as they lay back whispering to their partners, the crinolets lifting the skirts over the edges of the sofas. Here the conversation seems serious, there it is smiling, and broken by the passing and repassing of a fan. "Only 4 days more of Dublin," said Harding. "I have settled, or rather, the fates have settled, that I am to leave next Saturday." "And where are you going? To London?" "Yes, to London. I am sorry I am leaving so soon, but it can't be helped. I have met many nice people here, some of whom I shall not be able to forget." "You speak as if it were necessary to forget them. It is surely always better to remember." "I shall remember you." "Do you think you will?" At this moment only one thing in the world seemed to be of much real importance, that the man now sitting by her side should not be taken away from her. To know that he existed, though far from her, would be, almost enough, a sort of beacon light, a light she might never reach to, but which would guide her whither? In no century have men been loved so implicitly by women as in the 19th. Nor could this be otherwise, for putting aside the fact that the natural wants of love have become a nervous erethism, in the struggle that a surplus population of more than 2 million women has created, there are psychological reasons that today, more than ever, impel women to shrink from the intellectual monotony of their sex, and to view with increasing admiration the male mind. For as the gates of the harem are being broken down, and the gloom of the female mind clears, it becomes certain that woman brings a loftier reverence to the shrine of man than she has done in any past age, seeing, as she now does, in him the incarnation of the freedom of which she is vaguely conscious and which she is perceptibly acquiring. So sets the main current that is bearing civilization along. But beneath the great feminine tide there is an undercurrent of hatred and revolt. This is particularly observable in the leaders of the movement. Women who, in the tumult of their aspirations and their passionate yearnings toward the new ideal, and the memory of the abasement their sex have been in the past, and are still being in the present, subjected to, forget the laws of life, and with virulent virtue and protest condemn love. This is to say, love in the sense of sexual intercourse, and proclaim a higher mission for woman than to be the mother of men, and an adjuvant, unless corrected by sanative qualities of a high order, is, of course, found in any physical defect. But as the corporeal and incorporeal hereditament of Alice Barton and Lady Cecilia Cullen were examined fully in the beginning of this chapter, it is only necessary to here indicate the order of ideas, the moral atmosphere of the time, to understand the efflorescence of the two minds, and to realize how curiously representative they are of this last quarter of the 19th century. And it was necessary to make that survey of psychical cause and effect to appreciate the sentiments that actuated Alice in her relationship with Harding. She loved him, but more through the imagination than the heart. She knew he was deceiving her, but to her he meant so much that she had not the force of will to cast him off, and abandoned herself to the intellectual sensualism of his society. It was this and nothing more. What her love might have been is not necessary to analyze. In the present circumstances, it was completely merged in the knowledge that he was to her light, freedom, and instruction, and that when he left, darkness and ignorance would again close in upon her. They had not spoken for some moments. With a cruelty that was peculiar to him, he waited for her to break the silence. "I am sorry you are going away. I am afraid we shall never meet again." "Oh, yes, we shall," he replied. "You'll get married one of these days and come to live in London." "Why should I go to live in London?" "There are Frenchmen born in England, Englishmen born in France. Heine was a Frenchman born in Germany. And you are a Kensingtonian. I see nothing Irish in you. Oh, you are very Kensington, and therefore you will, I do not know when or how, but assuredly as a stream goes to the river, and the river to the sea, you will drift to your native place, Kensington. But do you know that I have left the hotel? There were too many people about to do much work, so I took rooms in Molesworth Street. There I can write and read undisturbed. You might come and see me." "I should like to very much, but I don't think I could ask Mother to come with me. She is so very busy just now." "Well, don't ask your mother to come. You won't be afraid to come alone?" "I am afraid I could not do that." "Why not?" "No one will ever know anything about it." "Very possibly, but I don't think it would be a proper thing to do. I don't think it would be a right thing to do." "Right. I thought we had ceased to believe in heaven and hell." "Yes, but does that change anything? There are surely duties that we owe to our people, to our families. The present ordering of things may be unjust, but, as long as it exists, had we not better live in accordance with it?" "A very sensible answer, and I suppose you are right." Alice looked at him in astonishment, but she was shaken too intensely in all her feelings to see that he was perfectly sincere, that his answer was that of a man who saw and felt through his intelligence, and not his conscience. The conversation had come to a pause, and the silence was broken suddenly by whispered words and the abundant laughter that was seemingly used to hide the emotions that oppressed the speakers. Finally they sat down quite close to, but hidden from, Alice and Harding by a screen, and through the paper even their breathing was audible. All the dancers were gone. There was scarcely a white skirt or black coat in the pale blueness of the room. Evidently the lovers thought they were well out of the reach of eavesdroppers. Alice felt this, but before she could rise to go, Fred Scully had said, "Now, May, I hope you won't refuse to let me come and see you in your room tonight. It would be too cruel if you did. I'll steal along the passage. No one will hear, no one will ever know, and I'll be so very good, I promise you I will." "Oh, Fred, I'm afraid I can't trust you. It would be so very wicked." "Nothing is wicked when we really love. Besides, I only want to talk to you." "You can talk to me here." "Yes, but it isn't the same thing. Anyone can talk to you here. I want to show you a little poem I cut out of the newspaper today for you. I'll steal along the passage. No one will ever know." "You'll promise to be very good, and you won't stop more than 5 minutes?" The words were spoken in low, soft tones, exquisitely expressive of the overthrow of reason and the merging of all the senses in the sweet abandonment of passion. Alice sat unable to move, till at last, awakened by a pained look in her gray eyes, she touched Harding's hand with hers, and, laying her finger on her lips, she arose. Their footfalls made no sound on the deep, soft carpet. "This is very terrible," she murmured, half to herself. Harding had too much tact to answer, and, taking advantage of the appearance of Violet Scully, who came walking gaily down the room on the Marquise's arm, he said, "Your friend Miss Scully seems to be in high spirits." Violet exchanged smiles with Alice as she passed. The smile was one of triumph. She had waltzed 3 times with the Marquise, and was now going to sit out a set of quadrilles. "What a beautiful waltz the Blue Danube is," she said, leading her admirer to where the blue fans were numerous. Upon the glistening piano stood a pot filled with white azaleas, and in the pauses of the conversation one heard the glass of the chandeliers tinkling gently to the vibration of the music. It is a beautiful waltz when I am dancing it with you. I am sure you say that to every girl you dance with. No, I shouldn't know how to say so to anyone but you, said the little man humbly, and so instinct were the words with truth that the girl, in the violence of her emotion, fancied her heart had ceased to beat. But you haven't known me a fortnight, she answered involuntarily. But that doesn't matter. The moment I saw you, I liked you. It is so easy to know the people we like. We know it at once. At least I do. She was more self-possessed than he, but the words, Am I going to be a marchioness? Throbbed like a burning bullet, sunk into the very center of her forehead, and to maintain her mental equipoise, she was forced, though by doing so she felt she was jeopardizing her chances, to coquette with him. After a long silence, she said, Oh, do you think we know at first sight the people we like? Do you believe in first impressions? My first and last impressions of you are always the same. All I know is that when you are present, all things are bright, beautiful, and cheering, and when you are away, I don't much care what happens. Now, these castle balls used to bore me to death last year. I used to go into a back room and fall asleep. But this year I am as lively as a kitten. I think I could go on forever, and the castle seems to me the most glorious place on earth. I used to hate it. I was as bad as Parnell, but not for the same reasons, of course. Now I am only afraid he will have his way, and they'll shut the whole place up. Anyhow, even if they do, I shall always look back upon this season as a very happy time. But you do not really think that Parnell will be allowed to have his way, said Violet inadvertently. I don't know. I don't take much interest in politics, but I believe things are going to the bad. Dublin, they say, is undermined with secret societies, and the murder that was committed the other day in Sackville Street was the punishment they inflict on those whom they suspect of being informers, even remotely. But don't you think the government will soon be obliged to step in and put an end to all this kind of thing? I don't know. I'm afraid they'll do nothing until we landlords are all ruined. Violet's thin face contracted. She had introduced a subject that might prevent him from ever proposing to her. She knew how heavily the Killarney estates were mortgaged, and even now, as she rightly conjectured, the poor little man was inwardly trembling at the folly it had been on his lips to speak. 3 of his immediate ancestors had married penniless girls, and it was well known that another love match would precipitate the property over that precipice known to every Irish landowner, the encumbered estates court. But those dainty temples, so finely shaded with light brown tresses, that delicately molded head, delicate as an Indian carven ivory, dispelled all thoughts of his property, and he forgot his duty to marry an heiress. Violet, meanwhile, prompted by her instinct, said the right words. But things never turn out as well or as badly as we expect them to. This facile philosophy went like wine to the little Marquise's head, and he longed to throw himself at the feet of his goddess and thank her for the balm she had poured upon him. The gloom of approaching ruin disappeared, and he saw nothing in the world but a white tulle skirt, a thin foot, a thin bosom, and a pair of bright gray eyes. Vaguely he sought for equivalent words, but loud-talking dancers passed into the room, and, abashed by their stares, the Marquise broke off a flowering branch and said, stammering the while incoherently, "Will you keep this in memory of this evening?" Violet thrust the flowers into her bosom, and was about to thank him when an ADC came up and claimed her for the dance. She told him he was mistaken, that she was engaged, and taking Lord Killarney's arm, they made their way in silence back to the ballroom. Violet was satisfied. She felt now very sure of her Marquise, and as they approached Mrs. Scully, a quick glance said that things were going as satisfactorily as could be desired. Not daring herself to the gossip of the chaperons, this excellent lady sat apart, maintaining the solitary dignity to which the Galway counter had accustomed her. She received the Marquise with the same smile as she used to bestow on her best customers, and they talked for a few minutes of the different aspects of the ballroom, of their friends, of things that did not interest them. Then Violet said winsomely, affecting an accent of command that enchanted him, "Now, I want you to go and dance with someone else. Let me see. What do you say to Olive Barton? If you don't, I shall be in her mother's black books for the rest of my life. Now go. We shall be at home tomorrow. You might come in for tea." And suffocated with secret joy, Lord Kilcarny made his way across the room to Mrs. Barton, who foolishly cancelled a couple of Olive's engagements and sent her off to dance with him, whereas wise Violet sat by her mother, refusing all her partners, but when God Save the Queen was played, she accepted Lord Kilcarny's arm, and they pressed forward to see the Lord Lieutenant and Her Excellency pass down the room. Violet's eyes feasted on the bowing black coats and light toilettes, and leaning on her escutcheon, she dreamed vividly of the following year when she would take her place amid all these noble people, and as high as they stand a peeress on the dais. End of chapter 19, recorded by Lisanne Lavoie. Chapter 20 of Muslin. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lisanne Lavoie of Swansea, Illinois. Muslin by George Moore, Chapter 20. "So you couldn't manage to keep him after all, my lady? When did he leave the hotel?" "Mr. Harding left Dublin last Monday week." Alice wondered if her mother hated her. If she didn't, it was difficult to account for her cruel words. And this was the girl's grief. And she feared that hatred would beget hatred, and that she would learn to hate her mother. But Mrs. Barton was a loving and affectionate mother, who would sacrifice herself for one child almost as readily for the other. In each of us there are traits that the chances of life have never revealed, and though she would have sat by the bedside, even if Alice were stricken with typhoid fever, Mrs. Barton recoiled spitefully, like a cat before the stern vicissitudes of a nature so dissimilar from her own. She had fashioned Olive, who was now but a pale copy of her mother according to her guise. All the affectations had been faithfully reproduced, but the charm of the original had evaporated like a perfume. It would be rash to say that Mrs. Barton did not see that the weapons which had proved so deadly in her hands were ineffectual in her daughter's, but 20 years of elegant harlotry had blunted her finer perceptions. And now the grossest means of pushing Olive and the Marquise morally and physically into each other's arms seemed to her the best. Alice was to her but a plain girl, whose misfortune was that she had ever been born. This idea had grown up with Mrs. Barton, and 15 years ago she had seen in the child's face the spinster of 50. But since the appearance of Harding, and the manifest interest he had shown in her daughter, Mrs. Barton's convictions that Alice would never be able to find a husband had been somewhat shaken, and she had almost concluded that it would be as well, for there was no knowing what men's tastes were, to give her a chance. Nor was the dawning fancy dispelled by the fact that Harding had not proposed, and the cutting words she had addressed to the girl were the result of the nervous irritation caused by the marked attention the Marquise was paying Violet Scully. For, like Alice, Mrs. Barton never lived long in a fool's paradise, and she now saw that the battle was going against her, and would most assuredly be lost unless a determined effort was made. So she delayed not a moment in owning to herself that she had committed a mistake in going to the Shelbourne Hotel. Had she taken a house in Mount Street or Fitzwilliam Place, She could have had all the best men from the barracks continually at her house. But at the hotel she was helpless. There were too many people about, too many beasts of women criticizing her conduct. Mrs. Barton had given 2 dinner parties in the private room hired for the occasion, but these dinners could scarcely be called successful. On one occasion they had 7 men to dinner, and as some half-dozen more turned in the evening, it became necessary to send down to the ladies' drawing-room for partners. Bertha Duffy and the girl in red, of course, responded to the call, but they had rendered everything odious by continuous vulgarity and brogue. Then other mistakes had been made. A charity costume ball had been advertised. It was to be held in the rotunda. An imposing list of names headed the prospectus, and it was confidently stated that all the lady patronesses would attend. Mrs. Barton fell into the trap, and to her dismay found herself and her girls in the company of the rag, tag, and bobtail of Catholic Dublin. Bohemian girls fabricated out of bed curtains, Negro minstrels that an application of grease and burnt cork had brought into a filthy existence. And from the single gallery that encircled this tomb-like building, the small tradespeople looked down upon the multicolored crowd that strove to dance through the mud that a late Land League beating had left upon the floor. And all the while gray dust fell steadily into the dancers' eyes and into the sloppy tea distributed at counters placed here and there like coffee stands in the public street. "I never felt so low in my life," said the lady who always brought back an ADC from the castle, and the phrase was cited afterwards as being admirably descriptive of the festival. When it became known that the Bartons had been present at this ball, and the beauty had been seen dancing with the young Catholic nobodies, their names were struck off the lists, and they were asked to no more private dances at the castle. Lord Dungaree was sent to interview the chamberlain, but that official could promise nothing. Mrs. Barton's hand was therefore forced. It was obligatory upon her to have some place where she could entertain officers. The Shelbourne did not lend itself to that purpose. She hired a house in Mount Street, and one that possessed a polished floor admirably suited to dancing. Then she threw off the mask, and pirate-like, regardless of the laws of chaperons, resolved to carry on the war as she thought proper. She'd have done, once and forever, with those beasts of women who abused and criticized her. Henceforth she would shut her door against them all, and it would only be open to men, young men for her daughters, elderly men for herself. At 4 o'clock in the afternoon the entertainment began. Light refreshments, consisting of tea, claret, biscuits, and cigarettes, were laid out in the dining-room. Having partaken, the company, consisting of 3 colonels and some half-dozen subalterns, went upstairs to the drawing-room. And in recognition of her flirtation with Harding, a young man replaced Alice at the piano, and for half-a-crown an hour supplied the necessary music. Round and round the girls went, passing in turn out of the arms of an old into those of a young man, and back again. If they stayed their feet for a moment, Mrs. Barton glided across the floor, and, with insinuating gestures and intonations of voice, would beg of them to continue. She declared that it was la grâce et la beauté, etc. The merriment did not cease until 6:30. Some of the company then left, and some few were detained for dinner. A new pianist and fresh officers arrived about 9 o'clock, and dancing was continued until 1 or 2 in the morning. To yawning subalterns, the house in Mount Street seemed at first like a little paradise. The incessant dancing was considered fatiguing, but there were interludes in which claret was drunk, cigarettes smoked, and loose conversation permitted in the dining-room. Then the dinners. Mrs. Barton's dinners are worthy of special study. Her circle of acquaintances being limited, the same guests were generally found at her table. Lord Dungaree always sat next to her. He displayed his old-fashioned shirt-front, his cravat, his studs, his urbanity, his French epigram. Lord Rosshill sat opposite him. He was thin, melancholy, aristocratic, silent, and boring. There was a captain who, since he had left the army, had grown to the image of a butler, and an ashen-tinted young man who wore his arm in a sling, and an old man who looked like a dirty and worn-out broom, and who put his arm around the backs of the chairs. These and 3 ADCs made up the party. There was very little talking, and what there was generally confined to asking the young ladies if they had been to the castle and if they liked dancing. The Marquise was a constant, although an unwilling guest at all these entertainments. He would fain have refused Mrs. Barton's hospitalities, but so pressing was she that this seemed impossible. There were times when he started at the postman's knock as at the sound of a Landleaguer's rifle. Too frequently his worst fears were realized. Mon cher Marquis, it would give us much pleasure if you would dine with us tomorrow night at 7:30. Dear Mrs. Barton, I regret extremely that I am engaged for tomorrow night. An hour later, Mon cher Marquis, I am very sorry you cannot come tomorrow night, but Thursday will suit us equally well. What was to be done? A second excuse would result only in a proposal to fix a day next week. Better accept and get it over. He must do this, or send a rude message to the effect that he was engaged for every day he intended to dine out that season, and he lacked the moral courage to write such a letter. Mrs. Barton's formula for receiving the Marquise never varied. If he arrived early, he found Olive waiting to receive him in the drawing-room. She was always prepared with a buttonhole, which she insisted on arranging and pinning into his coat. Then allusion was made to the forget-me-nots that the bouquet was sure to contain, and laughing vacantly, for laughter with Olive took the place of conversation, she fled through the rooms, encouraging him to pursue her. During dinner, attempts were made to exchange a few words, but without much success. Nor was it until Olive pelted him with flowers, and he replied by destroying another bouquet and applying it to the same purpose, that much progress was made towards intimacy. But this little scene was exceptional, and on all other occasions Lord Killarney maintained an attitude of reserve. Mrs. Barton was at her wits' end. 3 days ago she had met him walking in Grafton Street with Violet. Yesterday she had caught sight of him driving towards Fitzwilliam Place in a four-wheeler. She had fortunately a visit to pay in that neighborhood, and was rewarded by seeing the Marquis's cab draw up before the Scullys' door. The mere fact that he should use a cab instead of an outside car was a point to consider. But when she noticed that one of the blinds was partially drawn down, her heart sank. Nor did the secret of this suspicious visit long remain her exclusive property. As if revealed by those mysterious subtle oral and visual faculties observed in savage tribes, by which they divine the approach of their enemies or their prey, 2 days had not elapsed before the tongue of every chaperon was tipped with the story of the four-wheeler and the half-drawn blind, but it was a distinctly latter-day instinct that had led these ladies to speak of there having been luggage piled upon the roof of this celebrated cab. Henceforth, eye, ear, and nostril were open, and in the quivering ardor of the chase they scattered through the covers of Cork Hill and Marion Square, passing from one to the other by means of sharp yelps and barkings, every indication of the trail that came across their way. Sometimes hearkening to a voice they had confidence in, they rallied at a single point, and then an old bitch, her nose in the air, her cap-strings hanging lugubriously on either side of her weather-beaten cheeks, would utter a deep and prolonged baying. A little farther on the scent was recovered, and, with sterns, wagging, and bristles erect, they hunted the quarry vigorously. Every moment he was expected to break. Fear was even expressed that he might end by being chopped. The Shelbourne Hotel was a favorite meet, and in the ladies' drawing-room each fresh piece of news was torn with avidity. The consumption of notepaper was extraordinary. 2, 3, 4, and even 5 sheets of paper were often filled with what these scavenger-esses could rake out of the gutters of gossip. "Ah, me arm aches, and the sleeve of me little coat is wore. I am so eager to write it off to me aunt, that I am too impatient to wait to take it off," was the verbal form in which the girl in red explained her feelings on the subject. Bertha Duffy declared she would write no more, that she was ruining herself in stamps. Nor were the pens of the Brennans silent, and looking over their shoulders, on which the mantles of spinsterhood were fast descending, one read, "I hear they danced at the castle 3 times together last night. A friend of mine saw them sitting in Marion Square the whole of one afternoon. They say that if he marries her, that he'll be ruined. The estates are terribly encumbered. His families are in despair about it. Violet is a very nice girl, but we all know her mother sold bacon behind a counter in Galway. He never looks at Olive Barton now. This is a sad end to her beau, and after feeding him up the whole season. He dined there 3 times a week. Mrs. Barton took the house on purpose to entertain him. It is said she offered him £20,000 if he'd marry her daughter. The money that woman spends is immense, and no one knows whence it comes." In these matrimonial excitements, the amatories of the lady who brought the ADC home from the castle passed unheeded. The critical gaze of her friends was sorely distracted, and even the night porter forgot to report the visits of her young gentleman. May, too, profited largely by the present ferment of curiosity, and, unobserved, she kept her trysts with Fred Scully at the corners of this and that street, and in the hotel they passed furtively down this passage and up that pair of stairs. When disturbed, they hid behind the doors. Mrs. Gould lived in ignorance of all this chambering folly, spending her time either writing letters or gossiping about Lord Kilcarny in the drawing-room. And when she picked up a fragment of fresh news, she lost not a moment, but put on her bonnet and carried it over to Mount Street. So assiduous was she in this self-imposed duty, that Mrs. Barton was obliged at last to close her door against this obtrusive visitor. But one day, after a moment of intense reflection, Mrs. Barton concluded that she was losing the battle, that now, in the 11th hour, it could only be snatched out of defeat by a bold and determined effort. She sat down and penned one of her admirable invitations to dinner. An hour later, a note feebly pleaded a previous engagement. Undaunted, she sat down again and wrote, "Tomorrow will suit us equally well." The Marquise yielded, and Lord Dungaree was ordered, when he found himself alone with him in the dining-room, to lose no opportunity of insisting upon the imminent ruin of all Irish landlords. He was especially enjoined to say that, whatever chance of escape there was for the owners of unencumbered properties, the doom of those who had mortgages to pay had been sounded. Milord executed his task with consummate ability, and when the grande partie entered the drawing-room, his thoughts were racked with horrible forebodings. The domain woods, the pride of centuries, he saw plundered and cut down, lawns, pleasure grounds, and gardens distributed among peasants, and he, a miserable outcast, starving in a Belgian boarding-house. Mrs. Barton's eyes brightened at the distressed expression of his face. Olive brought in the buttonhole and went to the piano. Milord engaged Alice's attention, and the Marquise was led into the adjoining room. "The season is now drawing to its close," Mrs. Barton said. "We shall be soon returning to Galway. We shall be separating. I know Olive likes you, but if it is not to be, I should like to tell her not to think about it any more." The Marquise felt the earth gliding. What could have tempted the woman to speak like this to him? What answer was he to make her? He struggled with words and thoughts that gave way as he strove to formulate a sentence, like water beneath the arms of one drowning. "Oh, really, Mrs. Barton," he said, stammering, speaking like one in a dream. "You take me by surprise. I did not expect this. You certainly are too kind. In proposing this marriage to me, you do me an honor I did not anticipate. But you know, it is difficult offhand, for I am bound to say, at least I am not prepared to say, that I am in love with your daughter. She is, of course, very beautiful, and no one admires her more than I, but Olive will have 20,000 pounds paid down on her wedding day. Not promised, you know, but paid down. And in the present times, I think this is more than most girls can say. Most Irish properties are embarrassed, mortgaged," she continued, risking everything to gain everything. "And 20,000 pounds would be a material help to most men. At my death she will have more. Oh, Mrs. Barton, do not let us speak of that," cried the little man. "And why not? Does it prove that because we are practical we do not care for a person? I quite understand that it would be impossible for you to marry without money, and that Olive will have 20,000 paid down on her wedding day will not prevent you from being very fond of her. On the contrary, I should think 20,000 pounds is, of course, a great deal of money," said the little man, shrinking, terror-stricken, from a suddenly protruding glimpse of the future with which my lord had previously poisoned his mind. "Yes, it is indeed, and in these times," urged Mrs. Barton. The weak gray eyes were cast down, abashed by the daring determination of the brown. "Of course, Olive is a beautiful girl," he said, "and she is so fond of you, and so full of affection." The situation was now tense with fear, anxiety, apprehension, and with resolute fingers Mrs. Barton tightened the cord until the required note vibrated within the moral consciousness. The poor Marquis felt his strength ebbing away. He was powerless as one lying in the hot chamber of a Turkish bath. Would no one come to help him? The implacable melody of Dream Faces, which Olive hammered out on the piano, agonized him. If she would stop for one moment, he would find the words to tell her mother that he loved Violet Scully, and would marry none other. But bang, bang, bang! The left hand pounded the bass into his stunned ears, and the eyes that he feared were fixed upon him. He gasped for words. He felt like a drunkard who clutches the air as he reels over a precipice, and the shades of his ancestors seemed to crowd menacingly around him. He strove against his fears until a thin face with luminous eyes shone through the drifting wrack like a star's. "But we have seen so little of each other," he said at last. "Miss Barton is a great beauty, I know, and nobody appreciates her beauty more than I. But I am not what you call in love with her." He deplored the feebleness of his words, and Mrs. Barton swooped upon him again. "You do not love her because, as you say, you have seen very little of each other. We are going down to Brookfield tomorrow. We shall be very glad if you will come with us, and in the country you will have an opportunity of judging, of knowing her. And she is such an affectionate little thing." Affrighted, the Marquis sought again for words, and he glanced at his torturer timidly, like the hare on the ever-nearing hounds. Why did she pursue him, he asked, in this terrible way? Had she gone mad? What was he to say? He had not the courage to answer no to her face. Besides, if Violet would not have him, he might as well save the family estates. If Violet refused him, then he didn't care what became of him. He sought and he struggled for words that would save him. And in this hour of deep tribulation, words came and they saved him. "I have a great deal of business to attend to tomorrow. I am, that is to say, my solicitor is, raising for me a sum of money at 4%. On one large mortgage I am paying 6%. Therefore, if I can get the money at 4, I shall be by some hundreds of pounds a richer man than I am at present. At the end of the week this matter will be settled. I will write to you and say when I shall be able to accept your invitation." Mrs. Barton would have preferred to have brought the matter at once to a conclusion, but in the hesitation that ensued, the Marquis, unable to withstand the strain set upon his feelings any longer, moved away from her, and in the next room, to save himself from further persecution, he engaged at once in conversation with Alice. 10 minutes after, he said good night. To get out of the light into the dark, to feel the cool wind upon his cheek, oh, what a relief! What could have persuaded that woman to speak to me as she did? She must be mad. He walked on as if in a dream, the guineas she had promised him chinking dubiously through his brain. Then stopping suddenly, overcome by nerve, excitement, he threw his arms in the air. His features twitched convulsively. The spasm passed, and, unconscious of all save the thoughts that held and tore him, their palpitating prey, he walked onwards. Black ruin on one side, and oh, what sweet, white vision of happiness on the other. Why was he thus tortured? Why was he thus torn on the rack of such a terrible discussion? He stopped again, and his weak neck swayed plaintively. Then, in the sullen calm that followed, the thought crossed his mind. If he only knew, she might refuse him. If so, he did not care what became of him, and he would accept the other willingly. But would she refuse him? That he must know at once. If she did refuse, he would, at all events, escape the black looks of his relations, and in the cowardice of the thought the weary spirit was healed, assuaged, as tired limbs might be in a bath of cool, clear water. Why lose a moment? It was only 10:30. An outside would take him in less than 2 minutes to Fitzwilliam Place. Yes, he would go. As the car clattered, he feasted on the white, thin face and the gray allurements of her eyes. But if she weren't at home? He was shown upstairs. Mother and daughter were alone, talking over the fire in the drawing-room. Nothing could be more propitious, but his fears returned to him, and when he strove to explain the lateness of his visit, his face had again grown suddenly haggard and worn. Violet exchanged glances, and said in looks, if not in words, "It is clear they have been hunting him pretty closely today." "I must apologize," he said, "for calling on you at such an hour. I really did not think it was so late, but the fact is, I was rather anxious to see—" "But won't you sit down, Lord Killarney?" said Violet. "I assure you we never go to bed before 12, and sometimes we sit up here until 1. Don't we, mamma?" Mrs. Scully smiled jocosely, and the Marquis sat down. In an instant his fate was decided. Overcome by the girl's frail sweetness, by the pellucid gaiety of her gray eyes, he surrendered, and his name and fortune fluttered into her lap, helplessly as a blown leaf. He said, "I came to see you tonight. I took the liberty of calling on you this late hour because things had occurred you must have observed that I was attached to you. I don't know if you guessed it, but the fact is that I never cared for anyone as I do for you, and I felt I could bear with uncertainty no longer, and that I must come tonight and ask you if you will have me." Violet raised her eyes. "Say yes," murmured the Marquise, and it seemed to him that in the words life had fallen from his lips. "Yes," was the answer, and he clasped the thin hand she extended to him. "Ah, how happy you have made me! I never thought such honors were in store for me," exclaimed Mrs. Scully. The discipline of years was lost in a moment, and reverting to her long-buried self, she clasped the Marquise to her agitated bosom. Violet looked annoyed, ashamed, and Mrs. Scully, whom excitement had stripped of all her grand manners, said, "And now, my dear children, I'll leave you to yourselves." The lovers sat side by side. Violet thought of the great love she had inspired, and the Marquise of the long years of happiness that must now be his, of the frail grace that as a bland odor seemed to float above his beloved. And now that she was his, he would have her know that his love of her rose out of his deepest sense of soul. But words were weak. He seemed to be tongue-tied. "Where did you dine tonight?" she said suddenly. "With the Bartons." He told her everything, of the proposal and the invitation to Brookfield. "And you are going to Galway to stay with them?" "Of course not. How can you ask such a question?" "And why not? Why shouldn't you go? I wish you would," she added, and the light in her gray eyes was malign. "You're joking. You surely don't mean what you say. I thought you said you loved me." "Yes, my dear Harry, that is the very reason. We love each other. Therefore, I know I can trust you." He pressed the hand, the silken skin, the palm delicately moist, in recognition of her kind words. "I wouldn't go for anything in the world. I hate those people. 'Pon my word, I don't think anything would tempt me to spend a week with them in the country." "Yes, I could." The Marquise laughed. "Yes, you could. You could tempt me to do anything. But why should you want me to go and spend a week with them in Galway?" "Because, dear, they were rude to me. Because," she added, casting down her eyes, "because they tried to buy you from me. That is why I should like to humiliate them." The enchantment of the Marquise was completed, and he said, "What, a whole week away from you? A whole week with Mrs. Barton? I could not endure it." "What? Not for my sake?" "Anything for your sake, darling." He clasped her in his arms, and then they lapsed into silence that to him was even sweeter than the kiss she had given him. Love's deepest delight is the ineffable consciousness of our own weakness. We drink the sweetened cup in its entirety when, having ceased to will, we abandoned ourselves with the lethal languors of the swimmer to the vague depths of the dreams. And it was past midnight when the Marquise left Fitzwilliam Place. The ladies accompanied him downstairs. Their hands helped him to his hat and coat, and then the lock slipped back sharply, and in the gloom, broken in one spot by the low burning gas, the women wondered. "Oh, mamma, mamma, mamma! I am so happy!" the girl exclaimed, and weeping passionately, she threw herself for rest upon Mrs. Scully's arms. "Yes, my child, you have been very good. You have made me very happy. You'll be a marchioness. Who would have thought I'd have lived to see all this honor when I served in the little shop at Galway?" At the mention of the shop, Violet recovered her composure, and mother and daughter listened to the receding footfalls. "I wonder if he is happy," Violet murmured, "as happy as I am, for I do like him. He is a good sort." "Your happiness is a different happiness," Mrs. Scully answered. Like a flowering tree, a luxuriant joy bloomed in the Marquise's heart. In its shade and fragrance his thoughts lay supinely, and, a prey to many floating and fanciful imaginings, he walked onwards through the darkness. In the lowering skies he saw the fair face that had led him to the verge on which he now stood. Was anybody as happy as he? And what did his happiness mean? He asked himself. Shades flitted across yellow window panes, and he remembered he had received an invitation for this very ball. Cats slunk through the area railings. Policemen moved from their hiding corners. A lover passed on with his dreams. End of chapter 20. Recording by Lisanne Lavoie.